flat. He has gone down and he's crunched it over the bowler's head, up to the boundary for the 4 runs that England need to take a 1-0 lead in this series. It's been hard work, but they've got there in the end. Joe Root with the winning runs. He is undefeated and he has guided England carefully, very watchfully to this hard-fought win.
Well, good morning everyone and welcome to Lord's on an absolutely stunning day. It's beautiful. There isn't a cloud in the sky. We've got the crowd coming in, eagerly anticipating the second test match in this 3-match series between England and Sri Lanka. It really is. I'm just looking around now at the blue sky all around the ground. We've had a funny old summer, haven't we? But it's set absolutely perfect here. The pitch looks good. We know what both the teams are. They were announced, certainly Sri Lanka's yesterday, England even the day before that. The captains are on their way out. I can see Ollie Pope there with his blazer and cap on. A very proud moment for him to walk out as England captain at Lord's for the first time. One change in that England side with Ollie Stone replacing the injured Mark Wood. A couple in Sri Lanka. We have Nissanka batting at 3, so Kusal Mendes. And a change in the fast bowling department as well. Lahiru Kumara replaces the left arm of Vishwa Fernando. So I say with a slight hesitation because this takes me back all those years ago. We're talking tomorrow about the 1984 Test match. Quite similar to this, sky like this, pitch like this. David Gower, the captain, put them in. I think they're still batting. So it's a little bit of hesitation that I say I'm sure that the captain that wins the toss today will choose to bat. I'm sure he will. There was a bit of grass on there yesterday, but it just looks like a good Lord's pitch, if maybe a little bit slow. Now, Russell Arnold's here. Russ, you're batting first, aren't you? Good morning to you.
Yeah, I would like to bat first on a pitch like this, but of course, you know, the first couple of hours will be a challenge. You got to ride that, and then 1984, you just can't get it out of your head.
Well, it's whenever I come here, and whenever I see you in your Sri Lankan team, it's like a flashback. And the pitch was. Well, it's about 5 yards away from that boundary edge down there. All these things. I mean, your memory's so sharp. Michael Vaughan, good morning to you. Good to see you. It's been lovely out here.
Oh, it's glorious. I tell you what, this pitch is soft. Oh, it's a soft pitch. I don't think it'll have any pace at all. I think there'll be a little bit of seam movement to start with. Not a great deal. It's a bat first week.
Yeah.
I think the footholds will get created quite quickly because it's so soft, and I think we'll be seeing footholds that will be generated over the course of today and tomorrow. And I think spin will play a part this week, a lot more than we saw last week.
Right. So have you been allowed to touch it then?
Oh, I touched it, yeah, and I tried to put my thumb in it. It's very, very soft. It's. Wow. I don't quite understand why it's so soft with the weather that we've had this last few days.
No, but then the outfield itself feels. I mean, it's like a bowling green out here. We're just at the pavilion end.
So it's tennis ball type of bounce, and if the spins are coming into it, I think the Sri Lankans will like that a lot more with the heat or these temperatures as well.
Yeah, what I will say, I think it's the kind of week where we'll see the cord and the slip cording get really close.
Yeah.
I think I can't imagine that the snicks are going to be coming chest high or head high. I think it's going to be the kind of week that the snick will be found, and it's going to be coming around ankle high. So I reckon at some stage this week, Haggers, one of the slips will have, that position that gets really close with the helmet on.
Oh, yes.
I think we'll see that position. Whether it's day one, I think we'll see that this week.
Right, okay. Well, look, the mat is out. It's a new thing, this, in that it's a circular carpet. And it's quite difficult because the tossing captains will actually try and land the coin in it. And we see some quite random tosses, don't we, that fly around all over the place. But they've got to try and land it. So I suspect the technique is more of a little flick out of the fingers. It's not quite as elaborate as some of the tossing that you see, because you've got to be accurate.
Yeah, you do. I mean, I would be having a little bit of fun if I was tossing. I would be trying to miss that circle on purpose. I don't quite understand why it's been, but I like him on the pitch.
Well, I know.
I like the coin landing on the pitch and rolling down the surface.
It's interesting because it's not an advert.
Why has it been brought in? What's it bringing?
I don't know, but it's the tossing carpet. It's blue and white, and it's circular. And so it's on there that Ollie Pope has to try and land the coin. But I don't know what happens if it does roll off. Anyway, they're all gathered there. Mel Jones in a very bright cerise pink trouser outfit ensemble is going to be broadcasting the toss. We've got Dhananjaya there as well. David Boone, our old friend from Australia, with the huge moustache. He's the match referee, looking on thoughtfully as well. As I mentioned, those team changes. Ollie Stone marking his run out today. I mean, it's a triumph for him to return to the England side. Let's join Mel.
Boone, the match referee, and the captains. Ollie Pope has the coin. Dhananjaya De Silva will call. Heads is the call. Tails it is. There we go. Come on over. What are you going to do today?
We're going to bowl first.
I had a look at the pitch and it looks a little
You put him in, Russell.
They have. Yes, so they reckon that they can make the first 2 hours count. The feeling is probably that the second and third days will be the best days to bat on this pitch.
Oh, well, that's an interesting one. I'm not convinced.
Yeah, I'm not convinced by Sri Lanka. I think, let's see how it plays out. But I thought the best way for Sri Lanka to win the game would be get 300, 350. They possibly could. And then bring the spinner into the game, which I'm sure spin will play a part on days 3 and 4 if it goes that far. I'm sure it will. Surprising. They'll have to bowl well this morning.
They always say look up here, don't they? Look at the overheads. Well, I could see an aeroplane at about 38,000 feet. I can't see a cloud in the sky.
Yeah, that first hour probably is going to be so crucial now that Dhananjaya De Silva has made this decision.
Let's see what he has to say. He's coming over. He's got a smile on his face. He's looking very pleased. So here he comes. Dhananjaya, it's very nice to see you again. Thank you for coming to talk to us. You've surprised us there. Tell us why you've chosen to bowl first.
Well, here's every time it's moving like 1 hour, maybe 1.5 hours. So I think we'll take that chance and get that advantage.
Right, so you're looking for early wickets and try and bowl England out today?
Yes, of course. That's the best chance, win a test match, getting early wickets and putting them under pressure.
Okay. What did you take away from Old Trafford? I mean, I know you lost, but it was one of those games where actually you got increasingly better. And have you taken that away with you from there?
Well, we played a good cricket, but that's not good enough to win a test match. I think we had to do better in this match. I think, that's why I choose to bowl first.
And a couple of changes. Nissanka at 3 and Kumar, the fast bowler. What's the thinking there?
Well, Pathum he's in good form during last maybe 6 months, 7 months in white ball cricket. I think he'll continue that form in this match as well. And we brought in Lahiri Kumar for pace, and he's bowling good nets. And I think he'll deliver us for some good.
Good. And last one, who's keeping wicket? You've got a few to choose from. Is Dinesh back again?
Yeah, but he's not keeping. Nishan Madhushka will keep.
Excellent. Thank you very much indeed. Good luck, Dhananjaya. Thank you. Nice to see you. Here's Ollie with his blazer and cap on. Nice moment coming through the long room, I presume.
Yeah, absolutely. Home at cricket, always special, especially leading the team out. So now it should be a top week.
Now, would you have batted first? I assumed you would.
Yeah, we were going to have a bat first. I think it looks a pretty good pitch. Obviously, it's a nice sunny day, but we've got a couple of days of it. So yeah, hopefully we can put a good score on the board.
Yeah, I mean, it's surprised a few of us here that he's chosen to put you in, to be honest.
Yeah, I thought when I lost it, I thought we'd probably be in the field. But I mean, each to their own. I guess we did the job bowling first last week, so maybe they just want to change it up.
4 out of 4 wins. The series at stake here. You could wrap it up 5 out of 5. That's the target this summer, presumably.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's been a top summer so far, being 4 from 4. Some good wins against West Indies and obviously last week as well. So fingers crossed we can go have a clean sweep and win the next couple of games. Good luck. Score some runs. Ollie, there you are. Thank you. Ollie Pope, England's captain. And confirming that he would have batted first. It's one of those. It's just a really interesting one, isn't it? I mean, it takes a bit by surprise, Russell.
Yeah, I would have liked to bat first, that's for sure. Knowing the first 2 hours are challenging, and the second and third sessions, getting the runs on the board. Again, not looking to bat for 500 runs, 300, 325, keep those minimum targets to stay in the game. And get your spinners into it. We saw when Prabhat Jayasuriya came into it at Old Trafford as well. The game changed. We beat Sri Lanka, were able to control it. They have to get themselves into that position, but here the equation is going to be different. Lahiri Kumar, they brought him in because of his extra pace, a bit of oomph in that bowling attack. they're going to have to make early inroads. 3-4 at least by lunch, if not, it's trouble.
We're going to start wandering that way. Matt Taylor is joining us from the Weather Centre. Matt, I mean, it's a stunning day. It really is absolutely beautiful. Good morning to you.
Morning, Agus. Yeah, a cracking start to the second test, really. Not just today, but also tomorrow. Uninterrupted play, lots of sunshine around, a little bit of fair weather cloud building up in the next hour. A gentle breeze by and large for today and tomorrow, although not quite as hot as it has been over the last few days. This weekend does get a bit more complicated. Saturday, a lot more cloud, more breeze as well coming in from the east, and there's a small chance of a shower, although I still think almost a full day's worth of play, if not a complete day. Saturday night and Sunday though, greater chance of some heavy showers and thunderstorms around. Could leave the outfield a bit damp Sunday morning, may cause a few interruptions on Sunday, but by that time, Agus, it's going to get quite humid as well. Highs by then around 26 or 27 degrees.
Lovely, Matt. Thank you very much indeed for joining us. A bit unsettled then later on, but certainly absolutely glorious here today. Let's go run through these teams before we hear from Ollie Stone. England, that one change, they're going to be batting first. They've been put in, so a chance for Dan Lawrence. He got a couple of good 30s up at Old Trafford. He'll open with Ben Duckett, of course. Pope at 3, he could do with some runs. Joe Root, Harry Brook, Jamie Smith, Chris Wokes, who is fit again. He looks a bit hobbly up at Old Trafford, but he's fine. Gus Atkinson, Matthew Potts, Ollie Stone and Shoaib Bashir. And then for Sri Lanka, 2 changes. Karunaratne Dushka will open. Nasanka comes in at number 3 for Kusal Mendis. Andre Matthews, who played very well in that first innings up at Old Trafford. Dinesh Chandimal, Dhananjaya De Silva, the captain you heard me talking to there. Kamindu Mendis, Milan Ratnaka, Prabhath Jayasuriya, Sita Fernando and Lahiru Kumara. So that's how Sri Lanka will line up. We've talked a lot about Ollie Stone back in the side again after that frustrating time he's had on the sidelines. He played 50 first-class matches, you know. He's been around quite a long time. So it's been frustrating, but he's glad to be back, as he told Henry Moran.
It's always tough when you pick up injuries, but I mean, putting that England shirt on is so special that I guess that's the thing that sort of kept me going, and all those hours in the gym and hard work to get me back here is obviously paid off, and something that I'm very glad I pursued with, and like I say, it's, as you can see now with a smile on my face, it's something that I've always wanted to continue doing. So it's nice to be back.
Take us inside the process of recovering from a long-term injury or series of injuries. What work does go in?
There's a lot of like rehab, lot of boring, tedious exercises in the gym, lots of treatment and building back up and bowling and getting your confidence back in your body. And I don't know, you feel something here or there, like maybe not the injury that you've had, but you're like, oh, is that all right? So it tests you in that way. But I feel like with me, maybe why if something happens, it's quite major, I give it my all. So if something does go wrong, that might be the reason. But no, it can be tricky at times. You try and mix it up, different environments, different places to train and stuff, but I mean, it's part and parcel of the job, unfortunately. And it was tough at times, but like I've said, it makes it all worthwhile to be back and playing with a smile on my face.
You bowling as quick as ever?
Yeah, I feel like it's coming out nicely. I feel like there's times where it obviously clicks more than others, and I feel like my paces are up there. Well, I guess the gun will tell us, but no, I feel like also I've tried to up my skill as well, so it's not necessarily all about running in, bowling as fast as I can and putting that strain through my body. So it's, I think, a mixture of both, and hopefully I can show my skills in that this week.
Just finally, batting. What are you going to offer?
Well, hopefully a few runs. I feel like my game this year is added in that department, and I always look at it, the longer I can bat, the less I bowl. So it's obviously been pleasing the way I've hit it this year, and hopefully I can go out there and score a few runs this week, and just get off the mark would be nice.
Well, that is Ollie Stone talking to Henry Moran. Ollie Stone will be batting at number 10 for England in this game. One imagines his first international wicket was against Sri Lanka. It was Dan Buller against Dick Weller with a short ball. He promised a lot and then got injured. It's been the tale of his international career so far, but he is back for this test match. Perhaps we should just talk for a moment up here in the commentary box now. I've got Alistair Cook with me and Phil Tufnell and Stephen Finn about one player who's not been selected for England. It's a sort of unusual thing. We talk about people who have been selected, but someone who's not been selected, Josh Hull, who's a record 10 first-class matches, 16 wickets. He's taken them at 62. It's unlikely, I would have thought, that in the history of English Test cricket that someone has been selected with figures like that.
It's remarkable, isn't it? I think of all bowlers to have bowled more than 100 overs, he's got the second worst average in the last 3 or 4 years. It's around 90, I think. So it's, yeah, I mean, it's clearly he bowled well against the Sri Lankans in the A-team game and took 5 wickets in that game, which brought that average down a bit. But look, he has the raw attributes, doesn't he? And I think this team now and the selectors are now flying in the face of what would be the statistical advantages that a player may have when you're looking at their first-class record, and they're looking at purely physical attributes to be able to contribute to winning test matches on tough pitches to bowl on, i.e. Australia next winter. They're looking for tall, quick bowlers to be able to bowl on that. So I think purely for the physical attributes, I've not quite stood next to him yet, but he looks like a big fella. It can be quite imposing, and that's clearly what they're going for.
I wonder whether he was picked just for the experience of being around the squad. I don't think they had really any intention of playing him.
Agreed.
I think it's a real, let's get him around, let's have a look at him in the nets, and let's try and progress him quickly, because I do think you learn so much when you're in the England squad, almost quicker than actually going to play. You're training with the best players. Your skills are put under pressure quickly, because in the nets you get found out if you're not any good quite quickly because of the standard of the netting. So I think that to me it's like, I don't think he was close to playing. I might be wrong, but they were like, let's get him in, let's get him involved, let's get up and running, because then in 2 years' time they're trying to fast track him.
And they sort of made a habit of that this year with Pennington as well, haven't they? He was in the squad for all of the 3 test matches against the West Indies, and you're looking at that thinking this is the ideal time to give him a go, but clearly him being in and around the team allowed them as captain, coach, bowling coach to have a closer look at him in the nets, and they clearly felt as though he wasn't ready. So maybe a similar sort of scenario, even with less first-class experience behind him with Hull.
And also, actually, when you're playing international cricket as a captain, you don't see these guys come up because you're not playing much county cricket. So the only time you actually get to see him is when they're called up in the squad. So actually, it is quite a good thing when you then go into a selection meeting when you've seen him for a couple of weeks, and you can make judgments in nets. You shouldn't do, but you can make judgments.
What about when you pick the brand newest ball? There's a bowler, so when I was trying to make my way in the team, I'd like, right, I need to bowl at Strauss in the nets here because I want to be playing. So I'd get a brand new ball, you bowl a yard over the front line, and he's hopping around at the end of the net thinking, cool, this lad can bowl, we'll get him in the test match. It worked for me, so maybe it'll work for Hull. Brand new ball off 20 yards.
Just to go against what Alistair was saying there, I mean, what if one of the bowlers had just pulled up yesterday in the nets? You know, there was some talk. I mean, Chris Wokes has got a slight niggle. There was talk at the end of that last game. You know, presumably they've called someone else up because they say no, it's not quite a like for like. Anyway, someone who has got very good figures is Sam Cook at Essex, who must be one of the most unlucky bowlers in the country. He takes his wickets in such a ridiculous rate. He takes them at 19 in his career.
Yeah, I think they've seen Sam Cook, haven't they? They know what Sam Cook's all about, isn't it? I mean, you know, back in the day, you know, you had to have 3 or 4 seasons of getting 40 or 50 wickets before they'd even have a little look at you, you know, and that's sort of gone now, isn't it? So when it was at Old Trafford, the glaring sort of thing that I took from that was that when Mark Wood got injured and the ball got a little bit old, it all became very, very easy. So, you know, if they'd have picked Sam Cook for Old Trafford, nothing, you know, what was he going to bring that Wokes couldn't bring? What was he going to bring that all these other sort of boys could bring? So I think that the reason why they've picked the big fella is to A, get him around, but also just to have that point of difference. And it's just fast track straight in the side nowadays. Don't have to play county cricket. The middleman's gone.
I think, you know, Sam Cook's an outstanding bowler.
Yes.
I think if you go and ask county batsmen who they'd least like to face, Josh Hull or Sam Cook, I'd say 99.9% of top.
Who would you not want to face in this Test match out of those?
Well, Sam Cook.
Yeah.
I think he's been very unlucky not to get a game.
Not at Brisbane though.
No, well, yeah, but the thing about Sam, he does on flat wickets. He's good as well. He's not just a nibbler in terms of like he doesn't just get wickets on nibble. I think I'm not sure you could though play a side of Wokes, Potts. Oh God, my brain's gone dead. Atkinson and Sam Cook. Like when we played Wokes, Stokes, Broad and Anderson on decent wickets, it became, even though they are different bowlers, it became a very similar attack after us. So you do need that point of difference. Sam Cook, I thought when Jimmy Anderson would play, he should have been next in, and I think that was a justifiable call. Just at the minute with the balance of who bowlers, basically I think he's competing with Potts of who plays, and they've gone for Potts over him. You know, I would say Sam Cook's a better bowler than Matthew Potts.
Okay, well, we shall see on that one. We are going to see Ollie Stone in this match. And I said we were going to just talk about someone who's not playing, which is a bit unusual because it's a bit unfair on Ollie Stone, who's got his chance, actually. At the age of 30, he's played 3 Test matches. He had lots of injury problems over the years. And, I mean, he has got some pace about him. But, you know, in a way, he's a long way down the list, isn't he? You think of all the bowlers that are unavailable for whatever reason or injured, Finney.
Yeah, and he's off the back of a domestic performance last week of 1 for 109 off 20. So
you're in.
You're going to go. Yeah, he certainly, again, has the attributes. I mean, you can't look at a performance in isolation like last week and say you shouldn't be playing a Test match. It's a meritocracy at the moment, this England team. And if you've been around the team and you are next in line, no matter what your domestic performances are, to a certain extent, I think you were then in. And he's someone, that has promised those 3 Test matches when he has played them. He's bowled with movement, he's bowled with pace, he's bowled with bounce, and he is one of those slight points of difference bowlers that you're talking about and that Cookie's talking about there that you would want as a captain.
He's got 11 wickets of 52 this year, which is mad, isn't it? Yeah. The thing about Ollie Stone, which is, I think, going to be quite interesting to see over the next couple of games. Hopefully, he will get a bit of a go in terms of injury-wise, because every time he's played one game, got injured in the second innings and hasn't played a game. He's not as quick as Mark Wood. So actually, so he will brush 90 for a bit, but then probably sit down at 88. 87. So what I think the England guys will want to see is actually how good is he moving the ball and how accurate it is, because 87, 88 isn't, it's quick clearly, but it's not Mark Wood point of difference quick. So I think that is where we're going to see Ollie Stone on the next, in the next 2 games if he stays fit for the 2 games, to see actually how good he actually is.
It's the same old thing. If the ball don't swing and if the ball don't move laterally, England's attack without a Mark Wood looks a little bit samey, doesn't it? And that's what they're thinking. They're thinking ahead, that they need the big tall fellas, they need difference of angles, left armers. It's all going to come down to India and Australia, isn't it? They're the 2 biggies which they've got to find their right balance.
Indeed. Now, Tuffers and Stephen, you played probably half your cricket on this ground. Around about 17 minutes ago, Sri Lanka won the toss on a very pleasant late summer's day at Lords. There's barely a cloud in the sky at the moment, although I'm told it will just fill in a little bit. Sri Lanka put England into bat.
Yeah, well, I would have had a bat. I mean, sorry. Nearly got myself in trouble there. That would have been a bad mistake. I would have had a bat. You always look up at Lords. But I just think this Sri Lankan side, they're fighters, aren't they? And I think Dan Lawrence, they think might get him out early. We know how to bowl at him. I think everyone knows how to bowl at Dan Lawrence. Looks to shovel it leg side and what have you. And I think also like an Ollie Pope, they might have seen something that they might just be. I mean, Fernando bowled beautifully up there, and I think he'll bowl very well on this sort of Lord's slope as well. I think he'll bowl well both ends, Ratnaika as well. You know, he might be a bit sort of medium pace, but I think he'll get it down the other end and cause England problems. I think that they can just feel that they might get a sniff of getting 2 or 3 quickly here just because of the makeup of that England side.
And
Duckett's not in great form.
Yeah, and their starts last week with the bat would have, if there was a 50-50 call, I mean, it's probably more a 70-30 call. I would say you'd be 70% bat, 30% bowl. But they're clearly thinking that we don't want to be completely on the back foot in the first half an hour of a Test match like they were last week, being 6 for 3. they think we can get on the front foot, elongated tail of England with no Ben Stokes, although all of those players can bat. Ollie Stone talking up his batting like a true number 10 in his interview just then.
He's got a 90 though this year, hasn't he?
He does, yeah, he's very capable with the bat. But if you're there on the morning of a test match, you'd be thinking elongated tail, maybe that's our opportunity to get ahead of the game. But it feels like a gamble because that doesn't look like a Lord's pitch that's got as much grass on it as we've been used to, because it's the late summer. It looks a bit browner than we've been used to over the last few years, and even though the clouds might come in slightly, it's not going to be enough to affect the conditions.
They fancy getting England down three down early.
Yeah. But
I can remember that test match in 1998 at the Oval. I think it was sunny that morning as well when Arjuna Ranatunga won the toss and put England into bat. Mind you, they did make over 400, but then Sri Lanka made 600, and they did have Murali in their attack as well.
Well, that helps.
I'm very mad about the pitch.
I don't know how to answer that myself.
I think you did tell us. It helps. Yeah, sometimes those nice, short, pithy answers say all you need to say. So Sri Lanka won the toss here at Lord's. I think they've surprised quite a few by putting England into bat. It is a sunny day. The crowd is building up. Ollie Pope seemed quite surprised that Sri Lanka had done that. I mean, you don't want to say, "Oh, I can't believe he's done that," and then get rolled out for 150, do you? That's one of the issues.
But then normally the Lord's wicket dries quickly, and their strength, Jata is a good left-arm spinner, and if there is, and it does turn here or has turned recently. I mean, I haven't seen the pitch, so I can't see how. You can feel sometimes the dampness in there, can't you? And they're thinking whether they've got that early morning dampness. It's going to move a little bit the first hour or so. It always does in England with the Duke's ball. But I am surprised. I honestly thought their best chance, even defending 200, they'd have got Joe Root out yesterday in that, when at 80 odd for 5 or 4 when Jamie Smith came in. It would have taken some chasing. Joe Root played a very, very good innings there. It showed all his class. Without him, England, I still think they'd just got over the line, but it would have been a hell of a chase.
But as a captain, how spooked are you by previous performances? How spooked when you're sat there talking with the coach would you be about being 6 for 3 and 1 for 2?
Yeah, definitely a consideration. But then,
especially at Lord's.
It's definitely a consideration. It's going down to the fact that the stats say you can't win a test match in the first hour, but you can lose it. And I think that's in your mind. You think, well, whatever happens today, we're still in this test match. But it just feels like you have to be brave, I think, at certain times in your captaincy and in society. It wasn't. I don't think it's a brave decision to bowl first today. Well, I could be. I'll hold my hands up if they roll England, but I think the bracing, I thought at Old Trafford, it was a brave bat, and it was the right decision. They were just 6 for 3. They didn't bat very well on that first little bit.
Zoltz, you got something for us. Good morning to you.
Good morning, Simon. Looking at recent tests at Lord's, there have been a number of matches in which the team batting first has been bowled out very quickly in the opening innings of the match. 8 of the last 12 tests here, the team batting first has been bowled out for 184 or fewer, including 4 of the last 5 tests played here. Globally, Lord's has been one of the toughest grounds.
My memory of those games, anything I would say, my memory of those games, also, is that they've been this overcast morning and there's been some rain around, whereas it's been lovely for the last few days in London. Yeah. Actually, for the last 3 or 4 weeks, largely speaking, it's been dry and warm.
Absolutely, and we see quite often that, kind of general ground stats don't always apply to each game, but maybe sometimes teams would look at that and think that it's not a great place to bat first. In the sort of 15 years before that, Lord's was one of the best places to bat first in England, but in recent years that's flipped.
Yeah. The 2 teams are out there and they are lining up for the national anthems. I do have to get out there quite early as well, because Sri Lanka's anthem goes on for a bit longer than most anthems. So what you don't want to do is miss the start at 11 o'clock. Everyone's been ready. We're all ready to go, really. So they are out there. The 2 teams are lining up in front of the pavilion at the far end of the ground. We can see the backs of the players and the numbers, and we can see the numbers of the England players in this match as well, because it is a nice warm morning. They were in their jumpers for just about the whole of that Old Trafford test match, with that wind whipping across the ground, and England finally coming through at 7:17 on the fourth day, which looked unlikely when Sri Lanka were 113 for 7 in their first innings. One thing they did show in that test match at Old Trafford, well, they showed a few things. They've got one or two really fine players, as they showed a great deal of resilience. Who's ringing the bell this morning? Mahela Jayawardene. It's Mahela Jayawardene at the far end of the ground, ringing the bell down by the visitors' dressing room, down beneath it. And we are now going to pause for the national anthems of Sri Lanka and England.
Sri Lanka's national anthem, the 12-inch version there, I think. Well, it's a wonderful sight. Everyone at Lord's on their feet. Sun beating down, singing the national anthem. And England's players will retire to the pavilion, leaving two behind, the two opening batsmen, because they have been put into bat. It's one of those you wonder what sort of reception Dhananjaya might have had up in the dressing room from his quick bowls. Good news, lads, I've won the toss. Oh, terrific. Pour a cup of tea and get your feet up. Yeah, and you get your boots on your bowling. I guess they must have talked it through, Cookie, but it's a bit of a surprise. I mean, maybe it might pay off. You never know.
Well, good morning. I mean, you were on the pitch, so you've seen it. Is it?
I saw it yesterday, and it's completely different.
Any moisture in it?
Well, I'm not allowed to touch it. Only people like Michael Vaughan are allowed to touch the pitch.
Okay.
And he said it was a bit damp or a bit slow. It was his thinking, and that maybe it will speed up. But it's an interesting choice, isn't it? But I suppose if you want to try and grab the initiative, England are one up in the series. They'll feel Sri Lanka that they came back strongly, although they lost in 4 days. You can remember that, but they came back quite strongly at Old Trafford. Maybe they're trying to roll a bit of positivity from that on and get stuck into England.
But as Alt said, that 8 out of the last 12 has been sides batting first has struggled in the first innings. However, the weather has been so good, hasn't it, here?
Yeah.
The last 3 weeks. This pitch should be almost as that Lords can produce, because the weather's been superb over the last month to be able to get it however they want to get it, I would say. But I hope it's got a bit more pace in than the Old Trafford pitch, because that was quite a slow wicket, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. So Sri Lanka are just forming up out there, getting themselves ready to go. And it's going to be Ben Duckett who faces the first ball. Getting himself ready. I'm behind Dan Lawrence today. I want Lawrence to get some runs. He's always got a smile on his face. He's a cheerful fella, and he's going to have all this talk about, well, he's not really batting in the right place and all of that. Well, I'd love him to go out there and get some runs today.
So would I. Obviously played a lot with Dan for Essex, and these actually, if the pitch is a good wicket, which we'll find out in the next 20 minutes, if you can get through this first hour.
Yeah.
I mean, look at this. There's not barely a cloud in the sky. At Lords, can be one of the best places to bat in the country, especially when it's on a day like today. And the outfit will definitely be quicker than Old Trafford's. Great value for runs.
Yeah.
Just him. Can he get through the nervous period he's going to be in now? Not used to opening the batting, and what an occasion to open the batting at Lords.
Yeah.
In front of, it's going to be a full house, isn't it? When
just about, I think it's the fourth day, and over that weekend that they're struggling. But the tickets are expensive. I mean, anyway, that's another topic for another day. Shorter boundary than usual for a Test match, down towards the Tavern. The pitch a little further to the left as we look at it. There's 2 slips and a gully. He's not gone overboard here with the attacking field, having put England into bat, but let's see what happens here. We've got Fernando from the pavilion end bowling to Duckett. The first ball is full, pushed away up towards mid-off, and typical Duckett really is off the mark first ball. It's pushing it away into a gap there down at the far end.
Well, another strange thing, having this field, like 5-4 offside field, with a catching mid-wicket against the slope. We're talking he's bowling pavilion end, the slope going across the left-hander. So nicks, you tend to get out as a left-hand nicking down the slope. That's historically. So obviously Dan Lawrence, I don't mind this field for Dan Lawrence, the ball going to nip him back in.
I fear for an LBW with Lawrence here. He does play across that pad.
He's going to have to play straight to start with.
Yeah. 2 slips a gully. There's that short mid-wicket, and it's Asita Fernando. So the quicker bowl. He bowled well actually up at Old Trafford. He bowled very wholeheartedly. Well, they've taken the mid-wicket out now, and he's coming to 3rd slip. So 3 slips. Gully is fine, and Fernando bustles in from that far end. He's there and he bowls, and Lawrence allows that to go by outside the off stump. And it's taken by the tumbling Madushka, who's keeping wicket. So they've had 3 wicket keepers in 2 games now, effectively, because Chandimal, of course, didn't keep wicket in the second innings up at Old Trafford.
Where's Chandimal fielding? Can't be in the slips, can he? He can't go, I won't keep. The source. Is he even mid-on?
Looking for him.
I can't see him.
Well, he's number 56, so that gives you a clue. But he's not in the slip call.
No, he's not. No, is he a mid-off?
Skipper's normally at mid-off. Fernando runs in past Paul Rifle. That's the one I'm worried about for Lawrence. It comes nipping back, hits him on the pad. A big appeal from Fernando. He's got to be careful. He's got to get himself in better positions than that. The ball's going to cut back. He is going to instinctively play across that front pad. He's all right there. That's a bit high, but that's the danger ball for Lawrence.
It was the away swinger, but it's just nipped back. He just needs to be hitting that back towards the stumps to start with. And actually, his bat angle there was coming across to hit that kind of mid-wicket, which was straightish mid-wicket. It just needs a bit more like, right, let's angle back up stump just to get him going.
Yep. That ball is going to instinctively nip back at him. Fernando again past the umpire bowls, and he's sitting on the pad there. The ball runs away out towards square leg. It's fielded by Jayasuriya. And there's no run. So 1 for no wicket. England put into bat on this lovely day. A good forecast. Maybe a thunderstorm or two on Sunday, I think, was what they were talking about. But that's a long way in. We haven't had a 5-day test this year, have we? So 3s and 4s. That explains also, I guess, why people aren't buying tickets for late in the game. 1 for no wicket. Fernando runs in, bowls. That's well played by Lawrence, is allowing that to go through outside the off stump.
He bowls a good length, doesn't he, Fernando? For English conditions as a seamer, often you can just get drawn into bowling just a little bit too short, but he does bowl that challenging length because how tall is he? He's not that tall, is he?
No, he's not. Would be 6 foot, would he?
No. I think that'd be very generous. 5 foot. I'm going 5'9", but does then bowl that full length, which for his first hour he's going to have to.
Yeah. 1 for no wicket. Lawrence twiddles his bat, settles over it. He'll have to get off the mark here somewhere. Just a little push into that offside, out to extra cover. There's a big gap there. Fernando comes in, bowls to him, and he's flicked that away again. Just across that pad, out towards square leg it goes. It's fielded by Jayasuriya as Fernando holds his head in his hands. He knows what he's after, and instinctively he does bowl that ball that comes back as well to the right-hander. So it'll be interesting to see how Lawrence gets on here. 1 for no wicket on a pitch. It looks like a zebra crossing from here. It's extraordinary how this sort of scarring of the winter mowing and rolling crossways still shows here now towards the end of August. It does it. You've got dark and light stripes of lawnmower width running across it.
Is it the cross rolling? Is that what it is?
Yeah, apparently. I was told today. It's very obvious when you. Well, it's obvious from here, isn't it?
Yeah. Can you see it down there, though?
Yes, absolutely. Definitely. Now, Ratnaka, who made his debut at Old Trafford, bowled nicely, actually. He's going to bowl from this nursery end. Some beating down. He's got Angelo Matthews going through some stretching there at mid-on, but I don't think we'll see him bowling. And those days are gone for Angelo. Ratnaka loosens up, rolls a ball or two to Kamara, who's fielding at mid-off, ready to go. Duck it on strike, 2 slips and a gully. Ratnaka, with long strides, runs in past our old friend Joel Wilson. Is there now, bowls on the off stump, pushed away out to cover. And there's no run. 1 for no wicket. He was on good form yesterday. He's always a good company, Joel.
Yeah.
he's a good chatter.
I thought he had a good game last week. In the third umpire.
He did, yes.
He picked up things that I wouldn't have picked up.
Well, the stumping one, we're still talking about that. 1 for no wicket. Lanka sets off just to the left of the advertiser's logo, which is a long, thin one here, and Duckett's on the back foot. It's Kamara at mid-off. And there's no run. People still arriving down there in the mound stand.
I've been doing a bit of research last. Not research, but like a bit of homework.
Right. This is unusual.
Yeah, it is. I never did it at school, so I don't know why I'll do it now.
Oh.
I was trying it like Ratnaka. Like you'd say he's like a traditional English seamer, wouldn't you? Wouldn't you? Like he comes in, like bounds in, tries to hit a good area. And, quite skinny is not the word, but he's slight, isn't he?
Yep. Rangy. Bowls now. Oh, Duckett a little bit opened up there. Gets a thickish edge. And it's fielded by Jayasuriya at backward point. So what was your...
Wait, I was trying to think who he reminded me of.
Oh.
He's not quick, is he? Like, he's not a quick bowler, but just bowls there or thereabouts. And I was thinking, well, he would be a kind of English team. I was like, then I found out who got my brain. I'm going to test you, see who you think it might be.
I think maybe something silly in a minute.
No, I don't think so. You know, bowls there or thereabouts. Gangly.
I think I know where you're going here. 1 for no wicket. Duckett on 1. And goes Ratnaka, bowls, and Duckett again clips that away. There's some into the leg side, though. And there's no run.
So then I got I did a bit of video analysis as well.
Yeah.
And so I've found the bowl. It took me a while, but I found it.
Yeah.
Do you want to have a look?
No, I think what you've found is probably on an extremely windy day, and the bowler in question has probably already bowled about 30 overs.
Well, I don't know. I don't think it's a one-day game. I saw it, but he's got quite a similar action to you, Agat.
Has he?
Well, that's what he reminded me of.
Well, he bowls with his right arm.
He's tall.
In he goes again, and bowls on the off stump.
Oh, bowled lovely.
Yeah, and yes, 80 miles an hour. Thank you, Cookie.
Do you want to see my video analysis of it? I know it's not great radio showing, but I've got a screenshot of you and him bowling together.
How have you done that?
Well, I don't know. So I've got a ball when he gets Ratnayaka gets clipped through leg side from Jamie Smith.
Yeah.
And then here it is. Here's you bowling. It's very similar.
Been carved for 4.
On the offside.
Yes, thank you, Alistair. Well,
look, I cleverly screenshot as well, so that you can see it. I think you Ratnayaka's quicker.
Go back to school. In goes Ratnayaka, bowls on the off stump, and that's pushed away out for a single out to point.
I've even slow mode it as well, so you can see it.
Can I just say,
slow mode,
I don't know what's been happening on your farm the last couple of days, but there are probably some quite hungry sheep out there or something. You've been doing absolutely nothing.
Well, I haven't been as busy as I'd like, but anyway. I thought you'd be pleased with my research.
You can get it out tomorrow, because we're talking about that game tomorrow, and it's the first chance actually, because I've always been a little bit reluctant to grill my old captain on why on earth he put them into bat on a day like this. Stuck them in. They're still batting.
They are.
The steward in the mound stand is still throwing the ball back. Ian Botham still bouncing them out.
What was that game? Did I find you getting carved to the offside?
I don't know. It was a very long time ago. It's different. Different cameras, different frame rates. As Fred said, you look so much quicker in black and white. This is driven out towards point. Duckett's first run. Didn't quite time it, but that really demonstrates how easy it's going to be to hit 4s down that way. It's down the slope. It's a beautiful, it's just a pristine outfield. It's like a Crown Bowls green. And he's not timed that at all, really, but he's got 4 for it.
Yeah, I'm not liking this field, or that you don't need that catching mid wicket, or you don't need a square leg for this slope. The slope there, that was a wide. That was where Ben Duckett loves it. It was 5th stump. Surprised he didn't time it. Now they push deep point outside. I'm quite sure.
Well, mid-wicket still crouching there optimistically as Fernando comes in bowls, and he's been driven up through mid-off this time. And the fielder there, where he never was really in the hunt for that. He hits the boundary up there, just directly below the England balcony on which Ben Stokes is sitting at the moment.
Yeah, glorious shot.
Yeah, that's a good shot.
That was. Don't mind the length, because if there's anything that's going to happen, it's that length. But that's just. It's going to be a good wicket, isn't it?
Looks it.
And I just think. Tough to see. Oh, he's going to get him out now. It's tough to see getting caught mid-wicket up the slope. But
no, I'd have him at 3rd slip.
Yes, so would I.
10 for no wicket. In comes Fernando, bowls, and there's an appeal for leg before wicket, but that clearly pitched outside the leg stump.
They obviously don't want to bolt any width to him, so they're trying to tuck him up.
Yeah.
But I just don't think you need. You have to catch him mid-wicket. I just don't think you need 3 there. You give yourself another protection, whether you have him at 3rd slip, which I would now, or have him catching cover if he gets in. But still bowl the same line, still bowl straight, because he's not going to really hurt you through leg side. He's not a punisher, is he? He's like an accumulator leg side.
Yeah, that
gets one.
The man is there to try and give the bowler the confidence to bowl
straight.
Yeah, or he feels really straight because of the slope.
Yeah.
But there's a massive gap there in the offside. Duckett doesn't really have some deal in singles, but really it's a tap and run situation there. 10 for no wicket. Fernando rushes in, bowls, that's badly mistimed, trying to force that through the covers. Almost dragged the ball into his stumps, in fact, off the bottom edge. Picked up by the slips. 10 for no wicket. Good morning, Andy Zoltzman.
Morning, Aggers.
Very pleasant stroll into the ground this morning. I caught up with Andy, shuffling in off the main road out the back there, all strapped up with his There's cases and there's laptops, I think, strapped to his back.
A bag full of pure truth.
Well, there you are. Certainly, it was brimming full of all sorts of equipment. And a large sun hat. 10 for no wicket. And the next one's pitched up and sliced away past Gully. Down towards third man. Long chase for the field. I don't think he got there. We'll see. He's certainly gone over the boundary. It's Jayasuriya. And he's damaged the boundary edging, but whether he was actually in contact with the boundary when he did that, we'll have to wait and see. Paul Rifles, the umpire at the far end. And we'll wait for an adjudication from Chris Gaffney, who's the third umpire.
I think he was in contact, wasn't he?
I missed the replay there, actually. I was just looking at my notes. Yeah, that's 4, isn't it?
I think so.
I think that's 4. So that's 3 boundaries in the over once Chris Gaffney's made up his mind. Just waiting for that vital moment where he's in contact with the ball. A torturous process, this. That's 4 runs, surely. It's in the shadow, that's the trouble. It's in the shadow of the sponge, which seems to be growing in height. It's not quite the size of one that we had somewhere overseas, because the sponsor's logo was enormous, and so literally it was almost like a wall all the way around. But we're still waiting here for this process. It's going to be 4 runs. Come on, Paul. There we go, 4 runs. So that's 3 boundaries and still a ball to go in this third over. It's not exactly what Sri Lanka would have had in mind when they put England in. 14 for no wicket. Duckett's on 14. Fernando comes in, bowls, turned away out towards that mid-wicket man, and that's the end of that over. A profitable one as far as England's concerned.
Yeah, 12 runs from the 3 boundaries. I mentioned the recent record of teams batting first at Lord's not having been great, but obviously different conditions today. But in England's Sri Lanka matches, very different story. Sri Lanka, this is their 9th test here. They've only lost twice in the previous 8, the last of which defeat was in 1991. The last 5 games between these two have been draws, and the first innings score, Sri Lanka 555 for 8 in 2002. England have batted first in the last 4 games here between these two sides, scoring 551 for 6 in 2006, 486 in 2011, 575 for 9 declared in 2014, and 416 in 2016. And
which was the one when Sri Lanka followed on and all England's bowlers were injured and they fielded for about 3 days.
2006.
Was it? Yeah, that was a game and a half.
We dropped.
Ratnaka bowls down the leg side and the keeper can't get there. Parries the ball around the corner. It's heading towards the boundary again. What it's off, we shall wait and see from Mr. Wilson. Oh, bye, he's off nothing. It's fired down the leg side.
Yeah, we dropped. I think we bowled them out on day 3. Went in and thought we'd bowl them out on day 4 and 5, and then we dropped something like 12 catches.
But I remember Matthew Hoggard on a hamstring, I think.
Well, Freddie bowled 50 overs, didn't he, in the second innings? And I know we dropped at least 12 chances. I dropped 3.
Oh dear. Yes.
Yeah, it was a
very long game.
Yeah.
After England made that 551 for 6 in that game, Sri Lanka all out 192, then 537 for 9 in 199 overs. 7 players making 50 or more.
Ratnaka on his way, bowls, and Lawrence gets one that just moves away a little and he ignores it. It's taken by the keeper. Was it Hoggard who didn't bowl?
No, Hoggard bowled 46 overs there.
I did think we had
51.
Who was injured there?
I just didn't think we can catch anything.
It was. Okay.
It was so long. It was a painful.
Yes.
Especially if you actually see who dropped catches. I dropped 2 at gully and 1 at third slip. And if we'd have taken a shot, we had to get 35 wickets on the flat.
But I mean, you had to make them follow on. They were about 300 behind.
Yeah, it was the right decision to make them follow on.
Naka bowls. Lawrence plays that nicely, shuffling into line and playing back for the bowler to field. 18 for no wicket. England put into bat, which surprised a lot of people. Sun's beating down. It's a beautiful warm day and forecast set fair for most of this match actually, and indeed into next week too, because of course the Oval Test match starts on Friday next week, isn't it? I think so.
Yeah.
It's a very quick turnaround. fact, the England players aren't even going home. I don't think they're just going to stay in the hotel here and just move their kit bags. There's Lawrence, and is he off the mark? He's clipped it firmly, and yes, he is. A little bit of a misfield there at mid-wicket. It was a nicely timed stroke, absolutely in his arc there. Half volley, leg stump. And he's hit it hard. And it's a half stop at mid-wicket.
Seems to line up Ratnayaka better.
But that was Chandimal there. We've spotted him. Yeah.
He seems to line him up better. Like, he actually left a couple of and then defended the one before. With we were talking about Fernando defending across it. He defended it straighter, let the ball come, and then that one can go to the leg side because it was leg stump it, and he timed it beautifully. It's amazing. It's certain bowlers you just line up better than others, just for whatever reason, whether it's just matchups or.
Apparently so. 19 for no wicket.
Did you ever line up anyone well?
No. There goes Ratnayaka past Joel Wilson, and he does play that shot sometimes. He just sort of squirts the ball out to backward point. The bat doesn't come through straight, and it just looks a bit edgy. It's picked up at backward point. He's stretching ahead of himself there a little bit.
Yeah, that's clever bowling for Ratnayaka. He's gone across him there, where he's been mainly trying to go into Ben Duckett. Yeah. He's just gone across him. It's not a massive James Anderson away swing. It's just held his line. I think Duckett played for the one to come in, and then he didn't. And when you kind of misread it, then you end up pushing out with your hands to kind of compensate, kind of get you out of trouble.
Ratnayaka, last ball of the over. Duckett forward. Plays that determinedly into the offside, and there is no run. So, put into bat after 20 minutes, 4 overs. England on 19 for no wicket. Lawrence has one of those. Duckett has 14 of them. More from Alistair Cook, and then Simon Mann is coming in here.
Well, it's the first 4 overs. There has hardly been any movement off this wicket. I think the Sri Lankan captain and the Sri Lankan team would hope to have seen a little bit more. I don't want to judge it too early, but I think it's a flat wicket, Simon.
Yeah, well, it feels like they gambled all their chips on the first hour and a half of the Test match, just listening to Dan Jaya Silva. But sport has a habit of confounding you, so we'll wait and see what happens. 19 for no wicket. Dan Lawrence is on 1, so he's just battling with himself a bit at the moment. Pair of 30s in that Old Trafford Test match. Someone moving, I think, in the pavilion, just holding up play for a moment. Paul Rifle holding up play. He is happy now, and here is Asita Fernando going into bowl to Lawrence, and Lawrence drives on the bounce, goes out to Dhananjaya Silva, Sri Lanka's captain, who goes away to his right and stops it, and there is no run.
I mean, Sri Lanka have won the toss and bowled. I don't often, in the 5th over, just see 2 slips, a gully, a ring field. I think the captain might like to go back 45 minutes and change his mind.
The best thing is to lose the toss, isn't it?
There's a number of tosses you do want just to lose, and then you can't take any responsibility for it.
19 for no wicket. Lawrence on 1. Fernando bowls. Lawrence drives. Gets a thickish inside edge on that. I don't think he was looking to hit it there. It goes towards deep back with square leg, and it's gone away for 4. The bowler standing in the middle of the pitch with his hands on his head. The ball scooted down the slope, the deep back with square leg boundary. And one thing I've noticed already, the total difference between the speed of this outfield and the outfield at Old Trafford, where Sri Lanka could hold England a bit, but here the ball is going quite close to fielders in the deep and going for 4. They can't stop them. So although they've got fielders back, it's not always working to their benefit. 23 for no wicket, a really sketchy boundary from Lawrence. Ball outside the off stump, thick inside edge. Sri Lanka now have got a deep forward square leg and a fine leg. And there's 2 slips in the gully, 4 saving 1. Fernando bowls. Lawrence plays that quietly up towards mid-on, and there's no run. I said quietly, there was a lot of shouting between the 2 batters. No, because it was one of those in-between ones. They might have gone. I think it's Angelo Matthews at mid-on as well, so he's at that stage of his career where batters hit the ball at him and go yes, and there's nothing they can do. I happened to Sachin Tendulkar towards the end of his career. I mean, he just could not stop a single.
And then if you field at fine leg, they just take 2 to you. Yeah. There isn't actually a hiding place.
You have to be a very good slipper. That's the best, isn't it? Then
it is. But when you get a bit older, then you start dropping a couple and you lose your confidence and you want to get out of there.
23 for no wicket. Lawrence on 5. Fernando bowls him. Lawrence is forward, pushing that away towards Dhananjaya Silva. Ball rolls along the ground and Dhananjaya bends down to pick up, and there's no run.
It's opportunities for Dan Lawrence. A serious opportunity. You put in or you're batting first here. Good Lord's wicket. Sun is out.
Although just as you said that, Alistair, it disappeared behind the clouds.
It's coming back.
And then
now.
the clouds moved away again. There's lots of blue sky. We did hear from the BBC Weather Centre just after 10:30 that it might fill in a little bit this morning. And then sun back later on today. Sita Fernandez, long straight bustling run, bowls to Lawrence. Lawrence is rather cautiously forward there, guiding it away towards backward point, and there is no run. Dhananjaya de Silva, after the Old Trafford Test match, he was having none of the, you fought hard, well done, you stayed in the game. None of that was he. He was really critical of his team's batting in the first innings and bowling in the first innings. He said our batting in the second innings and our bowling in the second innings was so much better, but we need to improve on the first things, batting and bowling. He didn't want the sort of mild plaudits that came his way for a team that was 6 for 3 and 113 for 7 and took England quite a long way into that game. Here's Fernando to Lawrence outside the off stump. Lawrence is forward, allowing it to go, lifting his gloves high, and it's through to Madushka, who has kept once for Sri Lanka before in Test match cricket, Andy Zoltzman was telling me, but he batted at number 7. That was in March 2023. At this game, he's keeping wicket and he's opening the batting, presumably, unless I don't know, England score 500 over the course of a couple of days and he's very tired, and they might make a change at the top then, but it's not easy to do that. Open the batting and keep wicket. 23 for no wicket.
He was on the scorecard and maybe coming in at 3.
Right, okay.
Unless they're gonna, change Kamindu Mendes, the guy who got a brilliant 100 and looked probably their most organised batsman. He's averaging 90 in Test cricket at 7. Whether they need to swap him around.
This is Ratnayaka. Long straight run, bowls on the pads of Duckett there, who turns it down the slope in the mid-wicket gap. He'll come back for 2, no more than a push, and the ball goes 7/8 of the way to the boundary. Duckett goes to 16, and it's 25 for no wicket. Patam Nissanka, he can open as well. Well, he has batted at 3, made that 61 not out at number 3, didn't he, for Sri Lanka against India when they were rolled over, but he kind of batted all the way through from number 3.
And he's opened a lot in white ball cricket. The first Test Sri Lanka played here in 1984, their wicketkeeper Amal Silva opened the batting and scored a second innings century after keeping wicket for almost 150 overs, and despite having to face the fearsome pace of England opening bowler Jonathan Agnew.
Pick the bones out of that in just a moment. Here's Ratnayaka bowling to Duckett. Duckett plays that way into the offside, and there's no run. So basically what we're saying is he kept wicket for a long time and scored 100, but he was facing Aggers. That's basically what you're saying. So
he's doing the most impossible job to do, but because Aggers was bowling, it was easy.
You say but, I say despite.
Lawrence 5, Duckett on 16. So a couple of changes for Sri Lanka with Nissanka. And Nissanka, as obviously mentioned, he's opened in England. I think he's 3 innings he's opened in one-day cricket in England. All were single-figure scores. Ratnayaka bowls, hits Duckett on the pads. He looks to turn that away. That felt like a bit of a miss there from Duckett. That was like a 4 ball on his pads. He missed out. He does get a leg by. 26 for no wicket.
I mentioned my homework to him about the Ratnayaka reminds me of Aggers bowling. Actually took it quite well.
Did he?
Quite frustrated.
Well, I suppose the one problem is Ratnayaka bowled quite well in the second innings, didn't he, at Old Trafford?
Yeah, I mean he's still gentle medium pacer, isn't he? That's what I was trying to get at. But he also saw it coming. Maybe I need to. Right. I think I need a bit more tactics in my homework.
Well, he obviously thinks Ratnayaka is a very good bowler. Here he is now, into bowl to Lawrence, and Lawrence is forward, playing that firmly down the ground. It's a nice looking shot. There's a bit of a Tower Bridge going down there at mid-on. It's going up towards the long-on boundary. It's got enough to go for 4. Yes, it has. Well, that wouldn't have gone for 4 at Old Trafford. That was Anzo. No, it's Lahira Kumara, the other pace bowler, who dived over the top of that at mid-on. Not a great piece of fielding. And for a nice-looking push down the ground, Lawrence got a bonus 4 there. It was a semi-defensive shot, really, but he did time it nicely. He shouldn't really be getting 4 for that, but he did.
It'll be actually a beautiful shot because that's Dan Lawrence when he's playing well, not playing across his front pad, playing nice and straight. Wanted to show full face at that, timed it well. Yeah, he dived over it thinking, well, if I dive I won't have to chase it, but he actually got the worst case. He then had to get up and chase it because Angela Matthews was next to him and he's even slower.
30 for no wicket, forward goes Lawrence, that delivery, that goes up to Matthews, who's fielding at mid-off, so Matthews mid-off, Kumara mid-on. It's not the most fleet of foot in the field, those two. Now, as well as commentary from Lords today, you can listen to 9 matches in the County Championship via the BBC Sport website and app, or on smart speaker, so you just say to your smart speaker what you want it to do. And Archie Vaughan is playing for Somerset today, and Rocky Flintoff for Lancashire. Normally when Victor's here, he's got one eye on this and one eye on the Somerset stream. I imagine Michael Vaughan might be doing that today. Here is Ratnayaka bowling. Lawrence plays that firmly straight to Kumara at mid-on this time, and there is no run.
It reminded me of the score. Actually, Essex are playing. Worcester are 10 for 4.
10 for 4?
10 for 4 in the first 24 minutes.
Has Sam Cook got any of those?
Oh, I haven't looked yet. Let me have a look.
As we were talking about Sam Cook, who's got this excellent record in first-class cricket, he hasn't been able to force his way into the England international side.
It's actually with a Kookaburra ball as well. So I didn't realise this round was played with a Kookaburra ball, but as you got on here, he's got 1. So Porter's got 3, Sam Cook's got 1.
And England got 30 after 6 overs. 30 for no wicket, they were putting to bat. I can see Ben Stokes is here today on the England balcony. So he was batting in the lead up to this game, but he was also batting at Old Trafford. We saw him go to the nets a couple of times at Old Trafford. And I understand he was walking to the ground as well. That's what I read.
Yeah, they've done walk. They quite enjoy their morning strolls this side.
But that's quite a long way from the centre. Where were they staying in?
The Larry, I assume, were they in Manchester?
So it's a reasonable stroll, isn't it, out to Old Trafford?
Hasn't got anything else to do, does he? Just sit and watch the rest of the day.
And Sita Fernando bowls to Duckett, and Duckett clips that away into the onside through mid-wickets, going up the hill. And that has not gone for 4. And it's actually Kumara into the attack now for Sri Lanka. That was his first ball of this test match. So Sita Fernando taken out the attack, and Kumara is into it. And one of the feelings about Kumara is he's got some pace, but he does spray it around a bit. That was a leg stump ball for Duckett. So Duckett goes to 19, and the score to 33 for no wicket. Sri Lanka, so a change for Sri Lanka after only 3 overs. Sita Fernando is off, and Kumara is on. A right arm pace bowler, so 3 of them in this Sri Lanka lineup. He bowls now to Lawrence as forward, not really timing a push into the offside. And Nissanka steps forward from the gully to pick up and then rubs the ball furiously on his trousers. 33 for no wicket. Lawrence 9, Duckett 19. Alistair Cook has gone, and Russell Arnold alongside me. Well, Sri Lanka putting England into bat, and so far it's been plain sailing for them, and not much has happened in terms of past the outside edge and shouts for LBW, that sort of thing. Kumara to Lawrence, and there we go. As soon as we say that, Lawrence pushes forward, goes past the edge, now on its way through to Dushka, the wicketkeeper.
Good morning, Simon. Good morning, everyone. Yes, finally one goes past the bat, and with a bit of energy. And that's the reason Lahiru Kumara was picked, because up in Old Trafford, Sri Lanka didn't seem to have that extra pace to make something happen, maybe even bowl a bounce or something different. So it was no surprise as they're turning to Kumara. He's got a big role to play. They haven't got the results they would have liked with that new ball. It's not done anything at all, in fact.
Kumara to Lawrence. Lawrence covers up, pushes it up towards mid-off, and there is no run. I must say I was surprised that Sri Lanka put England into bat.
I was surprised too.
Yeah.
Because you got to look at how you can win a test match. What Sri Lanka could have learned from Old Trafford was hang in there, take the game deep, and maybe the pressure tells. And where Sri Lanka can create pressure is when the spinners come into it. So you need that pitch to wear down, the turn to come in. Hence, in good conditions under the blue sky,
Kumara to Locke, comes tiptoeing down the pitch. He caught behind, he is. He was a long way down there, and he's nicked it through to Madushka. He punches the bat as he walks off, really frustrated with himself. Well, he was down the pitch to Kumara.
That was a nothing shot. Dan Lawrence will be very, very disappointed with that, because it's just pitched on a length, maybe a foot and a half outside off stump. The previous delivery went past the edge, it just flew. And hence, Dan Lawrence reacting to that, coming down the wicket, going towards the ball. But since Lahiru Kumara pitched it wider and took it away, he ended up feeling for it. He's gone for 9. Sri Lanka get that breakthrough. Out of the blues, actually. 33 for 1 now, England.
Yeah, I mean, you could say lots of wickets are down to batter error, but that one, more than most, really. It's an unusual way of playing it, wasn't it? Coming to meet the bowler. And we do see it occasionally. We saw at Old Trafford where the pitch was a bit slow. We saw some of the batters there coming down to meet the bowler. Now, Ollie Pope is in at number 3, England captain for this Lord's Test match. He didn't have a great game with the bat at Old Trafford. He was talking afterwards about this compartmentalising, being captain and being a batter. Sometimes he kind of felt he mixed the two up. And that's one of the issues, isn't it? As captain, you're thinking about the team more than your own game sometimes. So it takes a while just to get used to that as a skipper.
And they'll always tell you, everyone will tell you, you don't captain while batting. You just bat.
Yeah, in theory, I suppose, isn't it? But I suppose your mind, I don't know whether your mind's ticking over about the state of the game, and I don't know.
Well,
it does seem odd, though, isn't it? Actually, when you're batting, like, that is the only thing you really have to concentrate on. I suppose if you've got a declaration imminent, there's a bit of captaincy involved in that.
But then on the other hand, making decisions all the time, having to think about the game all the time, can be slightly draining and put you in a different mental zone.
Yes, it's that, isn't it? Probably more than anything. The tiring nature of it. Here's his first ball. Oh, and that one bounces and flies through. And Pope pushes at it, and it's on its way through to Madushka. Well, completely different over there. Lahiru Kumara, the extra pace, bit of bounce there to end the over, and Sri Lanka have got what they were looking for, and they very nearly got second. It really did climb through on its way to Madushka. He took that nose height.
What a difference that over was, because Lahiru Kumara, he bowls the ball into the pitch. He's strong. When you look at his build, it's very different to a lot of other Sri Lankan bowlers. He's stocky. Others are more or less dangly. Andy wants to interrupt me?
No, I was just wanted to come in after you, not interrupt you, with just a little more on Kumara. So finish what you said.
Yeah, so that seems to be getting something out of the wicket, whereas Asita Fernando is more a pitch-up bowler. He needs to change that length.
Ratnayaka bowls to Duckett. He holds the bat there to a ball outside the off stump. He doesn't go hard at it, guides it away towards backward point, and there is no run.
Lahiru Kumara coming back from injury. If he can stay fit and keep playing continuously, he's always going to be an asset to Sri Lanka, because not many Sri Lankan bowlers can give you this oomph. Yes, Andy.
Well, so it's his first test in this country, his 29th overall for Sri Lanka, Lahiru Kumara. That was his 86th wicket.
Ratnayaka turns the nursery end of the ground and bowls to Duckett. It's wide of off stump. He goes after it. Oh, it's missed by the keeper as well as the batter. It's gone for 4, and it's 4 byes. Second lot of 4 byes in this game. It was wide of off stump. Duckett inevitably went after it, and it scuttled through low. And Madushka, who's only kept in 1 test match, dived away to his left and did not get there. That was a really scruffy piece of cricket, really, all round. Not a great delivery, not a great shot, not a great piece of wicket-keeping.
Well, to be fair to Madushka, it kept getting away from him, and he gets to the boundary between first and second slip. So that's how wide it got to him. And the fact that it was dying on him too made it harder.
37 for 1, Ratnayaka. Bowls to Duckett, and Duckett chops that away into the offside. Small gap there to the left of backward point. So he goes through for a single and takes him to 20 and England to 38 for 1, having been put into bat.
Just more on Kumara. Most of his tests have been overseas. This is 22nd outside Sri Lanka of the 29 that he's played, and he's averaged 32 in those games. Looking at his speed, you mentioned he's much the quickest of the Sri Lankan bowlers. Looking at all bowlers this decade in Test cricket, 84 pace bowlers have bowled 50 or more overs in the ball tracking data, and Kumara's speeds make him on average the 10th quickest of those, almost exactly the same average speed as Pat Cummins.
For now it's Ratnayaka bowling to Pope outside the off stump, going down the hill a fraction there. Pope allowing it to go through, taken by Madushka.
Simon, any guesses why he's been playing most of his test matches overseas?
Because it's very hot in Sri Lanka and the pitches are very flat.
And they probably play with just the one seamer.
Yeah,
and he's been injury prone, as I've told you now, on most occasions. I remember in Australia, when the workload has increased, you're all of a sudden required to do or carry the burden. Whereas in Sri Lanka, even if you play, you bowl 2-3 overs, then you come back later, 2-3 overs. But here, harder surfaces.
Ratnayaka bowls to Pope, who flicks it away off his hip down towards fine leg. So he is off the mark.
It takes its toll on you, and those injuries tend to creep in, and he succumbed to many mid-test. So that's kind of been his story. But he's been around for a while, and that's again why I said if he can stay fit, he will be an asset because of that pace. Alison, good morning.
No, I thought that was the end of the over because they're just changing round for the left-hand, right-hand combination. There's one ball. Stand easy, Alison. Alison Mitchell coming in at the end of the over. Everyone was moving there, and I just assumed that was the end of the over, but of course left-hand, right-hand combination. And here's Duckett now facing Ratnayaka, and Duckett dabs it away towards gully, and there is no run. And that is the end of the over now, 39 for 1. Duckett has 20, Pope has 1. The sun has disappeared now behind some quite high cloud, but it is filling in a bit as was promised. Alison, all yours.
Thank you, Simon. Went early for a moment. Good morning to you, Russell. Hello, Zoltz.
Good morning, Alison. How are you?
I am very well, thank you. And there is no better sight than a packed house at Lord's. A sunny day, although saying that, the sun's just dipped behind some cloud at the moment. With some white cotton wool up in the sky. But yeah, there's always a real tingling atmosphere when you walk into Lord's on day one of a test match. Here is the new over then. It's Kumara from the pavilion end. Forward he comes outside the off stump, and Pope took that stride forward, allowed it to pass through to the keeper, who is Madushka today, which is an interesting move, isn't it, for a keeper in the test match who also opens the batting, which you don't see too much of. I mean, it's an arduous task, isn't it, to keep all day and then to turn round, or keep maybe 2 days, who knows, and turn round and come out to open.
Now, the reason for that is, of course, the other keeper, or the option is Chandimal. Injured in that first test while batting in the second innings, came out, battled hard and got good runs.
Kumara in, right arm over to Pope, who's cut in half. It just come back down the slope through to the keeper. Pope not able to get bat on it. Adjusted his movement at the last second.
Very similar to his dismissal in the first innings. This one bounced over the stumps. Pope actually reacted late when he saw that ball come down the slope. So Lairu Kumara, he's not really moving the ball off the seam. He's going wide of the crease, angling it down the slope, and now and again it's holding its line. That's where there's a bit of doubt for the right-hander. You're going back to Madushka, since Chandimal needs to be protected. He's in great form.
Kumara in again, outside the off stump, driven into the ground and into the hands of extra cover. He parried it away, blocked it, but then Dhananjaya moving over to pick up. No run.
Madushka is the man who can take those gloves. Made his test debut in New Zealand as a wicket keeper. But then as he opened the batting, you'd like to give them that rest so that they come and bat as fresh as they can be. Sri Lanka opting to leave out Kusal Mendis, and rightly so. They've always struggled to do that. He's not been consistent as he should be at number 3 and been playing across all formats.
Kumara in past the umpire, full ball. Pope edges behind. Now they're appealing. it felt as if there was a noise.
That certainly did hit the ground.
That's what it must have been, because that appeal was instant, but it's just as quickly died away. Although saying that, the bowler's still got his hands on his hips, and Dhananjaya moving forward towards his slip cord, as if to say, what was it you heard? But that DRS timer is ticking away.
The bowler, of course, going past that edge, creating opportunities. He's good to watch, Lairu Kumara. This time very, very full. I think he's missed it.
Yep, that on the ground was the sound.
Feet going nowhere from the crease, just having a poke, and ends up missing that one.
Certainly with Kumara bowling, you just feel things could happen. He's obviously got that first wicket of Dan Lawrence under his belt. This his second over of the spell. Forward he comes full again, and this time solid defence from Pope, getting well forward up to mid-off and no run.
So it's a good decision Sri Lanka have made in giving Kusal Mendis a break. Sometimes you need to get them out of the firing line so that you work on your game mentally as well as technically. Pathum Nissanka, 100 on debut against the West Indies. He's not played in a while in Test cricket, but being the cornerstone of the T20 or the ODI batting form at 200 in an ODI earlier in the year. Very solid, and he looked like one of Sri Lanka's better players.
Mara into Pope, forward again, defence into the offside, and there is no run. The end of the over. So Kumara takes his cap, and he's got one wicket for just 3 runs for of his first 2 overs. England 39 for 1. Duckett on 20, Pope on 1 after Lawrence was caught behind for 9.
So I like the fact that Pathum Nissanka will come in at 3. Looking forward to seeing him bat.
I'd like to get something from Zoltz, really. I'm sure you've already looked it up, Zoltz, in terms of opening bats and wicket keepers. Obviously, Alex Stewart for England did it. I think only 7 times where he opened the batting as well as kept. But the famous...
Listen, why are you asking, Zoltz? Wait for Aggers.
It was Aggers' match, wasn't it? We're going back to 1984 and Sri Lanka playing on this ground.
Yep. He can't get that test match out of his mind. He can't get over the fact that David Gower put Sri Lanka into bat. And Amal Silva, wicketkeeper, got 100 along with Siddharth Wittamuni.
Opening the batting.
So ask Aggers why are results with that.
I'm never on air with Aggers, you see, Russell. Here is Asitha Fernando. So a change of bowling from the nursery end. Forward glided just wide of a diving gully. Up towards the Warner stand. That ball's racing towards the boundary. Duckett's back for the second. The chase on there, and a good sliding stop just inside the rope from Chandimal. And they come back as England move on to 42 for 1.
Yeah, Dhananjaya Diswal needs to look to attack. He's got to go to his best bowlers. Milan Ratnayake is decent at best. He'll play that holding role. Asitha Fernando might get the ball to jag back in down the hill. But I really like the way Ben Duckett played that. Front foot not in line, waited and tapped it very late. From a batting point of view, that's so good, but worrying from a fielding point of view that the batter is able to do that so easily.
Yep, a reminder, Sri Lanka winning the toss, opting to field rather. Change of ends, and this is pulled away, but it's the top edge, it's into the air. Now has he got it? It's Dhananjaya Silva getting underneath it. Skyer, and he holds on. He holds on. He had to run back behind the umpire at square, and it is the end of Ben Duckett. And he's looking up at the screen, somewhat disappointingly. Sorry, Ollie Pope walking off. And, well, that is a pretty tame end to Pope's innings. He was out to the reverse sweep in the second innings at Old Trafford. And this one, he's got into a cramped position trying to hoik it away into the leg side. And the top edge, it hung in the air before Dhananjaya managed to get himself underneath it and in position to take that catch.
Changes the end for Asitha Fernando, and he gets another. You're right, he was in no position to play that shot. He played it from his stance itself. Hence, no freedom with the arms, top edge, but you got to say that's a brilliant catch. Under blue skies, Allison, not easy to judge. He called it straight away. He had Madhushka running that way too. He called him out, probably a good 15 meters to his right and towards fine leg, and holds on to it very nicely. 2 down, Sri Lanka on a roll, and we're within the first hour. If they pick up 4 wickets before lunch, they'll say good decision to put England in. The thought process England don't bat too deep. There's Chris Wokes at 7. Jamie Smith at 6. We've already got Joe Root coming in, and hence another 1 or 2 here. They will look back and give us all a wave and say, decision justified.
And it didn't feel like a good decision, did it, in the first 15-20 minutes of play? Although Dan Lawrence never looked comfortable in the middle, but it wasn't as if ball was beating bat. You'd expect some movement with that new ball.
Look, it's been easy going from where we are looking at it. The 2 wickets have come out from nowhere. Dan Lawrence walking across his stumps, poked at one very wide of the off stump and nicked through. And here, Ollie Pope suddenly sees a length and tries to react without getting himself into a position where he can free his arms. That's why you said he looked cramped. Sri Lanka have got 2 now.
Joe Root facing up to his first ball, and that's a neat turn away up the slope, beautifully timed by Root, and a boundary up to the grandstand. His very first ball, and there's that low guttural call of Root in appreciation for the former England captain, Joe Root, who got England home with his unbeaten 62 at Old Trafford, following on from a very strong series against the West Indies, the century he got at Trent Bridge and 87 at Edgbaston. So he's in great touch with the ball, and he was comfortably able to clip that away off the legs.
Yeah, picked the angle nicely. Friendly delivery from Asita Fernando. Maybe looking for some shape towards the slips, which just didn't happen. Joe Root is the wicket the Sri Lankans need, but the last time they played against each other in Sri Lanka,
2 slips in the gully, forward. That ball just seemed to stop on him a touch into the pitch, defended, prodded, no run.
made heaps of runs, 200s and 180s, and even up in Old Trafford, he was the difference in that game. In that second innings, if Root had been dismissed, there could have been a problem. His defense, absorbing pressure, is what helped England get to that 205 with ease. If England had lost that wicket, Sri Lanka would have been in a much better position to put more pressure and maybe sneak through. This is the wicket they need. They need to uproot him.
Fernando in. Root drops this out to the offside. Cavan moves into field and picks up. So Dan Lawrence was out for 9, 33 for 1 at that point. Ollie Pope out for 1 from 10 deliveries, 42 for 2. England now 46 for 2. Duckett's on 23 off 24 balls. And Root getting off the mark with the boundary. And Ollie Pope, it's only his second match standing in as captain for Ben Stokes, but 2 single-figure scores at Old Trafford. And now the 1 here. A reminder that if you want to watch those 2 wickets that have gone down, you can see those via the BBC Sport website and app. Today's highlights show on BBC 2. Defence from Root moving forward slightly out of his crease, angled into the offside. A dot ball to end the over. The highlights is on BBC iPlayer and BBC 2 from 7 p.m. tonight, so you can keep across everything via the BBC Sport website and app. 46 for 2 then. England put into bat by Sri Lanka. England, remember, have Ollie Stone in for Mark Wood, and Sri Lanka, the changes being Patu Nissanka in at number 3. It's Kishore Mendis who misses out. That means Madushka keeps wicket in this match, and then they've brought in Lahiro Kumara, bring that extra pace in for Vishwa Fernando, who was a little wayward at Old Trafford, and that was what really felt it made the difference. As soon as Kumar first came on to bowl from that pavilion end, the extra pace, it felt like we were watching a slightly different game as to when Ratnayaka was operating from the nursery end and Fernando from that pavilion end. And it's Kumara, sturdily built fast bowler, right armour, moving in now and forward. And comes a left-handed Duckett up towards mid-off, that fuller length from Kumara.
The deep point in place. Ben Duckett's been greeted with that fielder almost throughout the innings. The second over when he leant in and drove one through the covers and down the ground, that fielder was in play. There is a square leg, probably a good 15-20 metres in from the boundary line, and even the fine leg probably 5 metres in. So Lahiro Kumara will be looking to bowl that bouncer, try and surprise him with his pace. He should back himself, and hopefully
Kumara moves in. There is the bouncer. Duckett takes it on, pulls it well in front of square. Up the slope it goes, but it's slowing down, and a chase here for mid-on as Duckett comes back for the second, and England 48 for 2. Duckett on to 25.
Yeah, that was a good short one. That was at a good height, but Unfortunately for Lahiri Kumar, it was going across him, and hence Duckett was able to get it towards mid-wicket. But no power behind it, hitting him high on the bat. So this is what you can expect when a team has someone who can bowl in the 140s. It just gives you something different, doesn't it? And batsmen never at ease, because you'll find one fly through and gets you thinking.
Kamara bustling in full, whipped away along the ground, behind square, finds the fielder, Duckett through for one. Yeah, replacing the left arm angle, aren't they, with the extra pace of Kamara. That is always an asset for a team, isn't it, to have a left arm who can create a different angle, but you need to have the accuracy to go with it.
Sri Lanka would have liked to have Vishwa Fernando. If you look at the test matches that have been played of late, he's been the man. He gets the ball to swing, gets it to reverse swing. He came out here and played a few county matches leading into the test series for Yorkshire. But he was disappointing up in
Manchester,
in
to speak.
Manchester.
I know you tried to sort of wipe the cold from your from your memory.
and coming here, you did need to bring Lahiri Kumar in. You needed a bit of oomph for that attack. With Milan Ratnayaka, the benefit is he can play that holding role. And with him in the team, you got a batter at 8, someone who can give you some runs. Otherwise, that tail, over the last few years, Andy will confirm Sri Lanka have a very poor tail who have contributed nothing. So that's where the Milan Ratnayaka gets that vote over Vishwa Fernando.
Yep, 72 at Old Trafford for Ratnayaka. Kamara in. Root getting up on his toes, angles it into the ground defensively. And second slip moves forward to pick up, and there is no run. That's Patun Nasanka there.
Yes, since the start of this decade, Sri Lanka's 9, 10 and 11 collectively averaging 9.5, which is the third worst of all test teams. Afghanistan have only played 5 tests, and Bangladesh are the only teams who've had a less productive 9, 10, 11, and that's even with Ratnayaka's 72 in the last game.
High score by number 9 on test debut, wasn't it? Here's Root standing tall at one boundary which is named so far, and he's forward and he's playing the on drive to a full delivery. It's running away at pace towards the pavilion, and the chase is given up, and it's another boundary for Root. So 2 falls for him so far, 8 not out, but just easing that one down the ground.
Able to hit through the line. Joe Root looking very, very good, and in defence, playing it so late. It just gives the bowler a message. There's no way through here. It does deflate you the way he defends. His game is built on defence, and then the bowlers look for something different, and he just leans into it. That's why he scores so many runs in most conditions.
Yep.
Australia to conquer, though.
It's brought England's 50 up inside this first hour, and this one tucked off the hip behind square to fine leg, and takes his first single in his innings. He's on to 9 from the 7 balls he's faced. At the end of over number 11 as we're approaching midday and the end of the first hour. England are 54 for 2, having lost Lawrence for 9, Pope for 1. So next in, of course, Harry Brook and Jamie Smith, Wokes, Atkinson, Potts, Ollie Stone and Shoaib Bashir. That's the England lineup. And just remember that I mentioned that historic 1984 England-Sri Lanka match, and we're going to actually be looking at lunch tomorrow. David Gowan, Chris Broad are both going to be here, who played alongside Aggers, alongside Siddharth Wetamuni. It's the 40th anniversary, of course, of that game. Should have done that with my maths, 1984 to 2024. Zoltz, you're poised.
Oh, just looking at Ollie Pope's numbers this summer. We come to it in a little while.
Here's Arthur Fernando is about to run in. The sun has just popped behind cloud here. 2 slips and a gully. Forward down the track comes Root, meets it with a square drive out towards deep points. So it's moving out of his crease to Fernando. Takes an effective single, 55 for 2.
He started this summer well, 57 against West Indies here, then 121 and 51 at Trent Bridge, but since then innings of 10 off 20 balls against West Indies at Edgbaston, 6 off 8 and 6 off 17 against Sri Lanka at Old Trafford, and now 1 off 10 today. So 3 consecutive single-figure scores. Also had a run of 3-0 during the series in India. She began with that fantastic 196 in Hyderabad. In all, 17 innings so far this year.
Up and down You might say for Pope. It's Duckett here on strike on 26. Pulls it away behind square, rather off his hip. Not sure he connected as cleanly as he wanted, but it's down to fine leg for 1.
At 17 innings this year, 11 times he's been out within his first 25 balls. Something we looked at in the last test. The rate at which he is out early in his innings being one of the worst for any England top order player over their test history of those who played a significant number of innings at the top of the order. So it's been a recurring issue in his batting. We've seen that particularly over the last 4 innings.
You can't say that this captaincy is disturbing his equilibrium, because actually the up and down nature has been evidenced prior. Backing away now his route. Something's distracted him, and so Fernando's had to pull out of his run. Well, he sort of carried on his follow through, you might say. What's the
I think it was Dhananjay De Silva at mid-wicket calling out some instructions, but as the Fernando had started his run, hence Root pulled out straight away. An apology from De Silva to Root.
And probably to his fast bowler as well, because that's really annoying, isn't it, when you're quick?
It sure is, and in tough conditions. But Sri Lanka will be happy that they've picked up 2 wickets. If they'd like, maybe control that run rate a little bit more. England just under 5 and over. That
behind square for 1 here from Root.
That would allow De Silva to probably maintain more attacking fields, more catches, and build a little bit of pressure. Batters to come, there's Harry Brook and Jamie Smith, then it's Vokes. So definite opportunity if you can sneak in 1 or 2 here.
Yeah, it's a very different looking England side at the moment, isn't it? And it seems such a long time ago, yet it was only the start of this season at this ground when James Anderson was in the England side. And now there's no Stokes here today.
Well, they're all in
no
the dressing
Wood.
room though.
Yeah, no, the bags of experience up there, isn't there? Here is Fernando into Duckett. It sits up, he looks to pull it into the ground, and so mid-on able to move across to his left, and it will slide, leaving a big divot in that pristine Lord's turf as well. He's replaced it. Very good as well.
He has, and that ball continues to follow Angelo Matthews. The ball also ends up teasing him to the boundary. I think he did about 100 kilometers running behind the ball up in Manchester. Not the quickest nowadays, hence it looks and laboured effort there. Well, and Duckett again hit high on the bat.
Yeah, he hasn't quite been finding the middle always, has he? Duckett took a single there. He's on to 28. Root facing up. Fernando in outside the off stump, and sufficiently outside the off stump for Root to decide to leave that one alone. I wonder if Angelo Matthews plays golf, because he replaced that divot like a true golfing pro. Took great care. Trod it back into the turf afterwards.
He's not a tragic Angelo Matthews, but of late a lot of work being done in terms of maintaining his fitness. Keep going. The older you get, the more care you need to put in. Last ball before drinks, Alison. Another wicket would be nice, don't
Well, it would for Sri Lanka, that's for sure. And it would certainly. They want a couple more wickets before lunch to really justify that decision to bowl. England want to put a partnership together here. Oh, his shouldering of arms are just turning and swivelling. Root allowing that to go down the leg side through to the keeper. So that's the end of the over. Duckett on 28, Root on 11. After Lawrence and Pope both out for single-figure scores, drinks will be brought out onto the outfield here at Lord's, with the sun dipping behind cloud again, but a pleasant day. And England have reached 58 for 2 now, but they are scoring still at a decent rate, just over 4.8 and over. So Russell Arnold, a few more thoughts from you, and Aggers is coming in to join you.
Yeah, it's just not looked as though there's anything happening out there in terms of movement. Lairu Kumara with his extra pace has got the ball to bounce and go through, which has been good to see, something different. But Sri Lanka have got 2 wickets. 2 false shots from nowhere. Just keep them breathing and keep them believing that maybe another 1 or 2 might open up this game in England's innings.
Well, that's true. A couple of poor shots, a brilliant catch. I think Dhananjay's catch, it won't look like it when you see it on the telly or on the highlights or something, but actually it was a brilliant catch, that. Sort of over his shoulder and very high, the wicketkeeper in his vision as well, and often you leave it for the keeper, but all of those judgments were spot on with that catch by Dhananjay, and a disappointment for Pope. So 58 for 2, Root 11, Duckett on 28, and as the players having a drink and the ground staff remarking the pitch lines, the creases and so on. Michael Vaughan's alongside me. A very colourful little handkerchief there in your top pocket.
Yeah, thank you.
Nice.
Afternoon, everyone. Yeah, it's that kind of day, isn't it? You want to kind of match the weather, nice and bright.
Yeah, it's lovely. It feels like a good day for batting.
Well, it is.
The ball's done nothing.
No, it's not. The odd ball, obviously, with the slope, and there's been a ball from the pavilion and nipped back down the slope. One or two have just swung to Joe Root from Fernando from the nursery stand down. But yeah, the 2 wickets that have fallen have been 2 mistakes. Ollie Pope's shot was there. I don't envisage, when I think about Ollie Pope, I don't think, he's a great puller of the ball. You know, he's a cutter, offsided kind of dasher. I don't recollect him playing length ball pull shots.
It's just that frenetic start again, wasn't it?
Just how he's not worked on that and become a little bit calmer. I mean, even the first ball,
he's a better player than that.
The first ball that he faced from Kamara from the pavilion, and it bounced, and he went at it.
Yeah.
He's always wanting to get bat on ball. I get that, but over time, and if you look at his record, he gets out so often inside the first 20 odd balls by being frantic.
Yeah. No, I'm afraid it happened again today, but it was a terrific catch, that, wasn't it? I mean, I'm actually watching on the screen beside you now. I mean, he's had to line that up against a perfect blue sky, which is always difficult. Really good catch there by Sri Lanka's captain, who'll feel, semi-justified, I guess, at the moment. 2 wickets down on a pretty decent pitch with an hour of play gone.
Well, if they can get Joe Root, and he's the key, because he loves batting here, he loves pretty much batting everywhere, but you've got a little bit of a window of opportunity with Joe, haven't you?
Yeah.
Only around 30 balls, and maybe his first 20 odd runs, and you always feel once he gets to around 25-30 he's got used to everything and he'll just play. And so far, what has he faced? He's not faced too many balls. He's got himself to 11 with a little flick off the hip first ball for 4, an on drive down the ground for 4,
a
couple of cover drives. They put a cover point on the boundary, and he looks in full control, as does Ben Duckett. Actually, I think he's played beautifully. 28 from 29.
Now Kamara from the pavilion end is going to come round the wicket to Duckett. Let's try and cramp him up a little bit. Still 2 slips and a gully, sun behind some cloud at the moment, which is just gathering a little in the west. But otherwise, blue sky. That pale blue. Old Father Time's interested in the cricket. He's watching at the moment up there between the mound and the tavern stands, crouching over the stumps. 58 for 2. Duckett on 28. Good dip of the knees, and Kamara on his way, bowls round the wicket with a big grunt. Bowls a really good ball there from round the wicket. That's just gone down the slope a little bit too and defeated Duckett's push. Haven't seen the ball beat the bat too often today, but that looked like a really good delivery. It was, looking at the replay.
Yeah, the extra bounce, 140 kilometres an hour. It's a good sign for England seamers as well, that there is a little bit there. It's just the slope, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's what it is, just using the slope from the pavilion end. I like the wicket, round the wicket approach to Duckett. Just changing the angle.
He comes again, round the wicket, bowls, Duckett forward, plays down to a bit off. Have you been watching Andrew Flintoff's Field of Dreams?
I watched the first episode. I've just not been able to catch up. I like when there's a series, I like to kind of do them all in one.
You binge it?
Yeah, I like a binge.
Well, you can't do that. Well, you can, but not yet, because they're sort of dripping the episodes in. But I watched the third one. I'm keeping up to it. I watched the third one yesterday, and you weren't with us in the World Cup in India, were you? But me and Steve Finn.
I must have made a great impression, because I was.
Oh, you were there towards the end, weren't you? You came later. You weren't in Kolkata, were you? No. In comes Kamara, round the wicket, bowls, and Duckett plays a defensive shot. Well, I sought the advice of Deep Das Gupta on where to go in Kolkata to have suits made up. And he gave me the names. This is the chap to go and see, and this is the shop where you go and get your cloth. So I'm there watching Freddie's programme last night on iPlayer, and all the lads from Preston, they're invited to the Deputy High Commissioners for a posh evening. They've got no clothes, so they're going off to have suits made up in Kolkata, which is not an expensive business, I hasten to add. 58 for 2. And here comes Kamara, bowls outside the off stump. It's chopped away down to third man by Duckett. Fielder should stop this one. Down he goes. And that'll be thrown back in against Jayasuriya. A couple of runs taken. And anyway, blow me. It's the shop. You can tell all the layout, and I recognised the fellow who sort of measured up the cloth. Simon Mann was there as well on our little venture, and I thought, wow. And I just typing out a message on our group, and who pops up? The Master Tailor, as he described himself.
What was he? What was
the Master.
Name?
The Master was there, and he said, "God made man, I make gentlemen." That's his announcement. Here's Kamara, and it's driven hard for 4. Good shot from Duckett. Pitched up, bit of width, bang through the covers it went. Nice shot down to the longest part of the ground. So the Master's there. Oh, you got a picture? There we are. That's me in the shop, which you'll see on the fellow there measuring it up. He features in the programme, but the Master has got a starring role in this. And the Master, we had to go to his shop. Simon went in. They got photographs of Simon. He made these suits for Simon had a suit. I had a suit. Finney had some trousers, I think, and a suit. And the Master, is slightly humiliating fashion for the Master Tailor of Kolkata, had to come up to deliver them on a 3-wheeler. That's the back view of the Master. But he's there, he's interviewed, he's all over it, he's everywhere. Here's Kamara, moves in, bowls, duck it forward, picks a single there, the ball trickles away into the leg side. So I am today I've got the Master's trousers. So I had a suit and a pair of trousers. What do you think?
Yeah, not bad.
15 quid.
15, what, for the trousers or the full suit?
No, I think the suit might have been 25.
It's not bad.
Not bad material.
And the lads from Preston,
they had all sorts.
Did they go navy or did they go?
They went absolutely all sorts.
Did they? They went a bit extravagant.
There was shaking of heads in the Master's shop. But there he was, the Master. I mean, he very proudly described himself as the Master. But the only problem with the Master's suit, and I've had to apologise a few times, I've got up to speak at lunches and things, is that my flies keep dropping. Slowly the zip goes down. So halfway through the speech, I have to just sort of redress myself.
Yeah, that's a concern.
It is.
How long did it take? What's his time frame?
I think he did about 3 days, didn't he, Simon?
3 days.
3 days.
Not that long, Simon says. Maybe a couple.
Yeah, it wasn't very long.
And going in for measuring up, and 2 days later, there you go.
We had two measurings.
Oh, you get
one in his shop, and then he came out to our hotel in a 3-wheeler. That was hilarious.
I'm going to have to visit this tailor.
No, he's brilliant. Well, you'll see him. Watch the Field of Dreams. He's there. God made man, I make gentlemen. Great stuff. Rathnaka bowls on middle stump.
Hey, you're back on, Aggers.
Down to mid-on.
There you come.
Yeah, I've heard about this.
Yeah.
Very disappointed.
I've seen the analysts of the split screens of the actions, and I have to say it's very, very similar.
No, it's not. You look how much earlier on Alistair Cook's split screen he lets go of the ball compared to me.
Well, I just look at the run-up. I look at the build.
Well, obviously tall and athletic and slim. That's fine. I mean, I was in my youth.
Yeah, Rathnaka's a few miles an hour quicker, but the run-up and the action, it's just identical. I'm sure he's modelled himself on you, Jonathan. I mean,
he never got Viv out in a test match. Here's Rathnaka bowling outside the off stump. Good ball from Duckett. Moves up the slope. You
could only have dreamed of that kind of delivery.
Well, he's a very fine bowler.
I'm going to speak to him in the morning just to say, did you have you been on YouTube through the last 10 years looking at bowlers from the 80s in county cricket at Leicester, a few England test matches, and he's found you, Aggers. He probably didn't have a clue you were. I like that action.
You're seriously suggesting he's modelled himself on the man who took 0 for 90 in an Ashes test match and 2 for about 190 here?
I think he has. I think it's just everything around the build and the run-up and the rhythm. It's just very similar length run-up as well.
Yeah, he's very impressive. 65 for 2, round the wicket he goes and bowls. Duckett hits that quite firmly back at him. And athletically, Rathnaka moves to his left and fields. What have you looking up now?
Aggers, he probably modelled himself on someone who specialised in dismissing extremely high calibre test batters. Gordon Greenwich, Viv Richards, Arjuna Ranatunga, Aravinda De Silva.
Yeah, I wasn't going to mention that.
Against those players collectively, 4 for 51 from 82 balls.
Is that you?
I did some research for you, Aggers. I think you'll like this one.
You got Aravinda out, did you?
Yeah.
Did you? How?
His first test match caught behind. Here's Rathnaka bowling, and the cry of catch it there. He's sliced it through the offside. and they'll come back for 2. Oh, it's a fumble, but they're not going to capitalise on that.
Was he trying to launch you over the top, or?
Do you know what? Somebody brought this up last week. Oh, look at that! He got Aravind. Was it naughty? He didn't get very many, did he? Aravind. Anyway, look at that! Caught Downton. What? Just nip away a bit. I'll give you 2 options.
Down the leg side.
Are you honest or are you dishonest?
Yeah.
What do you go for?
Down the leg side, little slick, isn't it? Off the glove.
It was down the leg side.
Yeah. You got a bit of bounce down the leg side because he used to always get over to the offside.
Yeah, I'm afraid he gloved one down the leg side.
He played one of the great one-day innings here for Kent.
He did.
I think it might have been a NatWest.
The final.
Yeah. What an innings.
Latharka bowls, duck it forward, plays out to cover. But you see, just shows in years gone by, you simply look at the paper, caught down to bowl Agnew. You assume it's that little outswinger, nick, gone.
Yeah, nice little bit of bounce on and around.
But I'm honest, you see. I was honest. I owned up.
Rathnaiker, he bats a bit better than you, though, doesn't he?
Oh, probably.
Well, he does. He got a nice half century last week.
He did play well. Yes, look, all this ribbing is happening tomorrow, so we'll just hold off. There'll be plenty of opportunity, but I'm very pleased. So just repeat that intriguing stat there, Andy. I'll just put it into context a minute. 67 for 2. And goes Rathnaiker, has played back by Duckett to end the over. 67 for 2.
Yeah,
so wicket to wicket.
Collectively against Viv, Gordon Greenidge, Aravinda De Silva and Arjuna Ranatunga. 4 for 51, average 12.7. I looked at all the bowlers in those players' careers who collectively bowled 60 or more balls at those specific 4 batters, and no one has a better average against that specific collection of 4 players: Richards, Greenidge, Aravinda and Ranatunga. So, I mean, that's something to... I mean, it's the 0 for 300 against everyone else that I guess was a bit of the problem. But.
I mean, that is remarkable.
Wow. Do you know is that true?
Yeah, it's on my computer, therefore it's true.
I can't believe it.
I'm going to tell Alistair. Well, thank you, Andy. That's really very kind of you. That makes you feel a lot better.
Andy, can I ask who's on that list of bowlers, please?
Both of them.
Just to make sure that we're... and how many's on the list, please?
He's come up with bowls. That's on the off stump, pushed away by Root out into the offside.
Yeah, 140 bowlers bowled 60 or more balls against the collection.
140 bowlers. Where's Cookie? Where is it?
No wonder he's
140 bowlers.
No wonder he's modelled himself on you.
Average of 12.
What kind of? Can you give us some names on that list? Just
IT both of them for a start. Well, the Australians will be on there. Imagine.
Both of them averaged 48 against those 4 players.
That's terrible, isn't it? What's Barnigan? 12, is it?
Yeah, 12. Bob Willis, 47.
Bob Willis. Oh, that's a good ball. Beating Root outside the off stump. Trying to work the ball down to third man.
Shane Warne, 40.
Can we concentrate on the...
Oh, what a morning this is turning out to be. I've got the Masters trousers on, and on top of that list.
So, when Alistair was doing all his research last week and doing all this kind of cutting with Henry about the clip, I thought, oh, he's going to get him, and now he's actually opened up a can of worms.
Has. Andy, I always knew you were on my side. It's Kamari and bowling, and the peel flag before wicket. He likes it. Umpire Rifle doesn't. He's saying not out. But it was a very energetic, very confident appeal there from the bowler, and behind too. Well, it is Joe Root after all.
Yeah, I bet they review this, but I think it's going down.
Going down, isn't it? Yeah. It felt leg side. They are going to review it. It's not easy getting an LB from up there unless your back foot pitches outside
with a player review
the off stump.
LBW.
Let's listen in.
The original decision is not out. To field deliveries go to front time when available. Just roll that back. Looks like it's missed the bat.
Oh, I'll tell you what, it looks like it has missed the bat.
Yeah, we'll get old trick just to confirm.
Is it going to be umpire's call? I reckon it's going to be clipping
Running
some part of the stump.
Late line through the pad. Ball track when available, please. No problem.
Just trying to see if Joe Root's batting outside his crease. The replay I couldn't quite see, but it looks close, this.
Ball. pitching outside off, impact in line, wickets, umpires call.
Yeah,
We back
leg sideish.
So with your
But perhaps a bit tighter than perhaps people
you're on
thought.
screen.
Oh, that's and you know those umpires calls. Sometimes it's just clipping, you know, like just almost like hovering on the stumps, isn't it? That one was hitting leg stump.
Did you ever face Wacko Yunus?
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
What do you think of him as a bowler?
Yeah, he was quick. Yeah, nice. Well, he with Wasim Akram was kind of the kings of the reverse swing with the old ball.
Well down the list. Goffey? Daniel Vittori?
Oh, you got some there.
Kamara bowls outside the off stump, Root on the back foot, chopping it away down to the gully.
What happened for the rest of your career?
Well, I went round the park.
Just going back to that LBW to Joe Root, they're the little things that when you've won the toss and decided to bowl, they're the little things that need to go your way, particularly against Joe Root.
See, I've not got a problem with an umpire giving that not out.
No,
because that is leg side. And you don't want umpires firing those out, really.
Yeah, but for Sri Lanka, you can see the response. They keep their review, but they're just the little things that need to go your way.
Kamara hustles in, bowls again, and Root managed to play that securely to mid-on.
He's bowled great.
He's bowled well. He's got a lot of energy.
He has from that first over.
Yeah.
He got that first wicket of Dan Lawrence, and he bowled some good deliveries to the England captain when he first went out there, and he's really challenging Joe Root because he's just got that extra bit of pace. So when it does come down the slope, it's doing it that little bit quicker.
.67 for 2. Kamara from the pavilion end. Pass umpire rifle. Here he comes now and bowls short and has pulled away down towards long leg. Little chase for Jayasuriya down here. Picks up left-handed and throws that into the keeper. So the end of the over. 68 for 2. Interesting game. Duckett 37. Root has 12. Big up to Andy Zaltzman and Michael, and then Simon Mann's coming in here.
Yeah, it's been a good morning's Test cricket. Sri Lanka surprised us when they decided to bowl first. It's glorious here. It's hot, blue skies. There's a few clouds arriving, but it just feels like a perfect day for batting. And Dhananjaya De Silva decided to bowl first, and if they get one more now before lunch, you would feel if they can get two more before lunch, it will be a decision that's justified. But it wouldn't have been the way I would have gone, Simon, this morning, I have to say.
No. I mean, the way they got the wickets as well. Here's Ratnayaka bowling. Forward goes Root, stepping out of his crease, playing defensively away into the offside. And they're quite unusual dismissals. They weren't bowl first wickets, were they, really? One was caught at square leg on the pull, top edge, and the other one was an unusual shot from Dan Lawrence coming down the pitch.
Yeah, he's just trying to get to that. He wants to get into his arc of hitting it on the onside, and if a bowler bowls 3 or 4 balls outside off stump, he's done it on a few occasions. He kind of gets outside the line, and he wants to get it in his left eye to work it on the onside.
Ends up reaching for it, nicking it through. Ratnayaka bowls to Root, goes back and strokes it into the offside towards point. No run there. Loud shout from Duckett. Root wanted a single. Definitely wasn't one there. Well, they might got one, but I mean, extremely risky. They've taken that one on. Ratnayaka bowling at, that's about Aggers' pace, wasn't it? 78.5 miles an hour, that delivery.
Yeah,
I think he was just going off to see whether he was above Tuffers on the list as well.
I think he's gone chasing Alistair Cook just to give him a few stats.
Why did you do that? Why did you do that, Zoltz? I don't know.
Just to show that you can prove anything with statistics.
Well, exactly. Yeah.
Work them hard enough.
Root on 12. Ratnayaka bowls on the pads. He tries to force it away, misses it. Goes down the leg side, taken by wicketkeeper Madushka. Chandimal is playing, but Madushka is keeping wicket in this match. And Chandimal had taken that blow to his thumb in the last game.
Just on Ollie Pope, I'm sure, I mean, England will have psychologists and many kind of expertise personnel to help any player in any kind of situation. I'm amazed they've not sorted out that that kind of frantic start that he always has, just to calm him down.
Ratnayaka tries again and bowls to Root, and Root comes forward and guides that away towards point, and there's no run. It's interesting. It's funny the things that are said and it might get into your head. When Aggers said goodbye to him at the toss this morning, he said, get some runs. I don't know whether Ollie Pope was thinking, right, is it come to that?
Well, there's things, I mean, he's captain in one game and he got 6 and 6, and I've read all week about, he needs runs as a captain. I'm like, wait a minute, he's one game in. But that's what happens when you become the captain. If you're a batter, and I had it straight away, is if you don't score runs, it's always because of the captaincy.
Yeah.
And it can be that. There's so many more things to think about.
And Naika bowls to Root. Root plays defensively towards mid-on, and there's no run. He did come out and say about batting and captaincy at Old Trafford, didn't he? I asked him about it, and I think Jonathan did as well.
I didn't cope well. I didn't cope well to start with. I was a bit too, I was probably too busy doing other things and trying to sort other areas of the team out. And before you know it, you're out there opening or batting at 3, and just made a few too many errors, and probably didn't focus as much on Tuesday and Wednesday in the training kind of days on just your batting. And that's the only advice I would give, Cam. When you're training, just be the player. Your captaincy starts really on the Thursday morning.
Root goes back and tucks that away through mid-wicket for at least 2 runs going up the hill towards the grandstand, and they are looking to come back for a third. Dhananjaya De Silva has got it in hand and throwing it to Madushka, and that was good scampering by Duckett and Root. Root goes to 15, and England move to 71 for 2.
Yeah, and I mean, I think particularly now when you go back in the 80s and 90s, the captains pretty much did everything, didn't they? They used to help out with practice and who was netting when, and whereas that's all done for you now. You've just got to focus on your game. Then Thursday, you have conversations with players, of course, on the days leading into the test match, but it's so important that you focus on your game, get your game right, and then the captaincy naturally will happen once the game starts.
I suppose if you haven't captained a lot, you aren't aware of what it's going to feel like when you're in the captaincy arena first up. So,
but most England captains are in that position. I'd not captained Yorkshire. Alistair Cook had not captained Essex. Joe Root had not done much we all captained like under 19s or under 15s, but it's a bit different. It's a bit different. But that's the best advice. I've just make sure you get your game right. And ultimately, when you're the captain, you're supposed to be this calm individual that can kind of soak up the pressure. And what I saw today with Ollie, he didn't create that.
Kumara bowls, Root defends back to the bowler, bends down and knocks it away, and very, very helpfully Ben Duckett bends down to lob it to the bowler.
Yeah, he didn't create that calmness with the way that he played, and that happens when he's not the captain as well. That's just the way that Ollie Pope's been playing for quite a while, that in the first 20 odd deliveries, 20, 30 deliveries, I watch and go, oh, something could happen here. He doesn't send the message that he's ultimately under a huge amount of control when he first goes out there to bat, and that's got to be eradicated quite quickly.
Root waits and turns that away off a thickish inside edge down towards fine leg. Kumara is in his 6th over, so you'd think this is probably going to be the last over of his spell. We might see some spin. There might be Sita Fernando back. Sri Lanka in that situation at the moment where you feel they'd love an extra seam bowler to 4 at the England top order, and that's the benefit of England's configuration of their attack.
I think it's worth throwing the ball to Jaya Surya, though. He's a really controlled left-arm spinner, and he's got the slope to work with, and you know that particularly Duckett will play a few shots.
72 for 2, Root to 16 with that one. Kumara bowls, Duckett guides it away skillfully towards deep backward point. Sri Lanka have the man out. Jaya Surya hurls it in on the bounce to Madushka. One more to Duckett, who is 38 not out. And England move to 73 for 2. Brook and Smith to come, the top order for England, then into that lower order of bowlers, some of whom can bat better than others, but there are some potential runs in that England lower order among the bowlers.
Yeah, I think Kumara, with that extra little bit of pace, will challenge the lower order a little bit more so than Vishwa Fernanda that played last week.
Kumara bowls very full, turned away by Root. Missed out on 4 there, stopped by the dive by Dhananjaya De Silva at forward square leg by the umpire, and there's no run. If you look at that Sri Lanka attack, at Old Trafford. And basically, it was a four-man attack, wasn't it? And they were kind of one bowler down. Vischer wasn't a great threat during the game, certainly not in the second innings. They just lacked that ability to hunt as a pack at Old Trafford. There was that weaker link, I would say.
Yeah, the three right-armers today have done well, haven't they? They've bowled a nice channel, nice length.
Root on 16, Kumara goes into bowl to him, short of a length. Root up on his toes, defending, dropping the ball onto the pitch. It's got a strange look to it, the Lord's pitch. It's almost like it's almost like a zebra crossing. It does have those lines across it, so slightly darker and then lighter and then darker and lighter all the way down the surface. You've been down there this morning.
It was quite soft. You know, I think from here it doesn't seem zebra-like when you're out there.
Right.
It's just kind of from where we're sitting up in the commentary box, but it's very soft.
Kumara bowls to Root. Root is beaten. Ball outside the off stump. One of those Lord's balls that perhaps just holds its line. You play a fraction for the ball coming down the slope. And it's through to Madushka. It's the end of the over, so that might be the end of Kumara. 6 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 21. So 6 overs in a row. It's quite a lot for a pace bowler. 73 for 2. Duckett on 38.
Yeah, your first spell at the Test match, and you've obviously not played the week before. I'd say that 6 is quite a lot. Got to make sure that you can come back in a couple of hours' time, or certainly in the afternoon session, and then again later on if they're still out there in the field. So it's I would think we'll be seeing a change from the pavilion end.
It's on Ollie Pope's struggles early in innings. Got some numbers that illustrate the points Michael was making.
Right, Naka round the wicket from the nursery end, bowls the left-handed Duckett, who is forward, playing it back to the bowler, and there is no run.
Today was his 84th Test innings and the 32nd time he's been out within his first 20 balls. That's 38% of his Test innings he's been out within the first 20 balls. Looking at all England top 7 players who've batted 25 or more times in the top 7, 112 players on that list. Only 3 have a higher failure rate in terms of percentage of innings in which they've been out inside their first 20 balls, and none of them were specialist top order players. Godfrey Evans kept for England with distinction in the 15 years after the Second World War, 43%, mostly batting at 7.
Here's Ratnayaka bowling to Duckett, plays it way into the onside towards mid-on, and there is no run.
And then Craig White, who had 35 innings in the top 7, was out 14 times, that's 40%. And then George Ulyett, 31 innings out 12 times. He played in the first ever Test match, scored a fantastic century in one of his games, all-rounder. So really, of sort of specialist top order players, Pope has the worst failure rate of any sort of regular England player in Test history.
How is he getting on compared to other number 3s? 73 for 2, Duckett on 38. Is he having success at 3? Despite some of those early dismissals. There's a ball on the pads of Duckett. He turns it down towards fine leg. They think about 2. And just as well they didn't. That was an excellent throw right over the bails. He was minded to come back for the second there, Duckett, and decided against it. It proved to be a very good decision. He's on 39 and it's 74 for 2. Here's an email about Ollie Pope's batting from Paul Adams. He says, I have followed most of England's Test over many times. When Pope is batting, there is never a sense of permanence. Even when he does survive the first 25 balls of his innings and goes on to make a score, he looks to be in potential jeopardy. As an England fan, one cannot relax when Ollie Pope is in. So what next? Is he good enough to bat number 3? Here is Ratnayaka bowling to Root, plays a lovely shot into the offside, down the slope, finds the gap, it's heading down towards the boundary. Ooh, flat batted away, some relay fielding down there, and Root is restricted to 2 runs. He moves to 18 now, and England to 76 for 2. Anyway, he says probably not. There must be someone better than him. Oh, Paul Adams has written him off.
But overall, he does have a decent average at 3, 41.5 from 40 innings, 5 centuries, 7 other 50s. But like I mentioned, a number of failures and that inconsistent form.
So the average is at 41 at number 3.
Yeah.
Not bad.
Not bad, is it?
Afternoon, everyone. Afternoon.
Hello, Thomas. Here's Ratnaka bowling outside the off stump. Root leans forward, offers the pad. It goes through to Madushka.
I kind of get where Paul's coming from, though. You know, he hasn't got that just sort of like, you know, top of off. If the bowler bowls one top of off stump, you know, just to sort of like press forward and stop it and block it. He's a bit twitchy.
Yeah, Adam, our producer, has just put up a social media comment from Ben Jones, who works for CricViz. That caught my eye this morning as well. I saw this earlier. Ratnaka bowls, Root plays defensively towards backward point and there's no run. He says all England number threes with more runs at a better average than Ollie Pope in the last 60 years. So I'll say that again. Here's a list of all the England number threes with more runs at a better average than Ollie Pope in the last 60 years. Colon, Gower and Trott. Two.
Couple of decent players.
Only 2 number threes to play 10 tests since Pope started the role and averaged more.
It's such a
Barnes, Labuschagne and Williamson.
Yeah, it's such a pivotal position though, isn't it? Especially with sort of like the likes of Duckett and Crawley who are going to go out and they're going to look to really get on the front foot. If you do lose that quick wicket, you kind of want that feeling of, okay, well, not to worry, you know, we've gone to really sort of try and get the momentum and it hasn't quite worked out. Let's just be calm and just sort of chill out a little bit and see how we go from there. But it's if I was a bowling side and you get one quickly, you'd fancy getting 2, wouldn't you?
Yeah,
a little bit. And it's going to be interesting. We've got to change the bowling here. I don't know whether Michael was saying said this beforehand, but you know, we got India and Australia to come. Well, India especially before Aussie. You know, there will be someone who's, I reckon, not in that top 6 or 7. So one of them's going to go.
You reckon?
Yeah. And you just think of that England sort of like top 6 or 7 is pretty rock solid, don't you? But I just get the feeling
a plan will be wrecked somewhere on the way, you mean?
Bumrah Shami.
Yeah.
You know, these guys.
Right, Jai Surya, who's going to bowl. So the left armour from the pavilion end.
Why? Why? Oh, well.
And left arm round to Duckett, and Duckett drags the drive up towards mid-on. They go for a single. He's quite deep, the mid-on fielder.
I suppose you might have a think of it with the lefty down there, perhaps. The left armour just perhaps running it across flat pitch, might be trying to get his outside edge.
You always bowl from the end. John Embry bowled from the far end.
I bowled the other end. I don't mind the offie bowling, and I think we'll see Bashir bowling from the nursery end. But with the left armour, you've just got a slope to
work with.
Yes. Yeah. Why nullify?
Did you ever bowl from pavilion end?
About half a dozen overs.
Half a dozen overs in your whole career here?
Yeah. I think I got 3 for actually against Essex.
Well, there you are then.
Well, there you go. Should have perhaps done it a bit more. What am I talking about? But no, always felt more comfortable. Just I think really just in the mind's eye actually. You know, just feeling at the
just felt right to bowl from the nursery end.
Just
slope helping you take the ball down the slope.
Absolutely. And then if one skids on it, thumps into the pad.
Yeah. 77 for 2. Root on 18. Jai Surya bowls. Root plays a guided sweep shot. It's going down 5 for 4. It's nicely played. Not looking to hit it too hard. Helping it on its way.
Paddle.
Tapping the ball.
Yes, a paddle.
81 for 2.
Very popular now, this paddle, isn't it? Have you played it, Simon?
I haven't. I noticed that my local park, they've built a paddle.
Yeah.
What do you call them? Court, I suppose.
Yes, paddle court. Yes, all at it. Everyone's at it. I haven't had it.
Yeah, the local council built one.
Oh, well, nice.
I might have a go sometime.
Yeah, why not?
Get my aging, creaking bones around.
I don't think you need to be quite as fit as tennis.
Right, okay. Thank you. Nice Surya bowls. Nudges it away towards deep back with a square leg.
Listen, you're a very fit man, Simon. I was talking about myself, actually. Yeah, it's not quite so energetic, I think.
Can you play doubles as well?
Absolutely.
Right.
Yeah, all sorts.
Root to 23 with that single, tucked off his pads. 82 for 2. Lawrence out for 9 and Pope for 1 today. Jai Surya walks in and bowls. Reverse sweep from Duckett's top edge. Is he going to be caught? He is. He's caught on the boundary. Jai Surya gets a wicket in his first over. Ben Duckett going for the reverse sweep. There's a man back, and England are 82 for 3, and Sri Lanka celebrate. They get together as a team by the pitch, and they walk down towards the catcher down on the boundary, who is Kumara, and Duckett has gone for 40.
Oh, well, he'll be absolutely kicking himself. Has done all the hard work to get himself to 40, got over the new ball, looking to knock it around lovely, and then he's absolutely smashed it, top edge, reverse sweep to the one fella, just behind square on the offside, on the boundary. I mean, he'll be churning Ben Duckett. Really has thrown that away. All he got to do really is look to just trying to sort of like time it in front of square, or with the man down there, just knock it for one. But he's got too much of it, and it's gone straight down his throat. He'll be spewing.
Well, Sri Lanka put England into bat.
They'll be happy now.
82 for 3. But you look at the 3 wickets, they haven't been put into bat wickets, have they?
No.
You think of put the opposition into bat, you know, nick off, whatever, caught slip, but hasn't been that really. Okay, there was one edge through, but that was a strange one from Lawrence coming down the pitch and then just reaching for it. There was a caught square leg off the top edge, Pope, and that one caught on the reverse sweep on the boundary. There we go. 82 for 3 is the score as Harry Brook makes his way out into the middle, and I think it's time for Isha Guha to take over the commentary and take us up to lunch. After a bit more from you, Thomas.
Yeah, the only thing I can say about England wickets, they've been soft. Listen, take nothing away from Sri Lanka. It was a bold move for them to win the toss and have a bowl first, and they've bowled nicely. But I mean, there's a couple of absolute gimmies. You know, the bloke was right on the boundary for that top edge reverse sweep. Isha, how are you?
I'm very well, thank you, Tuffers.
Nice to see you.
Nice to see you too here at Lord's. 82 for 3 then, England, after being sent in by Sri Lanka, which there were a lot of surprises about at the toss. Dhananjaya De Silva deciding in what was incredibly sunny, bright, hot conditions that he wanted to have a bowl, but I think going into lunch they'll be pretty pleased with themselves.
Absolutely.
Harry Brook on strike then, drives rear bowls. Brook turns it to mid-on, no run.
Well, they'll be thinking to themselves, have a little bit of luck, because they've had a bit of fortune with some of the rash shots that the England batters have played. If they get one more, they've had an absolute cracking morning.
Final ball of the over, there's a slip in play. Brook taps his bat down, crouches, whips it to wideish mid-on, gets off the mark, it's tight one, Brook comes in, but he gets there. I think he would have been okay even if the ball had hit the stumps, but that is the end of the over. 19 overs have been bowled. 83 for 3 then, England.
Yeah, he just times it so well all the time. He's one of the guys that just comes in and looks to hit the middle of the bat, you know, from the off, Harry Brook, and if anything got a little bit too much of that and then just set off. Just looking at the replay there of Ben Duckett's dismissal, it just gets the top edge and it flies all the way to the boundary. He was about 2 yards in from the boundary and it's just gone straight down his throat. I mean, you know, that's the way I play, will be said in the dressing room, but he did all the hard work there and he was setting himself up for a biggie. But the Sri Lankan side just keep fighting and keep chipping away.
Ratnayaka will continue from the nursery end. 2 slips in the gully in position for Harry Brook, who is averaging 48 this summer coming into this match. 56 and a 32 up at Old Trafford. He looked very good there.
Yeah, he did.
Brook back and across. Turns the ball to mid-wicket, no run. That mid-wicket quite square as he just remarks his guard. It's a lovely day here at Lord's, although the clouds have...
Say lovely.
It's always a lovely day here at Lord's.
Well, it is. It's always.
It's just become a little bit cooler because of the cloud cover.
Yes.
It was bright sunshine earlier on today.
Glorious this morning when they walk in. Glorious. But yeah, it just got a bit chilly, isn't it? A few clouds come over.
On your walk in, which you said earlier, as Brook sets himself and covers the ball on the front foot, defends it to gully, no run. You said, actually, I decided to walk to the ground today. And I was like, do you not normally from the Danubius, which is about 5 minutes away?
Well, I was contemplating. Or a sedan chair or something, I don't know, whatever. But yeah, no, it was a leisurely stroll this morning. As you said, glorious sunshine, but yeah, just clouded over now. But there you go.
Oh, we've just been sent something in. A challenge for Andy Zoltzman.
Oh, come on.
Thank you all for your excellent coverage as Zoltz is celebrating. You don't know what the challenge is yet.
No.
As Ratnaika is in. Tobruk again, just getting right on top of it, coming forwards and leaning into it, defending it to the leg side, no run. I notice that with the addition of CBRLS Kamara to their side, this Sri Lanka team has a total of 33 initials preceding their 11 surnames.
What?
Why do I know what's coming? What is the record for the most initials in a Test 11? I suspect Sri Lanka may be the team to beat.
Absolutely.
Many thanks, BC Humphreys.
Chaminder's got to be in there somewhere, isn't he?
He had 5.
Yeah. Nice though, love that.
Brooke drives, catches the inner part of the bat and finds its way to mid-on, no run.
How many initials you got? You got any initials?
I've definitely got some initials.
Well, yes. I to start with.
I and G, and I've got a T in the middle.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, I've got a few.
Yeah.
PCR. PCR.
If Ebony was here.
Yes. Ebony, what's she got? I think she's got 3 or 4, hasn't she? Oh dear, you're right. Got some water.
It's choking on that biscuit I just had. I think it's Ebony, Joel, Coralie, Camellia Osmond, Rain for Brent.
Sorry. Just say it. Sorry, I didn't hear a word of that.
As Brooke leaves one outside the channel.
We got a bit of water. What sort of biscuit was it? It wasn't a hobnob, was it? A bit crumbly.
It was quite oaty.
Oh, yes, they can get stuck in your throat. There you go, that's better.
I think Ebony's full name was also a cure for hiccups.
Back in the room?
I'm back, I think. Brooke then setting himself. Bat raised in the air as he's backing across and guiding the ball out to the boundary. He looked to have all the time in the world as he played that down the slope out to deep point for a boundary.
What a shot that is from Harry Brooke. He's the kind of guy that you turn up, whether you turn up at 5 o'clock or 5 past 11 and he's batting, he just looks like he's been in for hours. I mean, that was just majestic. Let the ball come to him, didn't really try and hit it, just complete timing in a fantastic sort of balanced position. Just he didn't belt it, it just flew off the bat. Great shot.
I think I'm probably back now, Tuffers. I felt like Alex Hartley there when she swallowed a fly at the 100.
Oh, right.
And she couldn't speak. So
No. Was it still buzzing in the throat a little? Oh dear, it wasn't a wasp.
But you're right with Harry Brooke. There are just some players that you look at and they're just a different class.
They just boink it straight away. There's no like inner half of the bat or thick outside edges. It's just like crack. Look, a little bit of water.
Thank you, Tim. Kamara in. Bowling to Root, who defends on the offside.
Never gets me any water. I've been here choking. Nothing.
Maybe if you ask nicely. 87 for 3 then England as Kamara, who's been the pick of the bowlers for Sri Lanka, 1 for 21 into his 7th over, came into the side for today. Just that extra zip of pace.
Bowled one at 90 earlier, so he can get it hustling.
Bowling from the pavilion end, 2 slips and a gully in position. Deep squares just come in off the rope to next to the umpire as Kamara bowls. Root leaves in the channel, leaning forwards and letting it go. He's had another good summer, hasn't he? I mean, when does he not?
Just churns it, doesn't he?
Averaging a casual 79.
Nice, decent. Played a lovely little knock actually at Old Trafford, just to get England sort of over the line, because they were struggling a little bit there, you know. If he would have gone for 20 or 30, they would have been right under the cosh, but just, you know, the tempo, just read the conditions beautifully. Good player, eh?
Root drives, that classical drive out to the grandstand, and the crowd appreciate it. No, it's not booze. It's Root.
Root. One of his trademarks, isn't it? That lovely one on the back foot, which he gets up on his toes and punches through point, or that lovely flow in extra cover, well, sort of cover drive, head right over the ball.
Picks the moment slightly more over pitched. 27 now from 36 deliveries. Joe Root. He'll do that all day long.
Plays nicely at Lords as well.
Averaging 50 here.
Yeah.
Bat high, back, cutting, but doesn't get hold of it as he's now leaning onto his bat as it finds its way to extra cover. Looking to jam that ball down. Just didn't quite come onto the bat as much as he would have expected.
I haven't seen you for a while. What have you been up to, Ish?
Oh, it's only been a week.
Was it?
The 100 final here.
Oh, of course it was. Yes, it was. Yes. Well, it just... yeah, it's only been a week.
That was a fun day. London Spirit women winning.
Yeah, it's good fun.
Thriller. And then the Invincibles once again as Kamara bowls to Root on the back foot. Punching it, but finds its way to backward point. No run.
Got away with a couple there, Kamara.
And actually, you know, I love coming to Lords on a test match day like today, and it just has a feel to it that no other ground around the world has. You know, there's that Lords hum, there's a buzz, there's an excitement when you walk into the ground for the first time. But what I love about the 100 is that Lords can do both.
Absolutely.
You know, you have music acts on at the halfway stage. Last year it was Bastille. Root drives past the bowler to the stumps. I don't think he got anything on it. Kamara, as he's diving to stop it. And Brook, I think, was firmly planted in the crease at the non-striker's end. So
that would have been a bonus.
I know. 91 for 3 after 21 overs, England. Root on 27, Brook on 5. Oh, he was really stretching Kamara to try and stop that ball or get something on it, but he didn't.
Yeah, that would have been a bonus for Sri Lanka. Nicely punched straight back past the bowler. I think he would have got back. But that is a bonus. Caught get one of those like that in that fashion. That is when you know it's your lucky day.
Change of bowling here as Asitha Fernando will come into the attack to replace Ratnayaka. Picked up 6 wickets in the first test match at Old Trafford. Bustly right armour.
Bustly. Very bustly. Oh, nicely as well.
They've sent out point to the boundary for Harry Brook. 2 slips in a gully then as he comes in. Brook chops down on it, out to that man for a single, moves to 6. 92 for 3.
Yeah, it's not a bad position there to Harry Brook. I mean, look, he just creams it through that sort of point area. Well, not really with a lot of foot movement either. It's sort of, but the head, it's just so still at the moment of impact. It's just all sort of hands.
Yeah, Zara Larson was the music act for the 100.
That was an eye-opener, wasn't it?
I think it was for the members, Duffers, as she walked down the pavilion steps.
Yeah.
Root leans forwards and lets it go.
And then got on a tractor and did a little tour.
Tries it with a pole. Oh dear, what would the members think?
Well, I don't know whether they're going to see that again.
I'm not sure the dress code was quite adhered to on that day.
Well, I don't know whether there was a dress code.
Normal service resumes here at Lords.
Good fun though, but as you say, can do it beautifully. Both, you know, can chop and change from different codes and just seamless, isn't it?
It's a packed pavilion today. Lots of members on the benches out front as Root looks to try and drive one, but it's quite wide of the off stump. And I think if he followed through with that shot, he would have been reaching for a wide one. So let it go. 4.28 the run rate for England, which, you know, in the Bazball era is actually quite slow, isn't it?
Well, they're just chipping along, aren't they? I think that's the way they go about their business, isn't it? They haven't really sort of like looked to go out and dominate. And fair play to Sri Lanka. as they did at Old Trafford. They've been consistent with the seamers, good channel, good lengths, and the spin is decent.
Fernando moves in. Root pushing to the offside to that deep point. He'll come through for a single. So light on his feet, isn't he? Just such quick footwork. I think he'd be an absolute contender for Strictly Toughers, don't you think?
Very good passer doble, I reckon he's got in him.
That movement front and back and to the side.
Salsa basic.
Yeah.
Was robbed.
How often do you get that out?
What, the salsa basic? Oh, a couple of times.
At home at all?
Yeah, that's right. If we're in the mood. Yeah. It's in the locker.
Brooke, very much in the locker for him, is that chop out to deep point. Again, lovely balance and timing as he takes another single, moves to 7.94 for 3.
What was my best dance? My best dance was the tango.
Did you use a rose as well?
What between the two? No.
I always think
was
back
struggling for oxygen.
I always think back to True Lies with the tango dance and Arnold Schwarzenegger as Fernando passes stumps to Root, pushing to the offside, no run.
True Lies, of course, another term for statistics. And
boom.
Just finishing up what we were saying about Ollie Pope at number 3 and his good overall average, 41.5 in 40 innings at number 3, being one of the best for England in recent years. And he'd started very well up to that fantastic innings in the first test in India. He was averaging 49 at 3. But since then, in now 8 tests, averaging 25 in just those 3 innings at the start of the summer, 2 50s and a century against West Indies, sandwiched by a run of low scores. And I guess the one thing that might be a slight concern for England would be his record against the absolute elite teams of current world Test cricket.
Kamara bowling from the pavilion end and Brooke is pushing to the offside, no run.
Batting at 3 against India, averages 27. Despite that fantastic 196 in his other 10 innings at 3 against India, just 106 runs and 90 runs in 4 innings against Australia, batting at 3. So that's something that over next year with India here and then Australia in the Ashes, who will have to improve that. Said he scored 5 of his 6 Test centuries at 3, and like we said, is averaging over 40. So I guess that proves that for each stat there's an equal and opposite counter stat.
You can find stats anywhere. As Kamara is past the stumps. Brooke driving to wide mid-off. He'll sprint through for 1. 95 for 3. Brooke to 8.
Does that mean for every action there's a reaction? Is that yes? Go on, nod there. Nod, yes, sorry. I'd switched off a little bit. Sorry, I'm only joking. I'm on the edge of my seat.
He's put that in the pocket for TV. Andy.
Have I?
Oh, I have anyway.
Oh, well, good. You can do it because I've forgotten it.
Highlights tonight, 7 o'clock, iPlayer.
Yeah,
2.
We'll be there.
Yep. Root pulls the ball, but it hits the glove out to fine leg. It's a short one from Kamara, really bangs it in. The quickest pace bowler on offer today. 84 miles an hour, that one though. He has bowled up to 90 miles an hour today, but maybe just getting a little bit tired, and he did go after it. Joe Root moves to 29 with that single, 96 for 3.
Yeah, just sort of came back down the hill at him, didn't it? He got a little bit sort of tangled up with it. But he's got the ability to Kamara just to pin you back. Can't just be lunging forward at him.
2 slips in a gully for Brooke, who's defending the ball to the offside. Waited on that so well. He literally played it underneath his eyes, and not a lot of foot movement, but that ball angled in from Kamara down the slope. Gets that extra angle as well because he basically bowls it off the perpendicular, so to the side, a bit Ben Stokes-like.
Yes. Beyond the perpendicular.
Who we've just seen walking over to the nets, Ben Stokes.
Yeah.
Brooke on 8. Kamara bowls. Brooke turns the ball to mid-wicket. No run. Off his toes. Yep, no.
No.
I used the week to pop across to France.
Oh, lovely.
Covers
Yeah,
for
lovely.
Danny Wyatt's wedding.
Oh, lovely.
Congratulations.
Were you a
and-
bridesmaid or something?
I wasn't. No, I was just there as support and a friend.
Absolutely. France. What? South of France?
Cannes.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah, it was gorgeous.
Oh, lovely. Bit of rosé. Glass of rosé or
And
two.
the rest.
Oh, lovely. How did that go? Well,
Yeah, it was a lovely day.
gorgeous.
Congratulations to them both. As
Yes.
Brooke back and across, pulls the ball out to fine leg on the bounce, comes through for one. So very much using that short ball as we head towards lunch. 97 for 3, 23 overs have been bowled. Just one more over, I expect, before the lunch break.
Was it in like a chateau or something?
Yeah,
Yeah.
It was a stunning billy. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, lovely.
Pulled out all the stops.
Yeah.
Music was great. The dance floor was great.
Good spread.
Ceremonies were great.
Bit of seafood
Yeah.
on the coast.
Definitely was tucking into that.
Eh?
It's definitely tucking into that.
Yeah, nice.
As
Very nice.
Brooke just having a quick look over to the leg side. It's vacant at the moment as Fernando will continue.
Well, it was a bit windy at Old Trafford.
Yeah.
A bit chilly. I think you're in the best spot there.
Fernando bowls to Brooke, defending on the front foot. No run. Blocking that with conviction, Harry Brooke. But yeah, no, she's obviously part of the T20 squad. The women will be
Yes.
heading over to Dubai
Yep.
as that venue location has changed from Bangladesh for the T20 World Cup in October.
Got a very good chance.
Yeah. Heather Knight, captain. We'll have her on our highlight show. Have we got her on radio as well? We do, at T. Fernando passes stumps, Brooke drives to mid-off, no run. And that's something that was so effortless for him up at Old Trafford with the drives down the ground.
Oh.
Harry Brooke.
And he got an absolute ripper from Jayasuriya, who had not spun a ball all day, and then he bowled one that sort of like hooped in, drifted in with this very strong breeze at Old Trafford, pitched about leg stump and hit the top of off. You couldn't believe it. Stood there for about 10 seconds, just sort of like in disbelief.
There's a gentle breeze here at Lord's at the moment as Fernando goes again, towel poking out the back of his trousers. Brooke nearly catches the edge through to the keeper. It lifted off the surface in the channel. A good length delivery that just surprised Harry Brooke.
That's the odd one, isn't it? Just the odd one bounces. Oh yeah, that's sort of, and threw him a bit as well. Not a great shot really from Harry Brooke. Just sort of, good ball. Had a little waft at it, didn't he? Little fiddle.
There's a few wafters in this team, isn't there? As Brooke again covers the ball on the off stump, leaning forwards, no run.
Well, yeah, I mean, as you say, Dan Lawrence had a little flirty drive. Ollie Pope, he's a little bit wafty outside the off stump as well.
Ben Duckett.
Ben Duckett loves a waft.
Fernando past the umpire and Brooke lets it go. Really well judged. Fernando has his hands on his head because he thinks that nipped back up the slope and nearly took the top of off, but that was really well judged on length by Harry Brooke.
Yeah, I think they'll be delighted. As you say, we was all having a bit scratching our heads, weren't we, at the toss, but weren't they going to be going 100 for 3? Kind of happy with that if you bowl him first. I mean, it would obviously be nice if you could nick one more, but I think they'd be pretty happy with that. Come out after a little rub down, fresh.
Hangs in the balance.
50-50.
Final ball, Brooke turning the ball to mid-wicket off the front foot, no run. So that is the end of the over, and that will also be lunch. 97 for 3. 24 overs have been bowled here at Lords on day one of this second test. Dhananjaya De Silva winning the toss earlier and electing to bowl first in what was bright sunny conditions. It has become a little bit more overcast now, but as you say, Tuffers, they will be delighted with that. 97 for 3.
Yeah, absolutely. Good morning's play. Good morning's play. England have been watchful. They've a couple of soft wickets they'll be disappointed with, but take nothing away from this Sri Lankan time. They're putting England under pressure, which is good competitive stuff.
Dan Lawrence was the first to go in the 7th over.
Oh,
you
sorry,
just turned me off there.
Pushed the wrong button.
Thanks, you can go and get your lunch now. As I'll just rattle through these wickets. Lawrence out first of the bowling of Kamara, out for 9. Pope then gone to a short ball. It was an interesting looking shot, looking to pull it. He was out for 1, the captain, when the score was on 42. And then Ben Duckett, who was looking good for a 50, he was out on 40, looking to reverse sweep the ball. And that left the score 3 for 82 as England will go into lunch at 97 for 3.
First ball after lunch, Kumara bowls. Oh, he nearly gets a wicket as well. Root looks to dab that down towards deep third. That's a characteristic Root stroke where he looks to get it through the slip gully cordon, and he went past the outside edge, through to the keeper Madushka, bounced a bit more perhaps than Root expected. He's come down the pitch to do some gardening. And he's very fortunate to get away with that. That could have been a wicket. Straight up after lunch, 97 for 3. Root's 29 not out. It's a curious morning cricket. Sri Lanka putting England into bat with cloudless skies, and then the 3 wickets that went down, they were hardly sort of new ball put in type dismissals. Kamara bowls, Root does open the face and runs it down to the gully region. Oh, it could be a run out as Brook runs through. The throw came in from Nissanka diving away to his right hand side. Brook had given that up, I think, and the throw missed the stumps. It was a really sketchy start to the afternoon session for England. Root, I think, had thought he'd got it through, but it was stopped in the gully. And if the throw had hit the stumps, I think Brook would have been out.
Yeah, just a little bit of a lack in communication. You don't generally get that with this pair. They like batting to. Yeah, this next 20 minutes for Sri Lanka is a chance for them for Joe Root. You feel like if he's there in 20 minutes, 30 minutes, the sun's out. Pitch is pretty good.
Brook on 9, Kumara bowls to him. Brook drives, not much foot movement there towards the ball, and he misses it. It might have gone past the inside edge, that one, through to the wicket keeper, Madushka.
What have they had for lunch?
I don't know. Could have had a wicket off each of the 3 deliveries we've had so far since the break.
Well, they're not going to review it. There was a little bit of an ooh and an ah from behind, and the bowler just for a brief moment, I thought they might review it. No, he's a long way off it. Beats the inside edge, nipped down the slope.
So Archie, do you know what number he's batting for Somerset? You said 7 or 8, but he's on the BBC Sport website. When you click on the teams, he's down at number 6, which is next.
No, I don't think he's next.
Okay.
I don't think so.
Kumara into bowl to Brook. Brook gets in behind that and guides it down into the gully. And there is no run. There's James Rue, he's another talented young player. They just put the technology on that shout in the over, and there was nothing on it, as we thought.
I mean, there's some good. James's brother Thomas is.
I've heard he's a good player as well.
Serious young talent. Yeah. And also there's Peter Moores. I think it's his nephew Tom Moores, who is about 15, 16 at Lancashire. Played a bit at Macclesfield. He can seriously play left-hander.
Kumara balls to Brook, and Brook hits that forcefully into the offside. It's a nice looking shot. It's straight at cover.
And the thing where you get to see them in social media these days, they played in the Super Fours last week at Loughborough, and I saw Tommy Rue get 100 in about 50 balls, playing all the shots, the ramps over the keeper's head, and then young Moores went in there and smashed 100 off about 60 balls as well. And that's what they do. Again, all the shots over mid-off, over mid-wicket, flicking it over the keeper's head. They've got everything.
Reverse sweep, caught on the boundary.
No, he was going for 6.
98 for 3. Kumara past the umpire now, bowls to Brook. Brook turns that away into the onside for 1. I think they'll settle for 1. Yeah, fielder running round from mid-on to wide mid-on, picks it up. So Brook is underway after lunch. He's on 10, 99 for 3. So who are the young quick bowlers? It's quite tricky, isn't it? You batters, perhaps you see them at slightly younger age, 16 to 18, whereas bowlers, sometimes they can make a big leap forward in quite a short space of time. You can be... I remember watching Ian Botham bowl for Somerset in 1975, I think it was. I can remember the match, I can't necessarily remember the year. It was the day Southampton played Manchester United in the FA Cup final, so that might have been 76 actually. I went to Bristol to County Ground to watch Somerset play Gloucester in a Benton Hedges match. I'm pretty sure Ian Botham was playing that game, and he was sort of medium pace. And then a couple of years later, he was rapid. I saw him bowl at Taunton 2 or 3 years later, and he was quick for a while and swung it high pace as well.
He probably had an early night.
Well, he might have done.
Or maybe not, maybe the opposite.
99 for 3. Here's Ratnaka bowling, and has driven in the air down the ground by Brook for a couple of runs. As he hit that hard into the surface, it looked as though it might have come straight in the air back past the bowler. It might have been an optical illusion. Anyway, the 100's up on the board.
Well, I think it's ballooned over the bowler.
Yeah.
I think he's played it a little bit too early. Let's see here, full of length, Aggers. Yeah, he just the inside edge of the bat and just kind of floats just past mid-on. He's just had a bit of a scratchy start after lunch, Harry Brook.
101 for 3. Brook goes to 12. And Ratnayaka, a.k.a. Jonathan Agnew, goes into bowl outside the off stump. And that's cracked away for 4. That's more like it. As far as Brook's concerned, through extra cover. No one moved. Certainly not Brook. Stand and deliver.
Well, what a shot this is. He makes batting. I mean, he played a shot before lunch when I think it was his 6th delivery, and he played a length ball just outside off stump. It wasn't a bad ball, and he just opened the blade. And it went for 4 through the offside. I was like, oh, he is a wonderful player to watch. He's got that bat lift that pointing towards the sky, and then he just has this trigger move, and then he's just still.
Down to a slip and a gully now, Sri Lanka, against Harry Brook. Ratnaka bowls to him, full driven towards mid-off, where it's stopped by Jayasuriya, and there's no run. So a slip and a gully, then they've got a short extra cover, and then another extra cover behind the short extra, or just on his left shoulder, on that channel anyway. After there's something on my screen at the moment which says this. It says comparison of over rates in county cricket versus Test match cricket this morning. Worcestershire 30 overs, or the Worcestershire-Essex match 30 overs. Hampshire, Lancashire 30 overs. Surrey, Notts 34 overs. Kent, Glamorgan, Kent, Warwickshire 28 overs. Leicestershire, Glamorgan 29 overs. Ratnayaka bowls, and Brook plays it back down the pitch, and there's no run. Gloucestershire, Northants 28.3 overs. That was a wicket there in the last over before lunch. Sussex, Derbyshire 28. Yorkshire, Middlesex game 30. Somerset, Durham 31. England, Sri Lanka 24.
Well, there's a few more reviews. There's been a couple of reviews, and I think in Test cricket you have a longer drinks break. It's just a slower game. It's a slower tempo.
And the other reason is people don't get on with it. The Test match middle. Ratnayaka outside the off stump, guided away by Brook down towards deep third. It goes very quickly down there, too quickly for the fielders, on his knees. That's Asita Fernando. That probably should have been stopped, but it does just emphasise how much quicker this Lord's outfield is compared to the Old Trafford outfield in the last Test match.
Just look at Harry Brook though, Simon. You just look at that trigger. He goes back and across, and he opens up that front foot to point down the pitch. That bat list, as I've just mentioned, point to the sky, but he gets that trigger movement in so early. Just watch him now. He goes early, and he's just still, and he's just waiting, staring. He's got all the time in the world.
There's another excellent stroke from him. Takes him to 20. England to 109 for 3. Ratnayaka tries again. Bowls outside the off stump. Cracked away by Brook again. This time he picks out Sita Fernando at deep backward point. So it's only a single, 110 for 3. And Brook goes to 21. And that's the last ball of the over. So Brook has taken the strike.
I've seen enough from Harry Brook now that he's in. I'd go bouncers. Test him out with a few short balls. Get it set. You know he's going to take it on. Almost very similar to when you bring a spinner on to Ben Duckett. I always kind of sit and watch because you know he's going to take it on. He's going to be sweeping and reverse sweeping, and it worked for Sri Lanka with that reverse sweep going all the way down to the boundary. Good move from the captain. I just look now and think if you just keep pitching it up just outside off stump, there's no swing, there's no movement. There's not a great deal there. There's the odd ball that comes down the slope from the pavilion end, but I just wonder whether it's worth just trying 2 or 3 hours of just pure bounces to Harry Brook.
Well, it's a conventional field. 2 slips a gully and 3 saving, 1 on the offside. Kumara bowls and Brook threads it through up the hill for more runs. It won't be 4 this time. He'll come back for a couple. Push drive from Brook. He moves to 23 and England to 112 for 3. The crowd beginning to settle after lunch. Really pleasant day in London today. Low 20s. It was roasting hot yesterday. It's cooled down a bit today.
Sorry, I got the Moores wrong. Tom Moores plays for Notts. It's Joe Moores, the young one.
Right.
Joe Moores at Lancashire.
Who's messaged you about that?
Michael Lum, actually. I've got to know that he's listening. Yeah, Joe Moores. I've seen lots of Joe, actually, in and around Cheshire.
Brook on 23. Kumara bowls to him. Brook plays defensively. Ball rolls up towards mid-off. And there is no run. A couple of the Sri Lankan squad members coming back from their net at the nursery ground behind, which is a great social gathering place at lunchtime as well. So lots of spare seats at the moment because people meet up with friends and lunch takes a bit longer. And perhaps it's quite challenging watching 6.5 hours cricket sitting in your seat. I know when I used to go to the cricket when I was younger, I would watch every single ball. You wouldn't miss anything. Kamara bowls, turned away by Brook into the onside, backward a square for another single. Brook to 24 and England to 113 for 3. And Brook is the sort of player you really want to be watching. I wonder whether it has a feel of being one of those days when it might be Harry Brook's day today. Joe Root continuing where he left off at Old Trafford. They were calling him Jeffrey, weren't they, apparently? After that innings, the England team.
Just dug in, didn't they? Played nice.
Rates bat raised. Kumara bowls and Root plays a lovely drive. That beautiful stroke, nice balance. The only problem with it, he hit it straight at cover. In the nets, you'd say, oh, what a shot that is.
Yeah, that's 4 in the nets, isn't it?
4 in the nets, dot ball.
Well, there's nothing.
That's his scorebook.
There is absolutely nothing through the air or off the pitch for Sri Lanka, so they have to try. Well, they're either hoping for a big mistake or it's worth just changing the tactics just slightly.
You keep checking your phone to see whether the wickets are going down in that Somerset match or not. You got it on repeat there, have you? Kumara into bowl to Root. Root turns it away. Forward a square for a single. Rolls down the hill. Root and Brook jog through. 114 for 3. Root moves to 31. He's bowled quite a lot, hasn't he, so far, Kumara. This is his 10th over already, and he had a long spell this morning, and then Jayasuriya got a wicket and they immediately brought him back.
Well, he's into his 10th and we're only into the 27th over of the game, so that's a lot for a quick.
He's bowling from the pavilion end to Harry Brook. He's with him now, and Brook goes for a drive and that doesn't locate anywhere near the middle of the bat there. I mean, inside edge onto the pad, and the ball rolled away into the onside. The bowler stepped forward to pick up, and there is no run. Hasn't felt as if England have scored particularly quickly today, but it's 4.22 runs per over. 114 for 3. I suppose the thing is that the over rate's been pretty slow. Duck it out for 40, Lawrence for 9, and Pope for 1. And Brook and Root getting together, 82. So Brook scored most of them.
Yeah, that's the danger ball, that last ball from the pavilion end, just coming down the slope. If you just play the drive slightly too early, it just nips. There's a chance you could be done between bat and pad. Here we go, the spinner. Jayasuriya going to come on to bowl from the nursery stand end. That should help him as a left armour. Orthodox, getting the ball to go down the slope. What a beauty, didn't he, to Harry Brook in the first innings at Old Trafford.
Yeah, Tuffers was saying, come on, what's he doing bowling the other end earlier? He said he bowled all but 6 overs in his career at Lords at this nursery end. Here's an email from John Hollerley from Netherbury in Dorset. He says, hi, I was umpiring after being out in a tight, exciting game. The batsman edged, the keeper caught it, and I yelled, how's that? As the umpire, the bowler turned round to me and said, "You're not supposed to say that, Dad." Bit of a red face that time. Well, fathers and sons playing together, watching on. Nervous Michael alongside me. Jayasuriya bowls, and Root plays that.
Well, it's
away
almost
the offside. There's no run.
All parents would have been, potentially, the stage where your kids are playing. You have to go and umpire. You're out there umpire, and then your kid comes out of bat.
What do you do?
Well, it's nervy.
Root drives towards mid-off, and there is no run. Don't get hit on the pad, son, and then you won't have a problem.
You just can't win, can you, if you're umpiring against your kid?
Have you done that?
Yeah, back in the day, yeah.
Jayasuriya walks in, bowls to Root. Sweep shot, guided, goes down fine in front of the Warner stand, and Root gets a single. Root to 32, England to 115 for 3.
Yeah, just seeing if he gets any kind of purchase. It's quite a dry wicket, it's soft, no pace in it. Just looking at the foothold, they haven't really kind of developed at all yet.
Now Brook on strike, slip and a leg slip. Brook comes forward, plays it back to the bowler, who picks up.
But I do think over the course of the next few days the footholds will start to develop and spin will play a big part here.
You'd think spin should be part of the game here when you consider the weather that we've had in London the last month. It's been a very dry and a warm spell. Jayasuriya bowls, and back goes Brook, playing it towards short extra cover.
Well, a lot of the 100 games here were very much spin dominant. So the square is very, very dry.
Jayasuriya just doing his bootlace up at the moment. Hi, Michael Vaughan just mentioned how nervous he is watching his son bat. This is from Rob and Helen Hossel. Hope that is the correct pronunciation. Jayasuriya to Brook. Brook plays to mid-wicket this time, and there's no run. We have two visually impaired sons, Ed and Rory, who bat for both the Somerset and England visually impaired cricket teams. Around 10 years ago, one ran the other out in the National Cup final, and they lost narrowly to Sussex. There was a tense atmosphere that evening at home. We'll be watching them both this November in Brisbane, defending the Ashes against Australia. Wish them luck. Well, we do, Rob and Helen.
I've just had a message from my old teammate Geraint Jones. He's painting the stables back home, listening to us on 5 Live. Afternoon, Geraint. Hope your painting strokes are in good order.
He was working with us during the T20 World Cup on Papua New Guinea's games. Hello, Geraint. 115 for 3. Root on 32. Turns that one away into the onside towards mid-on. Of course, he famously, his debut in Test match cricket, he kept wicket and he had to watch Brian Lara bat for 2 and a bit days.
That's right, in Antigua. I'm pretty sure we had Lara out for naught, caught me out.
Well, he talked about that, yeah.
I'm sure Steve Harmison snicked him
Yeah,
off and
yeah.
no DRS.
Yeah. Was that the costliest umpiring decision of all time? Kamara tries again, bowls a short ball, guided away by Root, down towards deep back with square leg. It was a controlled pull shot.
But again, the short ball salmon on a slow wicket can sometimes be hard to play because you get all the time. It's not like in Perth, the ball goes short, you just duck, it flies over your head. That's why the short ball, and it's worked here, hasn't it? I mean,
last year,
Australia did it to England, England did it to Australia.
England-India match at Lords.
Yeah, that was a few years ago, wasn't it?
A decade or so ago.
And Matt Pryor was playing well, wasn't he?
I think everyone was out to the short ball, weren't they, on the final day? Every single player. I don't think I exaggerate too much. Kumara ball, that's hammered into the onside by Brook. He's only just short of a length. He's hit it up towards the wide long on boundary. A remarkable stroke, almost thrashed away, a thrashing pull shot. 117 for 3. Brook on to 28.
Yeah, all the time in the world. I mean, he's just got this an amazing ability with that movement, and he must just pick up the ball out of the bowler's hands so quickly.
Well, it's an excellent stroke. 120 for 3 is the score. So these two beginning to develop a partnership.
You wouldn't want to run out your brother though, would you?
I don't know. Kamara to Brooke, drops it into the offside.
There's a few brothers actually.
No run.
Somerset have two sets of brothers. They have the Thomas brothers.
Well, when you're growing up, you almost compete with your brother more than anybody else, strangely.
Yeah, they've got Josh and George, they play. And then I'm pretty sure
the Currans.
Thomas Rue and James Rue will be in a team together eventually. And then you got the Currans.
You can imagine some interesting backyard games involving the Currans, can't you, when they were growing up? Very competitive.
Got another brother, haven't they?
Yeah, Ben,
yeah.
120 for 3. Hiro Kumara from the pavilion end. Back cut by Brooke. That's going to be 4 as well, down towards deep third. Ball's hitting the rope now. Fielder about 8 yards behind it.
Yeah, they've got to realise, Sri Lanka, that Brooks just dominating. There's not enough length to play with. You know, you drop it slightly short, he can go offside, he can go onside. You go full, he can hit you to wherever he wants. At least with the short stuff, you can set a field and you kind of know, right, all right, if you're going to score, Harry, you're going to hit it to the areas where we've got fielders at the minute. There isn't enough fielders on the park for them to stop him. The only way is if they pitch one up and it nips down the slope and he goes a little bit too soon.
He's nearly caught Root up. Kamara bowls to him. Open face played down into the gully region, and there is no run. It's the end of the over. 124 for 3. Brooke has 32, Root has 33. This is Michael Vaughan, and then you'll hear from Alison Mitchell.
Yeah, good start. I mean, they had a 3 or 4 ball burst after lunch where there was a little bit of panic with a run out. A big drive that Harry Brooke missed, and then there was a ball that chipped back over the bowler's head. A bit of fortune. Since then, Brooks just, he's dominating. 32 from 42. Root, he's just, from the minute that he went out there, he flicked one off his hip for 4. I went, ooh, ominous.
Hello, Michael. This could be a big partnership in the making for England. They'll certainly be hoping so. 97 for 3 at lunch, now 124 for 3. There's a bit of movement in the field here. The 2 slips back in place. A conventional slip and a leg slip. Deep backwards square. Around the wicket is Jayasuriya. A little dabble on the off stump by Root. Nurdles it into the offside, and there's no run. You're feeling a bit nervous, are you, about Archie in Somerset?
It's all parents have been there. It's not nice.
Even more so when you've been there at the highest level, I imagine. Catcher at short mid wicket on the onside as well. Defence from Root, getting forward and outside the off stump. No run.
Thought it was right to send the parents. Send mum and dad. They've been there and done it.
Sun's shining at Lord's. 2 flags above the dressing rooms are fluttering a little in a light breeze. Barely a run up and in. Defence back up the pitch. A lot of oohs and ahs going on from those around the bat.
He's a good bowler, Alison. He's very smart, very subtly. He just changes his pace, changes his angle, changes his release.
Jayasuriya around the wicket, just a walk in. There's the sweep from Root, and that's well executed along the ground for 4. It's the shot he plays so well. A little swish of the bat, got down low, make sure he controlled it.
Well, he played this shot against Sri Lanka. I remember when he got all those runs in Sri Lanka a few years ago when the ball was spinning. And he used to just get down on one knee and play this sweet shot. As soon as he was outside his right eye, he'd go down on one knee. And he's just done it there. Beautifully timed. Perfection from Joe Root. He's 37.
It's a long chase there for mid-on to go all the way back to the grandstand, but he's back in his position, and Jayasuriya is in once again, and Root forward pressing defensively. Mid-on jogs forward to pick up. 128 for 3.
Yeah, I know they've got 3 wickets, but the reason why I thought Sri Lanka would have absolutely batted first was because of Jayasuriya.
And wanting him to bowl last on, wherever he is. Forward again, a little more off the outside edge this time, but into the offside. And the end of the over from Jayasuriya. Brooke 32, Root 37, 128 for 3.
And he bowled beautifully at Old Trafford with not a great deal of kind of help.
On offer. Yeah.
You thought, oh, Lord, the rough patches from the follow-throughs always become a little bit more prominent.
And the slope to help the left armour if he's bowling from
this is a dry surface, it's slow, so you'd thought, if you think at Old Trafford they got 236 in the first innings and it was a competitive game. So if they'd have batted first, it wasn't going to go all over the place. If they'd have batted okay and get to 250, 270, I just think with Jayasuriya, he's a real threat for Sri Lanka.
Just wonder, was there some nervousness about them finding themselves, 2 wickets, 3 wickets down early, like they did in both innings in the first Test match. Zoltz. Hello, Zoltz.
Hello, another change of bowling as Ethan announced. The 9th change of bowling already in this innings. This is just the 31st over. Harry Brooks' acceleration, he had 10 off 25 and has scored 22 off the 17 balls he's faced into them.
It's another change of ends for Fernando as well from the pavilion end here. Harry Brooks gets in behind this one, turns it towards short mid-wicket, and there's no run. So he started off from the pavilion end when he opened the bowling, then swung round to the nursery end, back up to the pavilion end. Sun's just dipping behind cloud here at the moment. Did get the wicket of Ollie Pope. Pope was cramped for a pull shot, and Dhananjaya De Silva, it was a good running catch from him because he had the keeper hurtling towards him as well.
Just on Jazari, I just wonder when they're talking, you're talking your team huddles, what you're going to do when you win the toss. When the skipper goes, what, lads, we're going to have a ball. I wonder if he'd have gone, wait a minute.
We're what?
What about me?
Answer to Fernando is in. Off the back foot, they crunch it away. One bouncing into the hands of Point, scampering one successfully. The throw comes back into the keeper. And Brooke moves on to 33. These two coming together with 82 runs on the board for England at the fall of Ben Duckett, caught in the deep off the reverse sweep off Jayasuriya. So the 1 wicket for him, 1 for Kumara, who just brought that something different when he came on to bowl. He dismissed Dan Lawrence in his first over, bowling from the pavilion end. The quickest bowler Sri Lanka have got in their squad. And the catch behind for Madushka. Lawrence was out for 9, Pope 1, Duckett 40. Fernando in and walking out of his crease, an outside edge into the ground, and a second slip parries it towards the keeper. There's no run.
I always look at that, like the fielders in the opposition when someone's batting, and I noticed that Angelo Matthews at kind of short mid-wicket keeps trying to emulate Harry Brooks' movements and shots.
Really?
Yeah, he's admiring Harry Brook. I keep seeing him, he's kind of copying his trigger. I can see him kind of copying his hands and then copying his shots.
Maybe he's itching to get out there and have a go himself.
He's probably trying to work out that bat lift with his bat pointing towards the sky.
Here's Fernando at the end of his mark. Right arm over, hurtling in towards Root. And this is running down towards fine leg along the ground. Root jogging through for 1, fielded safely, and back they come. I heard the mention of visually impaired cricket earlier on, which just made me think of, well, the Paralympics is getting underway now, opening ceremony last night, and men's and women's cricket is making its debut in the LA Games 2028. I wonder whether visually impaired cricket or other forms of cricket might have a chance in the Paralympics at some point. I'm not exactly sure what the state of play is on that, if there has been a push towards that. Ian Martin, I'm sure.
Yeah, well, I'm sure they're trying everything. That would be fantastic to get cricket in that as well.
Yeah. There was a cricket featured at the World Blind Games last summer. Oh, it's his full now, struck on the pad, a big appeal towards the umpire. Harry Brooks gone, the finger is raised, but he's reviewed it straight away. No hesitation from him as soon as the umpire's finger went up. Now Sri Lanka think that they have got their 4th wicket as there's some bat involved.
Direct the third umpire with a player review for LBW.
Reviewed it straight away, so you
is out.
generally think there's an inside edge.
Please.
Oh, it's all high fives for Sri Lanka. They're feeling pretty confident about this one. The third umpire's Chris Gaffney. Doesn't look from that first replay that there was an inside edge, but they will have to have a look at hotspot. Struck on the front pad as he was looking to defend.
Running through, gap on the left-hand side. No bet, ball tracking when available, please.
So,
trouble here.
The ball tracking will confirm it, but it looks to have struck him in front, and Sri Lanka very confident that that ball's going on to hit the stumps.
He just lost his balance, didn't he? His head went over to the offside, and for the first time in his innings, he lost his balance with the stroke.
Paul, pitching in line, impacts in line, wickets umpire's call, get back on screen, stay with your original decision of outs.
Clipping leg stump.
You're on screen.
And so Paul Rifle's decision stays, and Harry Brooks gone. What a big important breakthrough that is for Sri Lanka, and at least for Harry Brook and the way he can bat. He's gone for 33, but also the sort of size of partnerships he and Joe Root have enjoyed together.
Oh, that's huge. He was playing with so much control. He was scoring quickly, and you can see there he just lost his balance, and the full straight one, it nipped down the slope just slightly, but he was setting himself to hit through the offside, and he just overbalanced himself. He made 33, and that is a big blow for England. He was looking set And the Yorkie pair who love batting together, you felt that they were going to have an afternoon of fun in the sun here at Lord's. Jamie Smith. Now
he might have some fun.
Well, I think Root, Brook and Smith are England's best free batters. And he's only played, 5 games now. He has been in tremendous form. And I know he's coming on. I'll give him a huge amount of credit, Phil Tufton, but he's not coming on. He likes Jamie Smith because he can stop it. So by the term stop, it means when you bowl a good length delivery, you've got to be able to stop it, defend
just block it and I'm in control of it.
Stop the ball. And he says Jamie Smith has got as good a stop that he's seen for a long while.
Well, he comes in with England 130 for 4. So Lawrence out for 9, Pope 1, Duckett 40 and Brook 33. So a couple of starts, but nothing of real substance yet for England.
33 from 45 balls of 5-4. Is that partnership 48 in 12.1 overs. And Brooks had a few unconverted starts this summer. Scores of 50, 36, fine 109 in the second innings at Trent Bridge against West Indies, 56, 32 and now 33.
Yeah, he always seems to get in, doesn't he? He's just one of those players that you feel that he walks out there and straight away looks like he's been out there for a few hours.
So Jamie Smith batting at 6 and facing up. Century in the first innings at Old Trafford, his maiden Test 100. Oh, it's an inside edge, squirting away down towards fine leg. There's a fielder there, but he's off the mark. Well, Arthur, 2 wickets for him now, having dismissed Pope and Brook. So 2 good scalps.
He bowled well in Manchester in the first innings in particular, but he's nippy, isn't he? He's just a little bit quicker than you think, skiddy. Just gets the ball moving around. That is a big breakthrough for Sri Lanka.
And he passed 50 wickets in just 15 tests, Fernando. 6 wickets in the match in all.
He now has 53 in his career, averaged 25.6 out of the Sri Lankan seamers who bowled 300 or more overs in tests. That's the best bowling average, ahead of Chaminda Vasa's 29.5. And third place, also 29.5, is Kasim Rajith, who's also in this squad but hasn't played yet this series.
That's saying something, Chaminda Vas. So Smith off the mark. The single means he's on strike for the start of this next over. England 131 for 4 now. Root leaning on his bat handle at the non-striker's end. 38 not out from 61. So the left arm spin of Jayasuriya, turning that ball down the slope, slip and leg slip in place, and pressing forward, ball rolling out towards the point region. Ball's fielded and there's no run. Russell Arnold back with me again, former Sri Lanka bat. Russell, well, 4 wickets down now, big wicket to get Harry Brook.
Yeah, just a hint of turn for Jayasuriya just now, right down the straight. Not alarming, but just enough.
Well, Smith this time works the ball along the ground up to mid-on. Looked as if for a moment he was getting ready to be aggressive against Jayasuriya. Checked himself.
They needed that wicket, didn't they? Harry Brook was playing freely after lunch. The runs were flowing. But I'll tell you what, that wicket for Fernando will give immense pleasure.
Jayasuriya in. Forward pressing with the defence from Smith. Short extras there to field.
To the Sri Lankans, because the way they dismissed him, they've always been looking to bowl straight and full, because Harry Brook likes to go across his pads and he likes to play the ball on the rise.
Jayasuriya in. Quicker this time, a little fuller. Met again by the defensive bat of Smith. Back to the bowler, no run.
The fuller you bowl, the chances of him missing it as he plays over are there. Of course, he's been able to drive a few. That's because Sri Lanka slightly got that line wrong. You bowl an off stump or just outside, he'll be carving you through.
Smith forward once again. He's playing very carefully. His first full over of spin up to mid-on, no run.
And therefore, getting him in that way, the mode of dismissal that they were looking for would be very, very pleasing, Alison.
Yeah, Brook LBW for 33. Jayasuriya in. Back this time goes Smith. Defends once again. And he sees out the over. Jayasuriya takes his cap from the umpire. And it's 131 for 4 then. Smith seeing out a maiden over.
But I'll tell you what. Joe Root was hit on the pad before lunch. Came back, umpires called. That looked more out than this.
Lanka were very confident from the moment of the appeal, I thought, with this one. I mean, on the second replay, I thought, is it going to be going down passing leg stump, but clipping was all it needed because Paul Rifle had already raised the finger.
Sri Lanka will be hoping if that's given out, it will stay out. So they need that rubber the green to go their way. Even up in Manchester, we had such a situation where Joe Root, even when they were chasing that 204, there was a call, umpire's call on distance.
If he had gone
Can go either way. Fine margins, and where Sri Lanka are at, they'll be hoping that it falls on their side.
Need a little bit of the rubber the green.
Yes.
Right. This is number 7 in the world, remember, up against number 3 in the Test rankings. Defence from Root. He's on strike here. From the crease, head well over the ball to mid-off.
There's
all of a... Sorry, Russell, go on.
Go on. Sorry. There's an increasing feeling that it's all about Joe Root. He's the one. He's the glue. The moment you see his back, there's an opportunity, even though the Jamie Smiths are scoring freely, a Harry Brook, there's always the chance that you can go bang, bang, bang. As long as Joe Root's there, it's a very different ball game.
Root stands with his bat poised, just wavers it a little bit, taps it again. A slip and a gully, a catcher at short mid-wicket, and he's forward. Narrows it towards gully, it's a good diving stop. And there's no run. Nisanka in that position, getting down and ensuring he saves any single. Lovely post-lunch hum around Lords, isn't it? Always in this sort of early part of the afternoon session. Some people have still returned to their seats from having
lots of
been
empty
out
seats,
the back.
big lunches, I guess, maybe
But
some rice and curry.
The area in the nursery ground has really been beautifully developed now. It feels, dare I say, a little bit like the kind of out-the-back feeling at the Adelaide Oval, because they've now really sort of opened up part of the nursery ground for a picnic area. Fernando rushing in, Root turning this along the ground behind the square leg umpire. Deep backward square moves into field and Root takes 1. Takes him on to 39, 132 for 4. But there's the food market is there, which is a new building. There's even a couple of little picnic chairs and tables set up on that area, and people with their rugs on the ground. And I think it needed it because that area of Lords used to get so congested at lunchtime you could barely move, and now there's enough space for people to spread themselves out a little bit, enjoy the sunshine, enjoy each other's company, and then you get a sense of play starting again, time to filter back into our seats.
Quietly warming up now as well.
Yep. Fernando rushes in here past the bat of Smith. We haven't seen too much genuinely beating the bat. He came forward defensively, beating past the outside edge and through to the keeper, who of course is Madushka, just to remind you today for this match.
The Sri Lankan bowlers, when bowling from the pavilion end, have opted to go wide of the wicket, try to angle it in and hope the slope takes it in or the ball holds its line. They've done well, pretty well, Asitha Fernando and Lahiru Kumara, especially the two hit-the-deck bowlers.
And that one coming back down the slope. Jamie Smith, 23 years of age. Remember, a little bit of width there for the square drive, and it's racing up to the boundary for 4. Don't need to offer him too much, but he threw his hands at the ball.
Hands on his chin, Asitha Fernando. He thought he defeated Smith, got his man, but the aerial shot just went into space. Very unlucky, Asitha Fernando. The way he was bowling, Jamie Smith, his feet going nowhere, just his hands into the ball. And this is what can happen early in a batter's innings. And Sri Lanka need to throw everything they have right now with Chris Wokes to come next.
That's right.
Chris Atkinson. If we can keep England to 250 in the first innings here, it'd be a very happy camp.
We've got that catcher at gully and the backward point in place. If another one does go aerial, Fernando hurtles in, forward now, appeal. They turn again towards the umpire, but no response this time.
Two noises.
I heard two noises as well. A bit of inside edge onto the pad, I fancy. No interest now from Fernando, walking back to the end of his mark. That's the over as well. 136 for 4. England with a fall of Harry Brook, LBW to Asitha Fernando for 33. Joe Root still there on 39 then. Aggers is about to come in and join you, Russell, so I'll let you ponder how Sri Lanka will find their 5th wicket, and then Aggers will join you.
Yeah, more of the same. This is what's required. Asitha Fernando getting that ball to jag around. which is good to see. But it won't be long spells. He's already bowled a couple. Laira Kumara's had an over of 3 overs after lunch. And warm afternoon, warm evenings here. You do have to look after your quick men. So
You're not feeling the heat, are you, Russell?
not me. I'm talking about the bowlers, Evans.
136 for 4. It's a really interesting day it's been today, and this is Jayasuriya bringing Root forward. He's on 39, and conscious, I'm sure, that, of course, as we've said before in this series, Chris Woakes due in next, and then down to the bowlers. So there's not great depth about England's batting, which makes the modes of dismissal so far particularly disappointing, I think, from an England perspective. Anyway, here's Jayasuriya again, Root forward, or rolls away out to cover, and there's no run. I mean, you can point the finger. Yeah, I mean, that happens, doesn't it? Bit of slope, bit of movement, bang, LBW. I think you expect that here. But the other dismissals have been very disappointing from an England viewpoint, anyway. Jayasuriya, left arm spin, bowls on leg stump. Root tucks him away up the slope towards the grandstand. There should be a couple there. Fielder rushing round, keeps his sun hat on, stooping and picking the ball up. That's Chandimal out there, who's happily, well, I don't have fully fit. He's not keeping wicket, and of course he did keep wicket at the start of the last Test match, but he got that horrible blow on the thumb. So at least he's fit enough to play. 138 for 4. Root on 41.
Joe Root is playing the lines extremely well.
Yeah. Jayasuriya bowls him, back he goes, opens the face of the bat and forces into the offside, but can't beat the field.
What I mean by that is Jayasuriya has been very good. Subtle changes in pace and angle, and he's been bowling more or less in line with the stumps. Root is happy to respect that. But the moment he goes outside the line of off stump or the angle to the leg stump, he's quickly on to it, getting out that slog sweep or the sweep, the pedal sweep, to make things roll for himself. But so far his judgment on line has been brilliant.
Jayasuriya bowls to him, forward he comes, head right over this, is content to block it away. Angelo Matthews strides in quickly from mid-wicket, and that's the end of the over. 138 for 4, Smith 5, and Root has 41.
Just a little more on Harry Brook's recent form. Very consistent, but without many big scores. He started his career spectacularly. That first winter, he had 3 centuries and 3 tests in Pakistan, then a big 100 in one of the 2 tests in New Zealand. Since then, in 11 tests since the start of last summer, 17 innings, just 1 century. That was that fine effort against West Indies at Trent Bridge this year. 6 other 50-plus scores and 5 more scores in the 30s and 40s. So 12 times out of 17 innings, one of which was 9 not out of 7. So basically 12 out of 16 he's reached 30, but only 3 scores over 61 and 1 century.
Well, Smith on 5, getting a start as Fernando rushes in. And forward he comes, a centurion from Old Trafford. And he's always full of effort, Fernando. He comes rushing in. And he's sharp. He's not Mark Wood, but he's got enough pace, got enough hustle and bustle about him to make the batsman hurry.
Yeah, doesn't get a lot of bounce because he's on the shorter side. He just kind of skids on to you.
Plenty of effort and a lot of energy.
He'll run in all day long.
Yeah.
Now, there's something that always bothers me, Eggers, when you look across. You've got a tiny side screen. The red building.
Yes. That's Fernando bowling. That's steered away down to slip.
The Pavilion of Lords, the members seated in front of the side screen. Batters never make a fuss.
I'll tell you something.
Such a small strip.
Do you know what that is? That is a massive improvement on what there used to be there.
It was just a 1 strip, isn't it?
There was nothing. There was Wayne Daniel coming in, bowling for Middlesex on that end with no sight screen. That wasn't funny.
If you look at it, the red ball. Reddish background, tiny little screen.
Yeah, no, it can be hard.
And the members' heads in front, bobbing up and down maybe.
Fernando again, he's tucked away by Smith. He's looking for 2. Might pick him up. No, it's only going to be 1 run as that's picked up out there on the run by Kumara.
But you never find anyone complain. The batters never complain. But in grounds elsewhere, you get these massive side screens.
Yep.
Which are probably 15 meters by 15 meters, but still the batter will be able to spot a guy at long on walking back to his seat.
It is
but
true.
no one makes a fuss here.
Well, because the members are very well behaved here, Russell. They don't move.
but
They
still
don't get up and down during the
So if you
an
can
over
play
being bowled.
here without a problem, why do you fuss elsewhere?
No, I don't know. That's a very good point. There's Root driving hard, smacks into the bowler's hand and drops absolutely dead. I mean, the members are generally, I mean, you get a few recalcitrant members down there, but generally they're pretty well behaved. They do what they're told, whereas the ones you're talking about, you sort of get random and rogue stewards walking across who don't really know anything about the game, don't you? And they're the ones that tend to interrupt the flow.
Yeah, and these huge side screens, movement maybe at long off tends to bother back.
No, I agree. It's all...
We waste so much time on that.
Yeah.
You're not fussing here. Why are you fuss or whinge about side screens elsewhere? There's a bit of respect here, I guess.
Here's Fernando, bowls short, it's pulled away out towards deep backward square leg, perfectly bisecting two fielders who are out there. And there's that, well, it sounds like a groan, doesn't it? It sounds like a boo, but of course it's not. It's just that appreciation of Root, who takes another boundary, 45.
Nicely controlled. Friendly delivery though, it didn't bounce. Around his waist, just swivels. There's square leg, there's fine leg. He bisects them. Nice shot.
143 for 4. And that screen, actually, to finish that, it is diaphanous. So it looks white from here, and you can't see through it. But the clever thing is, if you're sitting the other side of it, in the long room, you can look straight through it. So there'll be members sitting behind that screen who'll get a perfect view because of the diaphanous screen. It's very clever. It's Fernando bowling. That hits the pad, runs away. The keeper is trotting out. He's thrown a glove off there so he can throw the ball away, which he does now. That's the end of that Fernando over. 144 for 4. Because although you can see them now parting, the steward's there in his white jacket. He parts the screen. You can see people there. Although Lord's is kind of it is very traditional. Of course it is. It's the home of cricket and all of that. And it's got an amazing historic feel when you walk in here for the first time. But actually, a lot of the technology is very cutting edge. You know, you think about the first hover cover that was here. This is the first outfield that was laid that can just soak away all the water in no time. You're getting excited about something, Russell.
Yeah, because when Allison was here just before you walked in, the Brook dismissal to the Root non-dismissal before lunch.
Yes.
They just highlighting the lines, and Roots looked straighter.
Ah.
Both were on umpire's call.
You can't argue with the computer. Jayasuriya starts a new over. Root he bends at the knees. He plays that out to cover.
So the Sri Lankans have also now realised Root's not going to play the paddle sweep or the sweep when it's in line with the stump. So if Jayasuriya can stay on that line, they can use that fielder elsewhere. No leg slip, two fielders at mid-wicket.
Root forward, or oomph into that shot, but it's fielded at cover behind Asanka. But yeah, so much of this ground is very old ground. Is cutting edge really. All the mowers are electric. I was watching them yesterday. All these little things like that. The hover cover, first one that we had, is pushed away out to
stay off the grass, boards around. Well, you were told to walk off the wicket.
Well, that's the wicket they're using for the next county game. So
on that particular strip, is that what we were ordered on?
That was that particular 22 yards. Jayasuriya bowls. That's tucked away out towards deep backward square for a single. Root goes to 47. It's quite difficult to know where to stand out there today because there's quite a lot of people. And there's that carpet we're talking about, the tossing carpet, for want of a better word, which the captain has to toss the coin into. That was all marked off, so he couldn't walk there. Obviously, can't walk on the pitch. So it's a bit cramped out there today, and they've got balls flying everywhere for fielding practice. 145 for 4 in the 36th over. England put into bat today. And Smith on 6 plays this defensively back to the bowler. And there is no run. Root 47. But the men out today who'll be disappointed, I have to say. Duckett 40s were very well set. Reverse sweep, caught in the deep. Jayasuriya bowls, tossed up, played away down to mid-on. Lawrence, he actually took a pace down the pitch at the fast bowler and then nicked a a ball that really didn't do anything to the keeper for 9. Ollie Pope, pull stroke hook shot on 1, ball went up in the air, brilliantly caught by Dhananjaya. I mean, it really was. That was a. So you'll watch it on the telly or on the website, the clips, and you'll think, oh, that's all right. But actually, when you saw it live, and the ground that he made, where the wicketkeeper was too, and that's always quite off-putting when you're a fielder. If the wicketkeeper comes towards you, you tend to let it go, don't you, and leave it to him.
But he called.
Yeah.
The moment it went up in the air, he called everyone
He
out.
owned it, and to take it as he did, over his shoulder, blue sky, it was a really good catch. That it won't look that necessarily on the telly, but it was outstanding. And then Brooke LBW for 33 to Fernando, who's running in now, and he's bowling to Root, who's on 47, and Root with a flick of the wrists turns the ball away for Matthews to field at mid-wicket.
And the Duckett reverse sweep.
Well, I know.
Or the reverse slog that, and he gets himself caught at a deep point where the lone fielder was patrolling.
Yeah. He gets set.
And all those wickets came at times where Sri Lanka looked like they were unable to create anything. And it was just going to be a flat batting day, and then out come the mistakes, and it's game on. Now it's at a situation where you can't afford a mistake from an England batting point of view.
Absolutely.
4 down, 145 only on the board as yet.
Fernando comes tearing in, bowls down the leg side, a flick and a miss from Root this time, and collected by the keeper. Gaps around, people still enjoying their lunch out there on the nursery ground behind us. They've actually set some tables and chairs up there now, I see, so the picnickers are very comfortably off now. Used to be rugs and that sort of thing, but of course the gardens down there, we can see the tent and the gap there between the pavilion and the Allen stand. That's a champagne bar in there. That seems to be doing a good trade.
But a lot more clouds have shown up now, but no sign of rain, no angry clouds.
There'll be no angry clouds. It's all clear for, I think, 3 days, Russell, which is good news. There's Root tucking that away out to a deep square leg. Picking up one more run. Let us stroll it. There's no need to run. Goes a long way out into the deep. 146 for 4. Root on 48. Smith is on 6th. It's down to a slip and a gully now. Bit surprising maybe for the new batsman, but Sri Lanka no one wicket here. They've got a really good chance of bowling England out cheaply. It was a surprising decision this morning. I think it took everyone by surprise. Fernando rushes in, bowls. Smith on the back foot plays a beautifully straight bat.
Sure did. But if they can, this feel, even we feel, if something gives you, it's 250, then that position would be justified.
Absolutely.
From the Sri Lankan point of view. Asita Fernando probably his last over in this spell. His 4th. Would De Silva want to go back to Lahiru Kumara, who's already bowled 12? That's quite a bit of a workload. 11. Yeah. He's also coming back from injury, hence.
Might be time for Ratnayaka, is it? I think
no miles in the legs, as you would say, but Ratnayaka, yes. But that would not be an attacking option as Smith just knocks it to mid-on. They're keeping it tight. They're not giving him anything, and I reckon that's good bowling. Smith is a player who likes to play his shots and get the runs flowing. Dot after dot to build some pressure. That's all you can hope for.
146 for 4. Sudden behind, a bit of cloud at the moment as Fernando walks purposefully back to his mark again. Smith grips his bat, whereas Root just looks as if he's just, I don't know, on a day out. He's just leaning on his bat at the far end there, very casually, legs crossed, hand on his hip. Smith comes forward, reaching for that slightly, and he set off there. So Ratnayaka fielded well at point to deny a run. 146 for 4. We're approaching the first hour mark of the afternoon, so that should be halfway through, but overs left 53, 37 bowled, so nowhere near halfway in terms of actual passage of play today. Jasri peels his cap off, gives it to Joel Wilson. He's doing something with it. Where's he? hasn't got a coat on, so he's going to hold it. He's sort of folded it up very carefully. They're very treasured things. One's cap, isn't it? Your country's cap.
Yep, you're given
can't
one.
scrunch it up too much.
You're given one and you try to use that as long as you can. Probably a replacement when you play 100 tests.
Yeah, well, they do it on 25 tests with England. Duckett got his this morning. Root's on 48. Can he find his half century? Well, he's not looking there. He simply comes forward and plays Jayasuriya towards short cover.
Just a hint of turn again from Jayasuriya. Gentle. Didn't look threatening at all, but Root.
Jayasuriya again, and that creeps away up an edge. Now they're going to take one. The ball rolls away to deep backward square leg. So he goes to 49. Thought for a moment there he might try and bustle to get a second, but he's not really bothered about these things. 49 from 82 balls, 147 for 4.
Two fielders getting to it, but waiting for the other to pick up. Probably the ball might have just run past them.
Yes.
And then you also get these special caps for various achievements.
That's right. So Smith forward.
Dimuth Karunaratne of Sri Lanka was proudly showing off the cap that he received from the ICC for being a part of the ICC World Test Team.
Oh, that one.
2023.
Okay. Yeah. This is Smith coming forward, playing Jayasuriya patiently out to cover.
But those are not caps you wear; those just go up in your cupboard.
Fancy ones.
Fancy ones, yes. Green colour it looked.
147 for 4. And this is pushed away out to cover again. There's no run.
Bowling really well too.
Yeah, it's played very accurately.
Except the deep square leg, everyone in on the one, not giving Jamie Smith anything to feast on.
Last ball of the over, defended resolutely, kicked up by the bowler, who tosses the ball away, and that is the end of that over. It's the end of Russell Arnold. I think it's the end of me too, actually. So a double change coming in here. I'll hand over to Simon Mann. Alistair Cook, I think, is coming into this one here. I've got one name to say to Alistair, Dennis Lilly, and I'll hand over to you, Simon.
Dennis Lilly.
Afternoon, Simon. Don't even get me started.
He's below Aggers on that list as well, is he? I've already told Andy Zaltzman off for coming up with it in the first place. It's a really unnecessary piece of research. It's only lifted enormously the confidence, the swagger of the BBC's cricket correspondent.
I also know that you can find stats which are just totally utterly irrelevant to prove an argument. I've been trying to think of something which would make me look better than like Markham Marshall as a bowler or something. Although my average was 7, that's right.
Average and strike rate,
exactly,
right
all of it. It's all just proves, isn't it?
Listeners, you missed the earlier conversation. We were looking at Aggers's average as a test bowler against specifically the 4 great players: Viv Richards, Gordon Greenwich, Arjuna Ranatungan, Aravinda de Silva. 4 for 51. The best test average of any bowler who bowled 60 or more balls at those specific 4 players.
But this is after I compared him to Ratnayaka.
Yes.
A worse version of Ratnayaka's, a slower version of Ratnayaka.
And Ratnayaka's test bowling average is heading towards Agnew territory.
Is it possible?
Yes, so the 4 for 51 against those 4 players.
Well, your
about
challenge
300 against the rest.
Your challenge tonight, Zolt, is to find Aggers at the bottom of some bowling table.
That's not a challenge.
Okay. Right, the players are taking drinks here at Lord's. It's 147 for 4. His play is in the balance. Smith on 6, Root on 49, and Alistair Cook alongside me. Of course, Root has the chance today. He's still got plenty of work to do, of going level with Alistair's record, England record of 33 Test match hundreds. I think it was a game, was it Trent Bridge, where Root looked as though he was going to equal the record, then got out.
I think
the 90s, 80s, 90s.
87.
Well, I think since he got his 32nd one, I think he's got 3 or 4 50s.
2, but he's on the verge of the third, and a 42 as well. And 4.
I'm not going to say anything, because if I say something and it gets out, people say I deliberately try to commentate and curse him. But he's looking...
Yeah, Edgbaston 87, that's right, because he made 100 at Trent Bridge, didn't he? Yeah.
Well, he's in good form. That's all I will say about it.
Well, it would be remarkable if sometime before he retires he does not equal and go past your record. I mean, that actually would be a more remarkable feat if he doesn't break your record, really. Equal it first and then go past it. Well, he's got an opportunity today. He's 49 not out. And he's gluing England together again, a bit like he did in that match at Old Trafford in the second innings. It's a similar kind of performance from Sri Lanka and from England today. Just sort of battling against themselves a bit. Some wickets have been tossed away today. Sri Lanka putting England into bat, but it hasn't felt like a put-in day pitch, anything really, even performance from Sri Lanka. But they've managed to pick up wickets one way or another. Play is going to resume after the drinks break, and it's Ratnayaka who's going to bowl from the pavilion end of the ground. Tall man, long straight run, bowls, and forward goes Root and mistimes a drive, and it goes rolling up towards mid-on, and there is no run. What have you made the day's play so far, Alistair?
Slightly unexpected, I think, is probably the word I would use. Every time you thought England had been settled, Sri Lanka managed to pick up a wicket. The pitch looks a good wicket. I mean, there's been a little bit of movement, but when isn't there a little bit of movement with the nude ball for the first hour and a half?
Ratnayaka to Root, and there's his half century. Turning it away into the onside for one. He's hustling back for the second. In fact, it catches Smith unawares. Smith was thinking, he's just going to go for one there, and Root said, no, come back. And Smith had to get going. That's another half century for Joe Root. It's another one in this series for Joe Root. He's 51 not out.
It is a 97th score of 50 or more in Test cricket, which takes him clear of Shivnarine Chanderpaul into 5th on the all-time list of most 50s in Tests. Ahead of him, Dravid had 99, Ponting 103, Kallis 103, and Tendulkar 119. Root's converted 32 of his previous 96 into centuries.
And he waits now for Ratnayaka, and he guides that away nicely, threading it through the offside. It's going up the slope. It won't be 4. They'll come for 2. They might look at 3, and they're thinking about it now. The throw's on its way, and they do indeed come back for 3 runs as the throw comes in on the banks to Madhushka, the wicketkeeper. So 2 and then 3 to Root takes him to 54, and England's 150s on the board, 152 for 4.
How many times do we see that shot from Joe Root? Just on the back foot with a straight bat. That's why it's like he has so much control. If you're trying to cut, you could cut it, but he's not really a cutter of a ball, really square. He uses the pace to guide it on, but the straight bat, that's why he can play it under his eyes. He always looks like in control of that shot.
Ratnayaka now to bowl to Smith. Smith takes one step down the pitch and then defends it up towards mid-on, and there's no run.
Root's 50 came from 84 balls with 6 fours. And it's the 7th Test in a row in which he's made a 50 since the Test in which he was out reverse scooping Jasprit Bumrah in the 3rd Test in India.
So he's got a 50 every game since.
What is he averaging since that Bumrah dismissal as well then? I mean, because he must be, well, it must be quite high.
It's very high.
Ratnayaka to Smith. Smith strokes it back to mid-off. Nice looking shot, but no direction in it in terms of beating the fielder.
In all, in the 7 Tests since then, 2 centuries, 5 other 50-plus scores. 692 runs, average 86.5. The interesting thing is the strike rate and the boundaries. No sixes, 64 fours, a strike rate of 57 per 100 balls. Previously, under Bazball, he'd been averaging 50, but scoring at 73 per 100 balls, and had hit 19 sixes in 21 Tests.
Ratnayaka bounding in to bowl to Jamie Smith again, down the pitch. Smith flicking it into the onside, and it goes quickly to mid-on, and the fielder there throws the ball at the stumps and hits them because Smith had taken a stride or two down looking for a single. They had to get back, and there was very nearly an overthrow. The upshot, dot ball. A lot going on, but dot ball. 152 for 4.
And just quickly, prior to Bazball Root's career strike rate was 54.6, and he'd hit 25 sixes in 117 tests. So really, since that dismissal against Bumrah, he has essentially returned to batting in the manner of the first chunk of his career.
Which seems, you have to be said, eminently sensible. When you've scored that many runs batting in that more conventional way, do you reckon he went to his hotel room that evening and thought, right, I'm not going to do that again. I really am just go back. It seems like it, the way he's played since then.
I think the shot, he suddenly realised that shot he played then really let the team down.
Jayasuriya bowls and Root plays to cover, and there's no run.
In terms of England had a chance to get back in that game. Obviously, he would have had to score a lot of the runs anyway. But that particular shot, I think it just hurt him because he knew not let the team down's not the right word, but probably.
Let's watch Jayasuriya walk in to bowl to Root, and Root leans forward, head right over it in defence to short extra cover, and there's no run.
Probably a better word, threw the advantage away. And that, I think that would have hurt him more than actually, not just the shot. I think the shot was part of it, but the fact that England had a good position. Obviously, they're relying on Rooty to score a lot of runs, as they have done for however many number of years.
Jayasuriya to Root again, flatter this time. Root goes back and plays a nice shot through the onside, flicking it away through mid-wicket. There'll probably be another 3 runs to Root here. And they're coming back for the third now. Some relay fielding on the wide long on boundary prevents it going for 4. So 3 more to Root, takes him to 57, and England to 155 for 4.
And just the impact that had on the series, I think that probably hurt him. And then that kind of like, right, when we get in opportunities, I've got to be, as a senior batsman, the guy who goes on and gets those big hundreds. So I think it's just one of those little life lessons, more than the shot, I think.
Jayasuriya now to Smith. Smith turns it quietly, gently into the onside to short mid-wicket, and there's no run.
It's a bit like running down and trying to whack Nathan Lyon. He hasn't done that shot for a while either, has he? So it's
Jayasuriya tries again to Smith. Smith forward, playing to short extra cover this time, and there's no run. Watery sunshine at Lord's. It's a pleasantly warm late summer's day. Summer having its last big cheer. The weather's been nice this week, and into the weekend it will be nice as well. 155 for 4. Jayasuriya to Smith. Smith blocking that to short extra, and that's the end of the over. Well, you can watch highlights of today's play on Today at the Test. It's BBC 2, 7 o'clock tonight, and on the iPlayer, and highlights throughout the day on BBC Sport website and app. So those 4 wickets and some of Root strokes, some of the other strokes as well. And also, it's funny, isn't it, how the game goes today. I mean, Root's still there, it could be his day, and yet he gets the umpire's call that goes in his favour. Harry Brook gets the umpire's call that goes against him. Same umpire, same end, same stump. I suppose the one thing you would say
Root was high.
The root was quite high, wasn't it? So you think you can understand why umpire Rifle said not out to one and out to the other. Ratnayaka bowls to Root outside the off stump. Root takes a step down the pitch and then leaves a wide ball.
Does Hawkeye give you, I don't know about this, I'm just thinking out loud, does Hawkeye give you like the percentage of ball hitting the stumps for each one? Because when you saw Joe's on replay, it looked like at best it was clipping, didn't it? Next, you saw Harry Brooks, it looked a lot more out in the first time, didn't it? Although probably hitting the same percentage of the ball.
Yeah.
But I know what you mean. I wouldn't have given Roots, but I would have given Brooks. Just by looking at it,
which is exactly what the umpire did. Well, the technology said both are umpires' calls. It's playing into the onside through square leg. Umpire Wilson steps out of the way of it, and Root walks the non-striker's end, taking it another single. 156 for 4, and Joe Root to 58. Well, if you want to go to the BBC Sport website and have a look back at those incidents, if you haven't seen them already, then I'm sure they will be there. Well, the Brooks one will, because it was a wicket. I presume the Root escape will be there as well. And if you don't, it's not on there now, you can watch it on Today at the Test tonight, 7 o'clock BBC 2. Jamie Smith is 6 not out from 28 deliveries. And he stands up there and punches it back past the bowler up towards mid-off. And there's no run. When he made his debut here against West Indies, he came in, there was a lot of fanfare about the way he plays and the aggressiveness of his batting. That innings was quite slow. I remember saying, well, we could have Ben Foakes batting out there. He's batting at the same tempo. But there was a few hints in that innings of a slightly different style. That's 6 he hit out towards Father Time. Huge blow. And of course, what we've seen since, we know he's got it in his locker, as they say. Here's Ratnayaka bowling, and Smith stands up and punches that one to mid-off. Nice looking shot again. He's stroked a few, they've gone straight to fielders.
Well, I think that's what makes him such an impressive batsman, isn't it? He has got all the gears. He goes up and down gears during his innings. It's not, he can play the tempo. He knew walking out to bat when Harry Brook was out 130 for 4. Sri Lanka, you'd say, were on top. So you have to rebuild. You have to dig in. You have to make it hard for the opposition to go again. And 30 balls in, he's taking the sting out of it. You know he's going to catch up at some stage.
Ratnayaka bowls to him. He guides that away off the back foot to cover this time, trying to find the angle to beat the field. Not quite. Getting it out to cover, where it's picked up by Kamindu Mendes. He showed himself at Old Trafford the batting qualities that he has got. There was a fine second innings 100 from Mendes, coming in at number 7. He's wearing his sun hat. In fact, a couple of Sri Lankans wearing their sun hats today. It's altogether different from that strong, cold crosswind that
the wind
at Old Trafford. Yeah, the wind. Yeah, sport in the wind is hopeless. Ratnayaka to Smith. Smith plays that to mid-off. There's no run, and that's the end of the over. Apart from sailing.
Apart from sailing, I was going for.
Yeah, sailing.
And surfing? Do you need wind for a bit of surf to get the waves up?
That I don't know, but I think it has to do with fetch, isn't it? So if you've got a huge ocean, you get the bigger waves, I think.
Okay, so not to do with the wind pushing offshore.
Well, there must be some wind sort of initially, I suppose, that brings them all in.
You got me now thinking about other sports which need the wind.
Need the wind. I mean, golf. Do you need the wind for golf? I mean, it makes it more interesting, probably, but
it makes it harder.
It makes it harder.
It brings my slice up.
Yeah.
It would make darts more interesting, wouldn't it? If there's a bit of crosswind.
Yeah.
Well, they're too easy at the moment, isn't it?
Yeah, stick them in a hall. We can put them outside on a blowy day. Yeah.
Have you seen the fuss though when there is a bit of a breeze? They lose it. They go mental. They walk off stage. And the darts players.
How is there a breeze in a hall?
No, if there is a breeze or they feel something, they all
right.
get.
Well, someone opens the door at the back.
Possibly.
Jayasuriya into bowl to Root. Root nudges that into the on the side towards forward square leg.
They wouldn't like the TMS window, would they? Here.
No, they wouldn't.
Which has now been shut a lot more than it was this morning, where it's like a gale in it.
It was quite cold up here, strangely. Flags barely fluttering on the pavilion at the far end. Dab sweep from Root goes down fine. Off for 1. I think we'll have to settle for 1. That fielder there is quite fine. In front of the Warner stand, or running to his right, more towards the away dressing room from the Warner stand angle.
Clever.
157 for 4.
Clever batting, isn't it? Because they had a leg slip for the previous 2 overs. As soon as it goes out, plays a paddle sweep. When it was there, he played a firm sweep. I mean, it's just like taking a mickey, really, isn't it? Hitting it doing what cricket is, hitting when the fielders aren't.
Infuriating to bowl to him. Back goes Smith, the ball that's short of a length, and he's cracked that off the back foot for 4. Well, he picked the length very early there from Jayasuriya. It's only a fraction short. It felt only a fraction short, but he rocked back and not just hit it hard, but he also placed it as well. 161 for 4. Smith into double figures.
Smith's first runs off Jayasuriya today. Played out 15 dot balls prior to that fall.
It was a quick feat, wasn't it, on that shot? For a big man, he moves very, very quickly, and actually you need faster feet to spin than you do to seam, which seems a bit silly when the ball's a lot slower, but you've got to move back, use the depth of the crease. That gives you the time to be able to hammer it through the offside.
Jayasuriya tries again. That one is a bit fuller, and Smith leans on it on the front foot in defence. Back down the onside of the pitch, and there's no run. The sun winning the battle with the high cloud at the moment. So really pleasantly warm afternoon. Jayasuriya to Smith, who clips it towards mid-on. Finds Karunaratne. And there is no run. 161 for 4. Out today, Duckett 40, Lawrence 9, Pope 1, Brook 33. Root was 59 not out at the non-striker's end. He watches Jayasuriya walk in and bowl to Smith, who strokes it up to Kamara, fielding at mid-off, and there's no run. That's the end of the over. 161 for 4. So the game and the day's play in the balance at the moment.
It's interesting because Jayasuriya, they don't really use their feet to him very often. Whether he's obviously a bit like Harath. Remember Harath? There was very subtle changes in pace. You know, nothing you could really see from just watching from afar. But obviously, when you face it, you'd think, oh, you could use your feet up and down the wicket especially on a day one when it's not turning too much. They seem reluctant to use their feet. Now, whether that is just his nous making it, they're kind of unsettled, so you don't feel comfortable doing it. So there's no worth taking the risk.
Did you find Harath quite a tricky bowler? He's quite short, wasn't he?
I never say anything, because if I say no, I felt it was all right.
Smacked him everywhere.
You knew that's
find out your average 10 against.
Well, that's the same. Well, I never smacked anyone anywhere, but I thought I played him okay. So I'm going to say I wasn't particularly worried about facing him. However, Zoltz is about to prove this myth horribly wrong and put me straight back in my box.
Ratnayaka bowls. He plays on there, Joe Root. He was looking for that deep third boundary again, that characteristic Root shot. He has hit it to the boundary, but not in the way he was attempting to do. He was looking to play it through that slip cordon, a shot we've seen him play many times. He's got a thick inside edge, and the ball went past his stumps down to the fine leg boundary. Well, that's probably the streakiest shot he's played so far. Passed off stump in actual fact.
Yeah, it's just nipped back down the slope from Ratnayaka, so he's cramped Joe Root for room. What was that? 2 inches from off stump where he bounced?
He's on 63 and England on 165 for 4. Ratnayaka bowls to Root, and that was the shot he was trying to play the ball before. He's tapping it on its head, but it was very well stopped in that slip cordon this time by Patam Nasanka, and there is no run.
A little bit short of that one, so it was there for the shot. While the other ball, previous balls, slightly fuller.
Root on 63. Quite good fun actually if he's on 99 to get you to do the commentary, Alistair.
I'll be on somewhere.
Ratnayaka bowls to Root. Root comes forward, bat and pad glued together, pushing it towards extra cover, and there is a no run. Who was your 33rd? Oh, you're in your last game, of course.
One,
yeah. Last game.
Last one.
Did you feel freed up for that innings? Like your last game, and it's like...
No, well, I've said actually...
It?
Well, that was what everyone said, just go out and enjoy
But it wasn't like that.
No, because I didn't want to walk off with my tail between my legs with no runs, and you get a standing ovation walking out to the bat. What do you do when you walk off the bat with 0 or 3? Like, do you raise your bat? Do you not raise your bat?
Root waits, Ratnayaka bowls, Root guides it towards backward point, and there's no run. So you were as determined in that innings as you were in your first one in Nagpur.
Yeah, I just kept saying, don't make this your last ball. That was what was in my head. So whether that was a great example of just a clearer mind or one single focus, especially after when you announce it like 3 or 4 days before, there's a bit of fuss about it, and suddenly I was getting called to get dropped anyway, and then you announce your retirement, and everyone then really likes you again. So it was a good week.
Well, nice way to go. Ratnayaka into Root. He takes a step down the pitch and then defends a ball that's quite wide outside off stump. He was in control, playing it to Mendes in the covers, and there's no run. Have you managed to get that stat? Or
yes,
not?
Harath to Cook, 145 runs for 2 dismissals. Pretty good. Bowler with 400 test wickets, including a lot of LBWs. A quarter of his wickets were LBWs, as DRS revolutionised left-arm spin.
I was right then.
Yep.
Average 70, is that right? Is that my maths?
Yep. Last ball of the over, Ratnayaka to Root. Root defends. There's a shout for LBW for pad bat. Umpire says not out. And then the old timer will be on again. 12 seconds. And Dan Jada Silva, he's asking the questions. Go on. You're going through the processes out there. I don't think they're going to go for it. So we are going to go for Isha Gua to replace me at 65 for 4.
Well, there's a half shot. Did nip back quite a long way down the slope. He's bowling from the pavilion end. Just on the replay, quite clearly outside the line. It might have been just clipping off stump. Can't be outside the line. Good afternoon, Isha. No, wrong one. Is that working? No.
This one?
Yes.
Well, the wires were all tangled up and I didn't know which direction they were coming from, to be quite honest with you, but we got there in the end.
We're there.
So 165 for 4 then, England being sent in this morning. Day 1 of the Lord's Test, the second test of 3. Sri Lanka would have been happy going into lunch, picking up 3 as Jayasuriya bowls. The left arm spinner to Smith, who just defends down the pitch.
I think that's a good example. Just before I was saying that you don't see the England batsmen using their feet to Jayasuriya, as if he seems to always know what they're up to.
Smith on the front foot again and covering the ball after a front foot press. Slip in play. There is a man at mid-off, but it's just pushing back ever so slightly.
They kept the field up, haven't they, today?
Yeah.
Look,
Tempting them.
Yeah, they've tempted them all day. They pushed him back, yes, at Old Trafford quite early, but they've kept him up. And they've been out the boundary at all.
Jayasuriya bowls. Smith on the back foot and pushing the ball to the offside. No run. It's around this sort of time of the day, isn't it, that the fans get a little bit sleepy. They might potter off to the nursery ground.
I thought you meant toughs then.
I mean, he looked sleepy when he arrived today. There's Smith, front foot press again onto the back foot and working it to mid-wicket, no run.
Yeah, it's just that little bit of a lull, isn't it?
Yeah.
Just feel...
Post-food fatigue.
Post-food fatigue.
Jayasuriya spins himself a catch past the umpire. It's a slow walk as Smith is forward and covering the ball again to the offside, no run. Have you liked the look of Smith? It's been a pretty impressive start to his Test career.
I don't know anyone who doesn't, apart from maybe Ben Folkes, but it just looks the part, doesn't it? He looks the part in all aspects of his batting.
Forward pressing onto the back foot and punching past cover out to the boundary, beats the fielder. Cover is chasing after it. Will the ball win? It does. Much to the acknowledgement and appreciation of the crowd, who are predominantly England fans in the mound stand, as Jamie Smith picks up a 4 at the end of the over. It's 169 for 4.
It's the second time he's played this kind of shot. Just misses his length a little bit short. He plays with such a straight bat. He skids on Jayasuriya. So you're looking a bit square. He aims nice and straight and kind of gets that through. Not a big gap between short extra cover and slightly deeper cover. Yeah, Jamie Smith. So I said it at the end of Old Trafford. I don't entirely know where you bowl at him to expose a weakness, which for a guy coming into the side is a brilliant place. Clearly top of off, moving around. We know that's the basic, but normally someone has some kind of technical fault. He looks so solid. And we did a little montage of him just playing drives. Now they weren't going for runs, but they were just good balls, and he was just playing. This technique is so simple, so precise every time. It's like a bowler. If you're bowling at someone, it gives you that impression. Well, how am I going to get past this?
The one thing I did notice is Root is setting up on 63. Ratnayaka bowling from the pavilion. Root defends down the pitch, as there is quite a strong breeze now blowing from behind Ratnayaka. Was that he does get his right-hander batter, and he gets his left foot across a little bit. And I just wonder, with an extra bit of pace, if you're looking to target the pads, whether that might be a potential way of getting him out.
It's normally a good ball, they'll nip back up at good pace. But you're right, that front foot can be a fairly floating thing, can't it? It can, certain bowlers get across too much to the offside.
Well, Sri Lanka are having a go. Dhananjaya De Silva is passing the ball to the umpire. It's Paul Rifle down there.
The good old trick of the ball's not doing anything. Let's see if we can change it.
Let's get it, see if it can go through the ring. As Ratnayaka is in again and cut away by Root Threads it between backward point and gully out to the third man boundary. There is no one position down there, and another 4 to the score for England. 170 for 4. Bit of width on offer, and he does what he does best. Joe Root, just those lovely hands and lovely wrists. So classical.
Just how many times we've seen this shot. It's that 4 stump, not a bad ball at all. Slightly short if you've been picky. Just shows the margin for error is so small against Joe Root in that area. Why he can just keep that scoreboard going. You're bowling channel, and you miss that channel length by a little bit, and he punishes you.
Root on 67. Onto the back foot again and punching to point. No run, not able to thread it through that time. Into the 45th over here at Lords. 173 for 4 England. Run rate 3.89. So Sri Lanka, you would say that that's a little bit of a win in this era for England cricket.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen a new way of England trying to bat, aren't we? Not quite as aggressive as they have been the previous 2 years. And we're saying this is mundane, and scoring at just under 4s in my era. Results would have been, he'd have run out of ink. He'd have been so excited.
What would you have been happy with as a run rate generally?
When we're fielding.
When you're batting. Root lets it go in the channel.
Well, I'd be happy at 10s, but actually,
minimum.
Do you know what? A minimum. I wouldn't know what we scored at, but I reckon. I mean, it's just average. I know we, as a bowling unit, when we were bowling, we tried to keep the opposition under 2.7.
Yeah.
That was like the magic mark for, if you know, the good old stats for the old analyst in their little hut somewhere. So if you keep the opposition under 2.7, you will create more chances. So that was our aim as a bowler. I wouldn't know what as a batting group, I suppose we didn't have that apart from how many runs we scored. So we weren't quite so fussed about. It'd be a good game. 59 games of captain. What did we score at results? There you go. That'll keep you busy for 10 minutes. You haven't got it there already, have you?
Not as captain, as for you as a player, I've got it.
Oh, we know that as a player.
Root again dabs at the ball on the off stump and guides it to gully this time. No run.
You meant as a side, though, didn't you? You meant
as a side, yeah, as a team.
As a side in matches that you played in.
Yeah.
England scored at 3.26 per over and conceded at 3.23 per over.
So it's the same, right? Pretty much.
And you would have had a bit of Trott and Peterson.
Yeah, so we had a slow top order and slightly more powerful middle. So I'm not sure we're scoring at 3.2 with me, Strauss, Trott. That might have been Peterson, Bell and Pryor, I'd say.
Root pushing at it. Diving fielder at gully. Just out of reach. It goes down to the third man boundary. I wonder if he got a tip on that. But that was definitely an opportunity for Sri Lanka. 177 for 4. Whether it was a catching opportunity or not, we'll have to have a look at the replay as Sir Alistair Cook has made way for Phil Tufnell.
Afternoon, Nish. Afternoon, everyone.
3.93 now, this run rate. England 177 for 4 after 45 overs. Matt Nayaka probing away just outside the channel. Nearly got himself a breakthrough.
Yep, just a bit of a fiddle from Joe Root. First time he's sort of just looked a bit unsure outside that off stump's been playing beautifully as usual, and as usual at Lords. But yeah, they'll be pushing hard. They've bowled nicely. They've just kept it simple, Sri Lanka. Spinner's gone well. Kept it pretty tight, and the seamers have probed away. England not finding it easy.
Jaya Surya, the left arm spinner, comes in to Smith, pressing on the front foot and working the ball to mid wicket, going back and getting that bat across. No run.
I seem to have said that all summer though, and then with Jamie Smith at the crease, and you're sort of thinking, oh crikey, lose one more wicket. Next thing you know, he's got about 90. So he does go through the gears, but he does just. I like the way.
Smith crouches and defends the ball, going forwards, then back, no run.
He gets himself in. He gets himself in, and he's very measured early on, and occasionally, he looks to just play that expansive drive or that sort of like jab through mid-wicket, but then all of a sudden, very difficult to stop scoring.
Smith forwards and covering the ball to the offside, no run, going quite forcefully at that one. Smith on 14 then, Root 71. Just having a look at that replay, Tuffers. I think it was just out of reach for Pathum Nissanka, diving low to his left.
It would have been a tasty catch.
Smith forward presses again, and this time turns the ball to mid-wicket, no run off the front foot. Looking forward to the cake.
What cake?
Well, we've already got one
Have we?
back of our box here today, but as is always the case here at Lords, there's a nice selection at tea time.
Yeah.
Offers.
What is it? Do we know?
Smith forward and working the ball to the leg side, no run. Oh, it's a long message. You can have a go. Elstow Cricket Club have written a lovely note from the Young family.
Yeah, lovely long
There's
one.
a picture of the club team there.
Yeah, all with medals.
There's
They've obviously won
Smith
something.
forwards and covering the ball again. Head right over it at the end of the over. 177 for 4. Callum, he's been playing cricket since he was 4 years old. He now plays for Elstow Cricket Club in Bedfordshire. This year, he is captain the under-13 county team to win the league. He keeps wicket and opens the batting. He has also played in the under-15s team. And the boys are so passionate about cricket and their team. They work really hard and train all year. They are fantastic and a wonderful group of lads. Elstow are an amazing village cricket club. They were hugely successful in the junior leagues, reaching 3 out of 4 finals in ages under 13 and under 15, not 100. The volunteers give up so much time to support their club, and we are very proud of their achievements. Enjoy the cake made by our amazing friend Karen Punter.
Oh, good.
Well, that's a great name.
Yes.
That's a great name.
As long as the lads didn't make it, I'll have a little go at it. What is it? Do we know what it is? Oh, it looks nice. It's like a big white sort of block.
white icing.
Yeah.
Root on 71, whipping the ball out to deep mid-wicket. Deep backwards square is rushing around to his left to collect it. Root with a single goes to 72, 178 for 4.
Oh, very professional.
Oh, it's being unwrapped by
Oh, it's got the club
Henry
colours.
Moran. Oh, it does.
Yeah. And
the
that-
badge.
Yeah. What's the badge? Oh, it's just letters. Oh.
Yellow and black stars.
Yeah, lovely. Oh, lovely. Good effort. That lovely.
What's inside? That's the question.
Oh, exciting, isn't it? Who knows?
Go on, have we got a knife?
Well, that was
There's a ruler there. Maybe use a ruler. Ratnayaka is in. Driven beautifully by Smith, and Ratnayaka gets his right boot out and takes a bit of pace off it. It's out to the boundary, and there's a diving stop by the captain, Dhananjaya De Silva. He takes a bit of turf out. Has he stopped the 4?
Hold on, he might have hurt his knee there.
Yeah, he's back up on his feet as he looked to dive just before it reached the boundary. And there's appreciation from the crowd here, recognising that his body was on the line. He's got a good chunk of that, the bowler, Ratnayaka.
I think you said earlier on about Smith's straight drives.
Well, it's an interesting tumble. He catches his knee in the ground, and the ball kind of bobbles into his hand, but he does manage to stop the 4. So Smith goes to 17. They pick up 3, and Root is on strike. Still just hobbling around there. Dhananjaya at mid-honours. The ball's bowled into the channel. Root leaves it.
Just shows the power of the chap, though, you know what I mean? He didn't really look to hit that drive very hard, and got a massive foot on it as well, and it still flew off to the boundary, nearly making it handy.
And those 3 runs brought up the 50 partnership in 15.3 overs.
Just gone about the business, haven't they? Come on, Mr. Smith.
And I think more in Joe Root's wheelhouse. I mean, a man that scored over 12,000 runs for England, 72. But what he has done here is he's got Jamie Smith in as well. There's Root across and pushing at the ball to the offside for a single. Moves to 73, 182 for 4. Come on then, Phil, do the honours.
I know.
Got the knife.
We've got a knife now.
Okay.
Not a ruler. Not one of Andy's chewed rulers that he does his scoring with. Let's have a little go.
Elstow Cricket Club.
Oh, it feels nice.
Karen Punter, what have you got for us?
Feels very moist. Feels nice and soft. Oh, it's a Victoria sponge.
Lovely.
Oh, lovely.
Lovely, jubbly.
Oh, that looks rather good. Lot of icing wrapped round it.
Ratnayaka sets off again. The sun's coming out as Smith turns the ball to wideish mid-on, no run. Sorry, we just posed for a photo
Not
there.
the best radio, that was it. Posing for a photo, complete silence.
Classic radio.
And
You
that
can't do
photo will be
selfies on them.
available on the Smash Special
can't do
website and app.
Yes. Thanks very much for that 30 seconds of quiet. No, that looks a nice cake. Thank you very, very much.
It does actually.
Yeah, I'm going to have a little go now. Oh, well, no,
Nice,
I'm going to wait.
lovely cup of tea.
Going to wait.
Yeah. I do need a summariser.
Yes, you do.
Time is.
Yes, you do. Good.
Ratnaker bounds in, edge in front of Gully.
Just stopped.
And Sanka's been in the business there. Diving to his right this time, on the bounce, no run. So causing a few problems from that end. Ratnaker, when he gets it in the right area, that good length delivery. In fact, I think he's just rolled his fingers on that one.
Yeah, bit of scrambling.
182 for 4 then at the end of the over.
Yeah, that could have eased. It's a slow pitch, isn't it? That could have eased because he pushed out at that Smith and was looking to go for that extra cover drive, and it's done him. He's got the outside edge, but dropping well short.
Some other big news this week.
Go on.
Fizz.
Yeah. Go on. Go on.
Oasis reunited.
I know.
2025, they're going to be playing some shows at Wembley just down the road.
Going to be huge.
Tickets go on sale on Saturday. Actually, I'm not going to say when.
You'll be
I
there.
need to go.
You'll be there. I know you. I know you. Front of the queue. Hey?
Route 73 on the back foot and cutting past cover out to the boundary. And that will be another 4 for Joe Root. Boost to 77.
Lovely shot.
186 for 4.
Lovely shot by Joe Root. He's been bowling nicely, Jaya Surya, and he's been holding that length. And every time they've looked to just sort of use their feet, he's sort of double bluffed him, the left arm spinner. But this time, Joe Root's nodded him, and he's thought he's coming, and then rocked back in a flash and able to get the cutaway. Man goes back on the extra cover boundary straight away. Nice bit of interplay between these two.
Root forwards, getting right on top of the ball to the offside, just guiding it away with his hands, manipulation, as he so often does with his hands against spin.
You'll be there, won't you?
I will indeed.
Yeah.
A bit, a few of them.
Backstage.
If I can.
Backstage. A little bit of backstage, eh?
I doubt it. I wouldn't let anyone backstage.
No.
No. Forwards and covering the ball down the pitch again. Joe Root, no run.
Nice. Well, I mean,
I was writing down what I thought might be their potential set list, and I put it out. But literally, there's that many songs. There's about 20 you could squeeze in there as Root punches the ball, uses that bottom hand to get it out to deep cover on the offside as Root goes to 78, 187 for 4. It's been a long wait for Oasis fans.
Yeah.
Liam and Noel reuniting.
got to come back. Everyone's got to come back in them.
Smith pressing on the front foot, playing the ball to extra cover, and no run is taken.
Sounds like you're about to announce something.
Well,
there, tough as
no, I was going to say that. I was going to say
Middlesex.
No,
100.
I was going to say apart from me because I've burnt all my boots. I haven't got any boots. I haven't got any boots to make a comeback anymore. Yeah.
Final ball of the over.
Well, wouldn't mind the 100.
Smith crouches onto the front foot, onto the back, then punches the ball to short mid wicket. No run. It is 187 for 4. Smith on 17 and Joe Root on 78. A few words from you, Tuffers, and then it will be Aggers.
Yeah, nice little partnership. Just looks so composed every time he comes to the crease. England just in a little bit of a ticklish situation when Jamie Smith came in, but you just feel that these two are slowly getting themselves sort of together. Joe Root looks sublime. Just look like they bat well together. Aggers, old boy.
I haven't seen you all day.
Oh, how you been?
I'm all right.
Nice
I'm
to
okay.
see you.
Lovely to see you too.
What's happening?
Well, it's an interesting day, isn't it?
Yeah.
Got Root heading towards another 100. 78 not out. He's played really well. There's one little edgy moment there just a few minutes ago. Got the one through slips, otherwise complete control. 187 for 4. Ratnaker's running in and bowling, and he defends this. He's taking a pace up the pitch. Ball rolls away out to mid-wicket. And there's no one. You're cutting cakes. You've been all over the place again, I see.
Well, a bit busy. Yeah, busy. Bit of TV. 7 o'clock tonight. Highlights.
Yes, you'll be there.
Yeah, be there. Having having a chat. No, it's been a good little sort of nip and tuck day, isn't it?
Yes. Yes, it has. 187 for 4. A little bit of cloud over the ground at the moment, but half is bathed in sunshine. 187 for 4. This is tucked away out towards square leg, off a bit of an inside edge there into the pad for a single. You see, we find strange things in commentary boxes, don't we? I mean, here we are.
Yes, what's that?
Well, this is a square yard, approximately, of AstroTurf.
Yeah, it looks like something out of the greengrocers.
Well, yeah, except it's not real, is it? I mean, it's...
Well, no, it's not real grass in greengrocers either, is it?
Isn't it? What, in greengrocers?
Yeah, they sort of, they do the display with sort of like...
Oh, in our farm shop, I think they use real...
What, real sods?
Well, I think they... Yeah.
No,
well, I don't know, perhaps they don't. So I'm probably not. But I was thinking more driving range, really.
Yes.
188 for 4, and that's played carefully by Smith back to the bowler, and it's to cover up some of our broadcasting equipment.
I wonder where they've got it from.
I don't know. Well, I hope it wasn't dug up out of the Lord's outfield.
No.
Do you remember
because
they sold it off?
It's fake, because it's fake.
Oh, yes.
What are you talking about, man? It's fake. That's sort of like, imitation grass. You can have that in your back garden now, you know. As you cut it.
For mowing.
Yeah, absolutely.
Do you remember when they actually sold the Lord's outfield off?
Yeah.
They were relaying it to produce this one with all the sand.
Yes.
And you could actually buy square yards of it. Oh, that's a wild shot from Smith, looking to pull Rathnaka through the leg side. Wasn't quite short enough, I don't think, for that. He went under his bat.
Did you get a piece?
Well, I did. I actually had two pieces.
Do you know where from?
No. They've moved house, so so somewhere in our lawn, there is some hallowed turf.
What bit would you have? I'd have one of the slips. Slip area.
Well, I don't think it was done that scientifically.
Oh, was it?
They were just. It was all below the stand, down to our right, all laid out.
Lovely.
I backed the car in, put a couple in, and away on my toes.
There you go, lovely. And when they got rid of all the benches, remember when they had the wooden benches that were all...
Oh, they sold those, do they?
Yeah.
Oh, it's hit hard in the air and safely by Smith. Bit of bottom hand in that, and there is a man in short mid wicket for that sort of a shot, but it's hit very hard past his left hand. And Smith goes to 21 now. 192 for 4.
Well, I'll tell you something then, that there's a pretty fair chance that I might have run over that piece of grass that you had in your back garden.
Probably.
Yeah.
Because you'd have known most square yards of this.
Beetled around out there for 20 odd years.
Yeah. I forgot what year it was when they did it. When they relayed the whole outfield. And they literally peeled everything up. It was done, obviously, perfect, all rolled up.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah. 192 for 4. And, there's an edge, I think. Yes, he is. He's out. Smith driving. His last shot was a little bit... In fact, he's played 2 casual shots leading up to that. There was the pull shot. That flick through mid-wicket I just described that was in the air. And that was an airy drive outside his off stump. And he's edged it through to the keeper.
What a breakthrough.
Well, that is 5 down now.
Yeah.
And, there's Wokes now. And 2 all-rounders to come. But... Sri Lanka's gamble this morning, you have to say it was a gamble, it seems to be paying off.
Absolutely. Good bit of bowling, and the Sri Lankan seamers have bowled really, really well. They've been disciplined.
Yeah.
They've hit those. They look like they've been bowling on this Lord's slope all their careers, just on and around that top of off stump. One pitches, goes down the hill, causes trouble. One straightens, gets the outside edge, a little bit like that one, which said Smith has gone after, and a bit of a booming drive, to be fair, and just got a healthy edge through. But
it was a booming drive. You're right. It wasn't a controlled.
No, it was just a little bit sort of hands out in front of him.
Yeah.
Yes, well done, Sri Lanka. They're in this Test match.
They are. They certainly are. As Chris Wokes is coming out
into the bowlers now.
Yep. 192 for 5.
And to highlight how well Sri Lanka bowled at Jamie Smith, 21 from 57 balls there with 4 fours, just 7 scoring shots in that innings, and we're starting to see a few false shots as he looked to increase the pace. He's made quite a slow start in several of his Test innings so far, but then generally accelerated around about the 30 to 40 ball mark. But just 17 in his first 50 balls, today, which is his lowest score at that mark in his brief career. The partnership was 62 in 18.1 overs.
Thank you, Andy. 192 for 5. Chris Wokes has appeared. He's given Joe Root a bit of a touch of the gloves. And, well, Lord is humming. You can hear people saying, oh, OK.
Oh, hello.
Yep. We've got a game on here. The stewards are ringing the outfield there. They've gone round the boundary.
Oh, yeah, what's happened?
There's a lot of them.
What's happened? What's going on?
I don't think they've...
Do they get up when there's a wicket all the time?
Yeah, but they just get up and they patrol the boundary edge, make sure nobody's going to come running on, I think.
And then they're all going back to their chairs.
Yeah. Yeah, that's all those chairs that you can pick up at the garage when you buy
fishing.
10 gallons of petrol.
Yeah, a bit of fishing chair.
Yeah. Jaya Surya bowls in the sunshine. A little bit short, and Root can just tap that away to the offside, and that brings Chris Wokes down on strike at the far end. It's a glorious day. I hope the sun's shining for everybody. It's just a perfect day for watching sport, isn't it? It's lovely being here. Lots of blue sky around.
I like those chairs. You can put your tinny in the arm, can't you?
You can.
While you're fishing for a bream.
Quite loose, aren't they? you can recline into them easily.
Yes.
193 for 5.
Chub. Thank God. We're a bit of chub.
Do you fish?
No, not really. Have been. A couple of times.
Yeah.
Not caught much.
No. Leg slip here. And an orthodox slip. Short cover, short mid-wicket. Jaya Surya strides in, bowls, and Wokes is on the front foot already. Turns the first ball he's faced into the leg side. And there's no run. So we don't quite know where this AstroTurf came from.
No. Looks a bit tired.
The next one pushed away out towards cover.
You must have a few nice lakes where you are. Do you do a little bit of fishing?
No.
No.
Squeamish, that sort of thing.
Maggots.
Well, keen on maggots. My brother used to fish. He used to keep the maggots in the fridge at home. Jaya Surya bowls and Wokes waits. Plays that away into the offside. It's not very nice, is it?
Don't want to nip down after. No. Get the wrong bit of Tupperware or something.
A bit peckish in the dark in the middle of the night. No. Yeah, it's not my sport. We do, yeah. People fish.
It can be very relaxing, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm sure it is. Jaya Surya tosses this up. Wokes strokes the ball back again.
A lot of sports people do it actually to completely. I mean, they're always talking about sort of got to get away from the game. And
yeah.
Have you? A lot of them go off and have a little fish and completely just.
Who?
Well, I mean, all sorts of it. A lot of footballers do. Yeah. A lot of cricketers do. Michael Atherton.
He's a fisher.
Yeah.
David Lloyd.
Yeah.
Next one, Wokes drives, looking for a single towards mid-off. It doesn't get that far. And that's the end of that over. 193 for 5. He's yet to score.
I might have told you the story. We put a shark in Michael Atherton's bed.
I heard about this.
Yes, that's right, yeah.
Is it in New Zealand?
Yeah, it was, yeah. Me and Alan Mullally.
The one bit about that story that you have said is the why. I never understood why.
Well, I didn't know, but Al sort of said it. I thought...
He caught the shark?
No, yeah, we caught this sort of shark on the way back. We just left the lines out in the boat and nothing hadn't had a bite all day. And then we've got to harbour and all of a sudden we'd sort of snag hooked it or something on the way back.
Right.
And so we were going, oh, crikey, O'Reilly, thing smashing around everywhere. And
a great white, was it? Or?
Well, it wasn't a great white, no. It was about 5 foot long. It was about 4 or 5 foot. It was decent.
Right.
Yeah, I think it might have been a blue something or other, I'm not sure. Anyway, it was in a bit of trouble. And so we pulled it out and what have you. And Alan Mullally said, I'll tell you what, Tuffer's made. Why don't we put it in Athers' bed?
How extraordinary.
Yeah.
That's Naka bowling. Root plays down to mid-on.
It wasn't the first thing that sprung to my mind, like you just said, but then I just thought, what a good idea.
Why Atherton's bed?
Well, he was the skipper.
Right.
Yeah.
That's not going to necessarily endear anybody to him, is it?
I don't think it necessarily mattered. It was only messing about. And so we then paraded it through Napier, I think it was.
Oh, yeah.
So, paraded it through Napier. Me and Alan Mullally got out. We've looked round and Athers was having his dinner.
Yeah.
So we've got quick, got his key.
Rathnaka bowls. Root wants a single. It's not there though. It's pushed away to cover.
What is key? Quick. He's having dinner. So we've nipped upstairs, pulled the old duvet bit back. By this time, wasn't looking in best nick.
No.
And we've sort of tucked him in under the duvet, all stuff.
With his head on the pillow.
Well, no, we made him comfortable.
Yeah.
You know, and then sort of like hid round the corner and waited for Athers then to finish his dinner. And then he's come up and walked in, and you know what Athers is like. You know what I mean? We just saw him walking out.
Rathnaka again bowls. Root on the back foot. Tapping it away into the offside.
And there was no screaming, no shouting or anything like that. We've just seen then Athers after about 2 or 3 minutes come walking out of the door holding the tail of the shark, sort of going, yeah, very funny lads, yeah, very funny, like that, just sort of left it in the hall.
Oh dear.
That was Alan. Oh Malau, if you're listening.
Well, Alan was quite a random chap, wasn't he?
He was good lad, he was good fun, Alan.
Didn't he take his surfboard to Zimbabwe?
Yeah, something like that.
All those landlocked countries in the world.
Yeah.
193 for 5. Here's Rathnaka bowls, pushed away out to cover.
Yeah.
And there's no run.
Yeah. Well, of course, Athers, you see, because it was chucking up a bit by then, but Athers hasn't got a sense of smell, has he?
Of course.
No. So he sort of like, I think he might have got back into the... I'm sure he changed the sheets and everything.
Yeah.
It was all a little bit gooey in there. But, yeah, he didn't have a sense of smell.
No, that's
so
right.
It didn't really sort of affect him so much as we quite hoped.
No.
Yeah.
Dear old Alan, he came... I was at Leicestershire when he came over.
Yeah.
A young lad from...
Yeah.
He was England born, wasn't he? Born in... I'm going for Southend.
Okay.
But brought up in Australia. This is clipped away by Root down to mid-honour. I thought Southend, but it seems... Oh, it is Southend. Thank you, Andy. You're on fire today, all these things. What a team we've become today. I think we've bonded today. We're great character.
Who? Al? Yeah.
He turned up at Leicester.
Yeah.
Very tall.
Yes.
Very fast.
Yeah.
Bit of a trial situation. He bowled for 18 yards in the nets.
Right, okay.
Terrified everybody.
Oh, we'll have him.
Yeah, signed straight away.
Yeah, and then went 2 yards back, not quite so quick.
No, he wasn't quite. It's just Rathnaka bowls. Root on the front foot there, gets an inside edge into the pad.
Good lad.
Which interests one too. Oh, very good lad.
One of the guitar players, we had about 4 or 5. We had loads of we had more guitars than bats.
Is he a guitar player?
Yeah, I think he was, yeah. We all started out, well, I didn't.
No.
We had Butch and
good player.
Loads. There was good player.
Yes.
There was loads, about 4 or 5. Yeah.
Did they play in a band or did he just...
Well, no, they all just used
played
to...
by themselves?
Yeah, just strummed away, you know, in the evening.
Yeah. As you do. 193 for 5.
It was good fun, actually. Gave yourself something to do. Some of those long journeys, you know. The boys would get the old guitar out. Good for team morale, good for team spirit.
Sing along.
Little sing along, yeah. No one could really sing. Who had a good voice? No one really had a good voice. Well, apart from Butch, obviously.
Oh, yeah. Are you watching Freddie's programme?
I haven't caught it
you must watch it.
Yeah, no, it looks excellent.
You'll enjoy it. They had a good sing-song after they won game in Calcutta.
Did you have a song? Did you have a song, Leicester, that you... Because it's all very trendy now, isn't it, to have a song when you win county cricket and stuff? No, we didn't either.
Ray Illingworth and Ken Higgs were not necessarily...
What song would have they had?
No, it wasn't... wasn't that sort of atmosphere in there. I suppose David Gower might have had one.
They all bang their bats on the floor, don't they, and everything.
I don't know.
Have a little sing-song.
Jasria starts a new over and he's been lofted over mid-on by Chris Wokes, and the ball is just going to dribble into the boundary below us. There it goes. Oh, that's a nice way to get off the mark. A couple of paces down the pitch. He didn't try and hit it too hard, he just knocked it away over the fielder. I can't think that Mike Gatting would have had a team song either.
No, we didn't. Very trendy now, though.
Is it?
Yeah, I think it's like a huddle, isn't it? You know, we never had a huddle.
No.
You know, but I think in the county game you win your song, and then afterwards you're all in there with a drink or what have you, and you bang your bat. So we are the champions or something.
Right. Jasria bowls to Wokes. Forward he comes. Drives that to Matthews.
I can remember Surrey started it because I can remember they beat us at Guildford.
Right.
And we all sort of came in because the dressing rooms were virtually next
to each other, aren't they?
Hear them all chanting away.
Yeah.
You know, we are the brown.
Oaks on the back foot, plays down to mid on. Yeah, right.
We are top of the league and here we'll stay or something. You know, we all sort of went, all right.
I don't know what song we might have had at Leicester, or something to do with the foxes or something. Is there a song about a fox? Samantha Fox. This is played out. And there's no run. She sang, didn't she?
She did.
She did.
Yeah.
She might have had number one, I think.
She might have done. I can't remember. Don't know what else is Leicester sort of famous for. Cakes and cobs.
Oh, you can't sing a song about a cob. There's Woke's defending. He's picked up at mid-off. For cob, but people don't understand, it's actually like a roll, like a cheese roll.
It's a Leicestershire thing, isn't it?
Well, a cob, yeah, but they're called all sorts of different things, aren't they?
Yes, they are.
They're called knobs in Dorset. 197 for 5. Jayasuriya bowls, and it's pushed away out to short cover. And there's no run. They've got all sorts of different names for them. All different parts of the country, they call it a roll.
Yeah.
Something different.
Bap.
Yeah.
I don't know why. I don't know why they just don't call them rolls. Keep it simple.
You've just conjured up an image, Ag, as if you, Peter Willey and Les Taylor in the Leicestershire dressing room singing Sam Fox's Touch Me, I Want to Feel Your Body.
Is that what it was? Was it number one?
I think we're all going to struggle to get that out of our heads.
Touch Me, I Want to Feel Your Body. No, that's not.
It wasn't the Fox's anthem, was it?
I can't see Ken Higgs leading the singing of that somehow. No, but she was number one, wasn't she, I think, for that? I think it was. With one of them, anyway.
Yeah, she had a couple of good, decent tunes.
197 for 5. Roots on 80. And we've got Kamara coming in now, looking a bit tentative. His first over back, he looks a bit stiff. That's turned away down to long leg for a single. 198 for 5. Well, people are counting conversations on Test Match Special. You never know quite where you're going to go, do you?
No, where do you go? Always interesting.
Reached number 3 in the UK charts.
Only 3.
That was number 3.
Number 1 in Portugal, though.
Oh, well, there you go.
Oh, massive. Germany, I think she was quite good at that. She had a good following in Germany.
Where she is these days.
Oh.
198 for 5. Woke's on 4. Joe Root 81, leaning on his bat, looking very relaxed at the far rim, heading towards tee. This is the last over actually before tee, and Kamara bowls with a grunt. It's forced off the back foot, beats cover. Nice shot from Wokes. And it's pursued by Jayasuriya, heading out towards the cover boundary. 2 runs, 200 up, 200 for 5.
It's taken a bit of time getting there, hasn't it?
It has. Yeah, it's been a
graft, bit of graft.
Yeah, that's been good. Not a lot of pace in the pitch, but it's a quick outfield. I'm surprised they put the floodlights up as if they're preparing to turn them on. But
God, no.
You're not going to use them today.
Yeah. Yeah, I wonder why they've stuck them on.
No, close of play will be 6:30, I imagine. Kamara bowls again with a grunt. Wokes plays him away to backward point.
Are you a grunter when you're bowled?
No.
No. Silent assassin.
Well, I don't think many people did grunt, did they?
I usually grunted on my slower ball.
Oh, that's
because I thought it might throw them off the set. You know, if they heard me go,
yeah,
you might just think, well, let's put a bit more. A little bit slower, a little bit more fighting.
Did they or not?
No, he just ran down the wicket, smashed it over me over 6.
Yeah. Alan A.A. Jones. Do you have Alan Arthur Jones?
I do.
He was a proper grunter.
Yeah. Middlesex and Glamorgan.
And others as well.
Oh, was it?
There's a Kamara grunting again. Oh, he played for Sussex. He played for Somerset, I think.
Yeah.
In fact, I think Brian Close dispatched him from the field during one game. Sent him off.
Right.
He once clean bowled Railingworth down the hill at Grace Road with a massive grunt. Cleaned Railingworth out. He was never out, really. Never out.
Well, bowled's out, isn't it?
Well, he came here and said,
no ball. It was a no ball.
I thought umpire shouted no ball. 200 for 5. Kamara bowls on the off stump. Back goes Wokes. Plays out to cover. And there's no run.
The outfield at Lord's was relayed in the winter of 2002, apparently, according to...
Well, that makes sense because we moved house. In about 5, I think.
What's your mansion in the Beaver?
No, we went out to it. So near Loughborough, actually.
Oh.
But somewhere that garden then of that lovely little place in Saxelby, it's outside Melton Mowbray, has got, hopefully still
in a Lord.
Well tended, some Lord's outfield. In comes Kamara, bowls on the off stump, played down to mid off, and that feels like tea to me. Let's have a look. Let's watch umpire Wilson. He's striding like a man who's got his eye on a cup of tea. 200 exactly, 200 for 5. So the run rate below 4. Baz ball it ain't. And they're 5 wickets down. And I think you can probably say already that Sri Lanka's gamble has paid off, do you think?
Well, I think they're in a decent position. They'll have a little freshen up at tea time, won't they? And then come back out and try and get a couple of quick wickets. England under pressure a little bit, or it could go the other way.
And Joe Root with his eye on 100 number
33, which would tie Alistair Cook.
Tie with Cookie.
The players are back out here in the post-tea session, getting ready to resume. 200 for 5, England. Joe Root unbeaten on 81. It's been a very measured innings from him, and Chris Woakes joined him shortly before the tea break after the fall of Jamie Smith's wicket. Woakes will resume on 6. And Sri Lanka are going to start Alistair Cook with a little bit of spin again from Jayasuriya. You can turn that ball away down the slope. But the fall of Jamie Smith's wicket was a big one, wasn't it, for Sri Lanka to get, some 20 minutes before the break?
It was, as a partnership they wanted to be broken. And Jayasuriya's bowled, again, very tidily, giving Sri Lanka some control from this end.
It's Root on strike. He's forward, pressing defensively into the offside. Foolish delivery from Jayasuriya. Bends down at the crease and wipes his hands on the turf. The sun's now peeking out from behind the clouds. Some watery sunshine that I think is just going to get stronger. Yes, it is. Here it comes. And Jayasuriya now just one slip in place. Catches either side of the wicket though. To Root forward defensively again. Rolls it into the offside.
What's watery sunshine?
Not really quite strong full-length sunshine. When it's coming out from behind the cloud, but it's not really full-blooded yet.
Perfect. Good
There you go.
Thanks.
Root taps his back, crouches low. Jayasuriya come around the wicket, a little lower in the trajectory that time, tickled past the square leg umpire for a gentle single. What have you made of Root's innings overall so far?
Well, it's been superb, hasn't it? It's almost that kind of inevitability after his first almost 10 balls. Ever since he's played that shot against Bumrah, which everyone talks about, it's gone back to just batting Joe Root's way. And I think even though his stats were averaging 50 and striking at 70, you always felt there was something around the corner in that little period where he was trying to play the Baz Balian way.
It's quite a mouthful to say that, isn't it? Here's Woakes, he's back into his crease, prods the bat down, the dot ball into the offside.
Yeah, just his tempo, his rhythm, just the way you keep looking up, and he's got another 10 runs without taking a risk.
Yeah, it's been a risk-free knock. He's leaning on his bat handle, looking calm as you like at the non-striker's end. Jayasuriya is in. Woakes again forward defensively. Hoping not to take any risks against Jayasuriya here. Wait until an opportunity comes. Got a slip and a short leg fielder in. Point, cover, mid-off, mid-on. So an extra cover catcher and a mid-wicket. Woakes again forward defensively into the offside. That's the end of the opening over after tea then. Just a single from it, 201 for 5. And England's scoring rate throughout has been, at the start of the day, probably the quickest when it was about 4.5 or so. And then Duckett made 40 from 47 balls. Batters so far, except Root, who's gone deeper. Everyone else has sort of got a start in terms of Duckett and Brooke with his 33, Smith with his 21. Lawrence and Pope disappointing, a 9 for Lawrence and just 1 for Ollie Pope, and he was very cramped on a pull shot. And the catch was a good one for Dhananjaya De Silva, the captain, to make. Running back, and it skied in the air. But Root's been the glue. And he's going to be facing up to the pace of the hero Kamara from the pavilion end here. On 82, that 33rd Test 100 is within sight when you're in your 80s. And you imagine with Root, he continues to play just the same way as he has done. Slip and a gully, 2 men back, fine leg, and deep backwards square. Here's Kamara full, Root defending, coming forward. Can't ease it past Gully. There's no run. Man back at deep backward points as well. Not quite on the boundary. A few metres off.
Yeah, it's just Joe scores so many runs through that kind of back of a length ball, which past Gully. Deep as that point's probably 40 yards, 30 yards behind square. I'm never a big fan. I always say I'm never a big fan of two sweepers out on either side, because it means very hard. You bowl the best ball, you can still get a single. On this occasion, I don't mind it, because if Joe Root only gets a single, you get to bowl at Chris Wokes.
Kamara is in, and that passes Root. And he looks down at the pitch a little suspiciously afterwards. Through to the keeper it goes. And that keep a little bit lower. But it's scooted through to the keeper.
We have seen a few balls beat the inside edge today. I know that from the pavilion end, but the odd one has nipped out of, not nowhere, but just every now and again, just to keep the batsman on toe. And Jamie Smith got off the mark of the inside edge. There's been a few more inside edges.
And the slope can always aid bowling from this pavilion end. Kamara is rushing in again, and Root gets in behind this one. Call of no. Angles it out to cover, and there's no run. It's been a glorious day here for watching at Lords. The perfect temperatures, not too hot, not too cold, shirt sleeves kind of day. Plenty of anticipation around a Lords Test match, and in particular with the way that Sri Lanka showed how they could push England at Old Trafford. There's a lot of tickets sold for day 4 actually. So a lot of people be hoping that they will be playing going into the 4th day.
I thought there wasn't any tickets sold yet for day 4.
Oh, I heard that there was a healthy rate of sales. Forward Root again, getting head right over the ball defensively into the offside. Oh, we'll have to compare sources later.
You'll be right. I just thought there was less here, but I thought if the game goes on, there will be a good crowd. I thought, I did think I only heard there'd been 7,000 pre-sold for day 4, but then
that's tickets pre-sold.
Not many though. Whole 28. Is it 28?
Okay, it's not loads, but it's.
But if a game does go here, I always remember that Magic. I always got not Magic Monday. It's not. But when
a day 5.
The day 5 in 2015 against New Zealand, where there was hardly any tickets sold, and it was sold out because it did £10 a ticket, I think.
Bustling in again is Kamara on the drive this time into the ground though, and into the hands of extra cover, and no run. So it looks poised.
I was sitting in the mound stand that day in front of Kane Williamson's parents.
Oh, really?
Very generously gave my kids sweets during the afternoon, despite my son celebrating raucously when their son was out.
Oh, lovely.
Did he get any? Did Kane get
Not
any?
unless he got 100 in the first innings, but not too many in the second inning.
And they celebrate raucously the 100?
Well, no, we weren't there on the day he got the 100.
Oh, sorry.
But,
okay.
yeah.
Oh, you were there on the Magic Monday day.
I don't know if they called it Magic Monday. If it
Probably
was,
not, but I think it probably should be.
It was a loud day.
Root on 82, bright sunshine here again, and he steers this away down towards deep third, and the single takes England on to 202 for 5. There will be a chance now to bowl at Chris Wokes. So as you were saying, Alistair, if that single is allowed, brings Wokes on strike.
Yeah, it would have been. It wasn't the end of the over. So actually, on that tactic, I wasn't
so
thinking.
Root's played it beautifully.
Root's played it beautifully, and I think Sri Lankan captain maybe just missed a little bit of a trick there. That last over.
It's not bringing the field up.
Probably just for one ball, bring him up. But
202 for 5. Root on 83.
It's that kind of crafty accumulation that has just knocked you, Alistair, off the list of most test runs in England. Root's,
another record goes down.
6,570, overtaking off 6,568.
There ain't going to be many left, is there? There isn't many left.
Records are made to be broken. What can we say? You set benchmarks for others to aspire to. Jayasuriya around the wicket, hoiked into the air, over the leg side by Root. Drops safely in front of the ground stand and then dribbles up the hill for 4. Really got underneath that, went high. No fielder out in the deep there. Root moves on to 87, 206 for 5.
I think he tried to hit that for 6. He gave that everything.
I feel like he got hold of it quite as he wanted to.
Just got a little bit. He got the elevation wrong. Yeah, that was a slow, short ball. Deserved to be whacked. He ain't going to miss out on them.
Jayasuriya, couple of paces up to the pitch, a little flatter this time, and worked past the square leg umpire along the ground. Root set off very quickly for the first, sprinting back for the second. Ball's picked up in the deep, and back comfortably for the second run as well. England 208 for 5, and Root on to 89. So he's batting with some positivity all of a sudden here against the spin in particular.
He's had 2 nice balls. That's what the difference of Joe Root is. To rotate the strike, to always keep that scoreboard ticking over. Only 130 odd balls. What's he striking at? 70 odd? It's just at such low risk, which is why he can be so consistent.
Over the wicket, or gets a low full toss here, and he low sweeps him around the corner for a single. Man at deep backward square. Fields securely. Root onto 90. 10 away from be Test 100, number 33 for him, and his 6th Test 100 at Lords. He's on the honours board 5 times in that home dressing room. At the non-striker's end now, though, and Jaya Surya switching his angle again here to Wokes, going back to bowling around the wicket to the right-hander, and short leg back in place. Wokes 6 from the 19 balls he's faced so far. And Jaya Surya trots in. Forward strokes it back up the pitch into the hands of the bowler, and no run. Root also just has that beautiful ability of patience, isn't it, of just waiting until the poor ball is there, the opportunity to score. He's sort of been like a low risk sort of innings. Jayasur again, a little quicker here, and Wokes to thump him down the ground, but mid-off is there. Fields hit firmly along the ground, hit with some force for no run. He rehearses the stroke. He wanted to really punch that back past the bowler, but needed to have a little bit more on it to beat mid-off. Jayasuriya in, sunshine here, and forward Wokes is defending to short extra cover to end the over. 209 for 5, so Root will be on strike on 90. His innings, well, if I say it has an air of inevitability about it, that will no doubt put the mockers on him.
Yeah, we hope not. But you say the word patient, but he doesn't actually have to be that patient, because he's got so many scoring shots at low risk, and that's what's made him a generational player, because he's got the patience in terms of he can leave the ball, but the margin for error to bowl at him is actually very small. We see how many times where doesn't he score, and the ability to keep the strike scoring over. So not many times you'd be frustrated. You bowl at certain batters like myself, you know there's a bigger margin for error, so therefore he keeps that scoring going. When you're scoring runs and you keep the score, we look at it's another 5, you're happier, you're not worried about when the next run's coming from, which we often get.
It's Kumara again, slip and gully into Root, and he's beaten. A big drive coming forward, one big step planted down the pitch. Past the outside edge this time.
You tried for me, Ali, didn't you? You tried.
Oh, I tried to be a good friend.
No, come on, let's get these 10 runs.
Well, it'll be a some moment for this crowd here at Lords to witness, because Root made his debut all the way back in 2012. He'd just been such a, use the term, servant of the game, servant to England cricket. This period of captaincy. As you know, with captaincy you have your up and your down periods, and you had that period when the team were really struggling, and then that has an impact on you as well. He's on 90. Kumara hurtles in, and Root defending, putting his body behind the ball up to mid-off. No
So how many games? He's just taking his headphones off Simon's mid-conversation, but has he only missed 1 game since his debut?
As in, well,
or 2 games. Did he miss? Oh no, he missed 1 in Sydney.
Would have been for paternity at some stage.
1 there and 1 for Sydney. So I reckon he's played every game since, apart from 2. Again, doesn't make any sense.
You had a record, didn't you, of some crazy number of games?
I played a few in a row, yeah.
Nathan Lyon for Australia made 100 tests, wasn't it, without missing a game. Kumara in, short ball, bouncer, dug in really short, and Root doesn't even worry about chasing it. It's through to the keeper. 1 for the over.
Always timing. Look at Zoltz. He hasn't got his headphones on. He can't hear what I was talking about. I asked how many games has Rooty missed since his debut. I was going 2, which is again an extraordinary effort.
He missed the one that he was dropped at Sydney, and the first of the COVID summer. I think was his wife having
paternity for that.
But he's the only ever present since Stokes and McCullum took over now.
Is he?
It's Mr. Steadfast. He's awaiting here for Kumara. Another short ball, which again flies over the head of Root. He's looking towards the square leg umpire, who makes no motion. It's gone through to the keeper.
Which is mad, isn't it? Like, you think he stands at slip and he bats. You don't break a finger, do you? And then, do you know what I mean? Like something like that, just a freak one just drops short and all that kind of stuff. Not to do that.
And I think I saw a stat the other day. His catching actually has been on the decline a little bit in recent years, which again you'd think if your catching is on the decline a bit, you might well break a finger because it means they're not going in cleanly. Kamara hurtling in outside the off stump, steered wide of gully, down to deep third. Root takes one, he wants a second, actually finds the bowlers in his way, but probably wasn't a second there anyway. Wokes was at the striker's end, and I think he knew there was only one. 210 for 5. Root 91 not out. England put into bat today by Sri Lanka. Found themselves 97 for 3 at lunch, with Lawrence out for 9, Pope 1, Duckett 40. All three batters really almost got themselves out. Batter error rather than Sri Lanka sort of bowling them out, you might say. And then 200 for 5 at tea. Kamara in, and Wokes towards mid-wicket, looking to come forward, probably find the middle of the bat. And a dot ball, end of the over. Kamara, England 210 for 5, Root 91, Wokes on 6. Now, Harry Brook and Jamie Smith, the 2 wickets that fell in that afternoon session. Harry Brook was an LBW to Arthur Fernando, out for 33 off 45, so got a start. And the DRS, he reviewed it, Harry Brook, but the review system showed the ball was clipping leg. It had been given out by Paul Rifle on field. So that a really important wicket for Sri Lanka to get. And then Jamie Smith, following his century at Old Trafford, sort of just seemed to change tempo in the space of that one over, didn't he, Alistair?
Yeah, strange over, and he had a big pull shot, which he missed, and played a good clip through mid-wicket, but in the air, and then a big drive the ball up. Sometimes just have a bad 3 balls, which is just unusual for Jamie Smith. He's been so precise with his batting throughout his career so far.
Yeah, big drive and caught behind by Madushka. That gave Ratnayaka his first wicket of this innings. So 1 for Jayasuriya, 2 for Arthur Fernando. And Kamara getting the wicket of Lawrence. Popped up towards mid-off. This is Root on 91. Will it be this over, or will he pay out the over from Jayasuriya, who's operating over the wicket with just 1 slip in place to Root? That line is on leg stump, and he hikes him away up towards the grandstand. Now has that gone all the way? Is it 4? It's 4. And the crowd appreciating is from Root. Change of tempo, the attacking stroke, and it takes him to 95. It was there again. He saw the line.
What if he's, as you said, will it be this over? It will be this over. He bowls pies like that. That is over the wicket, short, slow. That's a proper hit-me ball.
So I lost the trajectory of it, actually went quite flat out to the boundary, but a switch of angle again here around the wicket. Root goes back, strokes him out along the ground for a single, out to deep cover, takes him to 96. England 215 for 5. And I'm just sure a few more seats at Lord's have been filling up in the stands after the tea break now, knowing that Root is on the verge of a landmark. Will it be this over? Will he come back on strike? It's Wokes then ready to face up to Jayasuriya. 3 balls left in the over. Slip and short leg. Back in place. Jayasuriya pops out from behind the umpire. And bowls going back. Here's Wokes. Tickles it into the offside. No run. Cloud is going and passing overhead, and a shadow sweeping over the ground here at Lord's. Just a slither of sunshine left over the man stand right now. Jayasuriya around the wicket. Bowls now, works again, very correctly playing defensively, rolls it out to short extra, and there's no run. Sense of anticipation for Root getting back on strike. Jayasuriya in now to Wokes, uses his feet, drives firmly to short extra. It's fielded, parried away down to mid-off, which means a dot ball. No run to end the over. 215 for 5. Root 96. He'll be on strike the start of the next over. Alistair Cook is here. And Alistair, you're about to be joined by Simon Mann.
Yeah, great diving stop. A short extra cover. Chris Wokes has been the only batsman who really danced down at Jayasuriya. Hammered it through there. Simon Mann, you've been playing with the blinds, haven't you?
Well, it's the light. It's dipping, it's in our eyes, and I was just trying to make it a better experience for you, Cook. I was thinking all about you.
You're a fiddler, aren't you? This is it, isn't it?
Not a description someone's used about me before, but there we go. 215 for 5. Now, Joe Root is 96 not out. And here is a new over from Asita Fernando, and Root plays into the onside, going across his stumps there. After he had played that stroke, he played a more belligerent low pull shot as Kamaro's bowling from the pavilion end. 215 for 5. Joe Root in his Test career has been dismissed only 3 times in the 90s, so he's got a very good conversion rate getting into the 90s. They talk about the nervous 90s. I reckon you're more nervous on naught and watching on. But perhaps not today. Perhaps he's got a few butterflies there because he's on the verge of equalling a record. Here's Kumara bowling to him, and he plays defensively to a ball fraction outside off stump. Goes to cover. Did you get nervous in the 90s?
Yeah, absolutely.
Did he?
I think it's...
You think it's worse than me on naught?
No, not worse than being on naught, but it's the same. I think it's... Yeah, I think that... It's just so desperate to get it.
I've just got all those memories of Jeffrey in my headphones saying, why would you be nervous on 90?
All right.
You know, you're in. You've been batting for 42 hours by the time you get to 90.
Well, I was nervous in the 90s. I was so desperate to get 100. I didn't want to throw away all the hard work.
Kumara bowls, Root plays into the onside towards mid-on. He knows he's one scoring shot away. And he's just a bit fidgety out there at the moment. Just reading his body language anyway. He's been there for 144 balls. It's 215 for 5. So there's a game within a game going on at the moment. Kumara walking quite slowly back to his mark at that far end, the pavilion end of the ground. It's his 15th over of the day. Gets to the top of his mark now and sets off. Kumara bowling to Root on 96, goes wide of the crease. Root goes across his stumps and flicks it into the onside, but straight to mid-wicket, and there is no run.
So now that Root is on the verge of equalling your tally of hundreds, do you regret any of the 7 times you were out on 94, 95 or 96 in your career?
Yeah, I didn't like those 3. I didn't like those 3 numbers. I didn't mind. Once I got past 96, I was all right. Although I did get a 99 in my last year at Essex, which I didn't think I'd ever get a 99. I thought, I'd be all right.
Kumara turns. Root 4 away. Tapping at the crease and goes very still, lifts the bat. Kumara bowls to him. Root is forward, pushing away towards deep backward point and trots through for his 97th run. So if that were Alistair batting out there now, he'd be fine because he's got past 96. Yeah. Who dismissed you on 99?
Lyndon James.
Right, of Nottinghamshire.
Nottinghamshire. I'd had 10 balls on 99. I actually had Tom Wesley. You always got to blame someone else, haven't you?
It's never your fault. No.
Never my fault. I did one of those shots like that. They didn't have a deep point, but it was in the gap. Easy single. I set off, he sends me back. Unbelievable. Don't worry about the whooshka I played about 3 balls later to try and get one good.
Vokes on 6, faces up, short ball, guided pull, down towards fine leg. And he's caught it in the second attempt. Vokes is gone. Well, that's a strange dismissal, unusual dismissal, unexpected. Short ball, it was a guided pull. And he picked out the fielder on the fine leg boundary. It's Asita Fernando who went for it and then dropped it and then caught it the second attempt. It was so nonchalant that for a moment I thought it must have bounced in front of him the way he fielded. But England have lost their 6th wicket. They're 216 for 6. Top edge. Wokes caught at the second attempt, but fine leg. He was very lucky.
He was very
lucky.
He's almost missed that totally with his hands. It's caught his left hand, and his hands were quite a long way apart. I reckon say 6 inches apart when he tried to catch the ball, whether it hit him a little bit earlier than expected. And he was lucky enough that it bounced up, and he kept a cool head not to panic when it was in the air. But the first short ball Chris Wokes had received, and we know he does take the shot on. So good tactical thinking from Sri Lanka. Again, another partnership which starts and finishes just when you felt settled.
Yeah, 24 from 10 overs the partnership, Wokes 6 from 27. Mentioned how few scoring shots Jamie Smith had in his innings, just 7 from 57 balls. Wokes just 2 in his innings, a 4 and a 2 before tea, and he had faced 14 consecutive dot balls before he was out.
Well, it flew down there. It wasn't a full-blooded pull by any means. It was going to help really down towards fine leg. It was an odd piece of cricket, really.
He tried to tap it on his head, didn't he? He tried to like just ride it. It wasn't that high. I thought originally it was like head height, but it was almost peck height. He just tried to. Yeah, he didn't hit it, did he? He didn't try and hit it. He just tried to guide it on the floor, just tap it in the head for one, and top edge, and it flew down there.
It might have been one of those, actually, if he'd really gone for it, it would have flown for 6.
Because they're quite a long way down the square, aren't they?
Yeah. Now, Jayasuriya is going to bowl to Root, who's 97 not out. There's deep backward square leg in and a deep cover. 3 close catches on the other side. And Root goes back and guides a single into the offside. Biding his time, happy to get there in singles unless the bad ball comes along, and it did actually in Jayasuriya's previous over. It was an absolute pie that Root hit for 4 through square leg. Every now and again he produces one. It was quite long spells. This is his 18th over. It really was a long hop. Just sing the replay again of that catch. He was so lucky. It was a fairly straightforward catch by Test match standards, as Atkinson props forward and plays towards mid-off, and there's no run. But it hit enough of his hand just to pop up rather than go to ground or go too far away from him. 217 for 6, so Atkinson in at number 8 with a job to do, and that one spins a bit and bounces, and he gets a bonus single into the offside. Shoulder of the bat, square with the wicket. I just wonder what this pitch is going to be like for the spinner, say, 4th day. It has been dry in London, and it's just a bit of spin there for Jayasuriya.
Which is again surprising why Sri Lanka. Well, first but they'll be saying, look, they're 6 down, 200 for 6, we're right in this game.
Definitely, 218 for 6. A lot depends on Joe Root. He's 98 not out. Jayasuriya goes in and bowls to him. Root stretches right forward, the sort of defensive shot that bowlers hate because it just looks so solid.
Tuffers has been calling them the stop shot. And I think it's right. It's like you just stop the ball.
Jayasuriya walks in, ball to Root, tosses it up. Root drives into the offside, out towards extra cover. They're off for 1. I don't think they can risk the second. The throw comes into the non-striker's end. That's good fielding by Karunaratne down there on the deep cover boundary. You'd back him to stop 2. You'd back most fielders to stop 2, but he did it well. He got there quickly and got the throw in. So Root gets a single. He goes to 99, and England to 219 for 6. Silly point is coming in now. We're almost like silly mid-off, not quite silly point, as that one is delivered by Jayasuriya to Atkinson, who nudges it away into the onside towards mid-wicket. Root is on strike for the first ball of the next over. It's 219 for 6, and it's Joe Root against Sri Lanka today. 99 not out. He's got nearly half those runs. The rest are rather fallen away. Duckett 40, Lawrence 9, Pope 1, Brook 33, Smith 21 and Woke 6.
Yeah, a few of those dismissals were a batsman error. And I think Sri Lanka are going to bring the field up for him. Or are they going to think about the long game and just get Atkinson on strike?
Well, there's a deep backwards square leg in. I suppose they could bring him up, couldn't they, to backwards square leg. Everyone else is up, apart from the fine leg. You'd expect to be there. And Kumara sets off with Root on 99 in the sunshine. And Root nearly plays on. He was looking for the dab into the offside. It just came back down the slope. Thickish inside edge, rolled past the off stump, through to the wicketkeeper.
I don't care what Jeffrey was saying. I don't believe him. I don't know anyone who's not. You can just you actually spot out. He is a bit more nervous, as you quite rightly should be. It's an amazing landmark, 100, and also what he's just about to achieve. Hopefully.
Well, he's 1 away. Sun on full beam now. Kumara going into bowl to Root on 99, and Root comes forward. He offers a single there to Atkinson. It's not there. I'm not going for that, says Atkinson. That will run me out. In fact, Root might have been run out at the non-striker's end by Nissanka stepping forward from the gully region.
Good from Atkinson. Actually, like that 2, there wasn't a 2 there, but he
could have gone.
He could have gone for it because it was almost like the right thing to do. Actually, he's keeping a cool head. The game within the game.
Yeah, the tension building. It's one scoring shot. You hear the crowd getting involved, urging Root on to another 100. Kumara bowls to him. Root inside edge onto the pad. The ball runs down into the gully. He's definitely got a bit more tentative. I think what he's looking to do here is nudge something, isn't he? He's just play it with soft hands and nudge something, guide it away, rather than play a more positive shot.
You just want to take no risk, do you? You've done all 152 balls, played with such control, such authority. It's only been the last 3 or 4 balls where it's like slight jitteriness.
Kumara walking back quite slowly as well. I don't know whether he's tired. He probably is tired. So he's waiting, making Root wait. Kumara bowls. Root's forward. It's not there either. Turning into the onside. He set off initially and then realised it wasn't there. Atkinson has got a part to play here, but he needs to be careful not to get run out or be involved in a run out.
Or back up like anything and just get your skates on.
That's another way of doing it. Sri Lanka got a ring field on the offside, so 3 saving 1, a slip and a gully, and a mid-on and a mid-wicket, and then 2 men back on the leg side. This is the 5th ball of the over. Kumara bowls to Root, and Root drives, and Kumara dives and stops it away to his left-hand side. I don't think there would have been a run there in any case. It was a good piece of fielding from Kumara, but it had gone straight to mid-off. But you see it, don't you? Go for it. As a fielder, as a bowler, that's your runs as well. And Sri Lanka desperate to keep Root on 99. You feel that might just be a chance for a wicket. Well, it's strange actually. You wonder whether batters relax a bit more after getting 3 figures, and then they're vulnerable then.
Be a great stat, wouldn't it? How many times do you get out? And if 150 was the milestone, how many more 150s there would be?
Kumara bowls to Root, last ball the over. Root drives, doesn't time it, goes out towards covers. A groan from the crowd, you can hear it. Applause for the tension out there at the moment. Applause for the over, the battle that's going on. Root is 99 not out. It was a maiden over from Kumara. Excellent from him. 16 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 49 on his return to Test cricket. Now Alistair's gone. He's gone off to his TV duties. Michael Vaughan is coming in. Now I heard a while back that Archie was due in at Taunton. I don't know what's happened, whether he's made it to the middle and whether he's still in. He's 11 not out, I'm told. Sorry, Michael, I can't see what you're showing me on your phone because I haven't got my glasses on. 219 for 6. Right, Atkinson's on strike for now, and Jayasuriya goes in to bowl to him, and Atkinson does his job there. He gets a single into the onside. The crowd appreciate that because it means Root is back on strike. Quick Archie Vaughan update. He's 16 not out from 33 balls. Oh, well done him.
Well, this is tension. You've got Joe Root, England's, you could argue, greatest ever batter across all formats. And Kumara bowls a maiden to him on 99. That's just the tension of Test match cricket. Just 1 run.
That's all he needs, Joe Root. He's 99 not out. Jayasuriya bowls him. Root right forward, going to extra cover. Must be the time for the reverse sweep, isn't it? Or the reverse ramp or something? Come on, Joe.
Why not?
They're just making him wait. The ball's lobbed back very slowly to Jayasuriya. I'd be doing the same if I was Sri Lanka as well. Jayasuriya moves in, bowls to Root, who drives, and it's very well stopped at extra cover. He thought that was it. Really good save by Nissanka to his left-hand side. It was a nice, crisp off drive. Deserved at least a run. He got nothing. Ball's ticking up, 157 now for Root. Jayasuriya bowls to him, and that's a full-length delivery, and Root plays very carefully, almost too carefully at that.
It's a stupid game.
It is, isn't it?
Joe Root's played forever. He's already got 32, but just 1 run. And the tension around the ground.
And Root he actually had a look at the big screen and watches that shot. He watches his defensive shot there. On the big screen, they're showing a replay over his right shoulder. Jayasuriya steps in again to bowl to Root on 99, and Root guides it away straight to extra cover. Nissanka is there, so the field is up. 4 saving 1 on the offside, 3 saving 1 on the onside, 1 close catch of the slip, and a fine leg. And Jayasuriya Walks into bowl again to Root, who drives. He wants a single to mid-off. It's not there. He hits it too well. Straight to the fielder. And that is the end of another over. How many balls on 99 now? Is it 11?
11 now. Just quickly on the nervous 90s, I wrote an article about this some years ago for the Night Watchman magazine. And through Test cricket history, you're much more likely to be out in the 90s than between 100 and 109. 17.5% of batters who reach 90 are out before reaching 100. Whereas 20.4% of those who reach 100 are out before getting to 110. So in terms of 10-run blocks, the 90s is when you're least likely to be out in Test cricket below the 150s.
Yeah.
I don't know what you know, if you could read a huge amount into that, but I think the nerves. It doesn't mean they're not nervous, but maybe players are more focused.
Yeah, I think that's what it is, isn't it? You try much harder, you get that close. New over begins. Short ball swatted away by Atkinson down towards deep backwards square leg. There's scrambled fielding down there, and they come back. Well, they run through for a single. So Root is back on strike again. I think, yeah, when you get into the 90s, you really want to make it count, and then once you get past 100, you feel you've achieved something, and perhaps just relax a bit, so you're a bit more vulnerable. So Root gets another go. 11 balls on 99. It's not that many, is it really? But it's felt like a lot. And Kumara goes into bowl to Root, and Root guides it down into the gully. More groans from the Lord's crowd, really willing him on. And walks out towards square leg to compose himself. Stopped there by Patan Nisanka into the Sri Lanka team for this Test match. What's slowing things down as well is that Kumara's got a long walk back to the top of his mark. And now he begins again, sets off to bowl to Joe Root. He's with him now, and Root, there it is, opens the face, guides it down to deep third. It's gone away for 4. Root holds his right arm in the air, gets the non-striker's end, and holds both his arms in the air and his bat aloft and his helmet as well. It's his 33rd Test match 100. He's equalled the record set by Sir Alistair Cook. It's been a fine, controlled innings. It's also his 600 at Lord's as well. And that equals a record. It's been another wonderful day by England's finest, Joe Root. Another memorable day for him and those who've turned up to watch him.
Well, he's a special player and a special person. He's not only you could argue England's greatest player, but I would say he's England's greatest role model to kind of send the message to all young players who are setting out. That's the way to play cricket. He plays with a smile. He plays with just so much delight.
He's 103 not out. Kumara bowls him short, pulled away down towards fine leg. So much easier, isn't it, when you get to 100? Yeah. There's the single he wanted about 2 overs ago.
It's his enthusiasm for the game. From a young age, he's just absolutely adored cricket. And that's why he's still out there. He's got, I hope, a few more years to come, many, many more hundreds. But it's just his enthusiasm and his love for batting. Just loves being out there batting, just working out how to play in the different situations on the different pitches, and his skill levels and his manoeuvring of the ball into the gaps.
226 for 6. Atkinson on strike. Kumara bowls him. Atkinson drives. Nice looking shot, but straight to cover, and there is no run.
Joe Root's 33rd Test 100, tying Alistair Cook's England record, came from 162 balls with his 13th 4. 600 at Lord's, tying the ground record with Graham Gooch and Michael Vaughan. Next on the all-time list of hundreds, Root is now joined 10th with Cook. There are 4 players with 34 Test hundreds.
Atkinson waits for Kumara. Goes into bowl to now. Another short ball. He's a swat at that one. He wouldn't have been in control of it. And it goes through to the wicket-keeper. So he's not just equalled Alistair Cook, he's equalled you today, Michael, as well. So
and Graham Gooch. I mean, you know, I have so much admiration for the modern player who can play 360 and whack it to all parts. And clear the legs out the way and launch it into the stands. But give me a Joe Root any day of the week. The way that he bats and the way that he can just occupy the crease but still score at a decent rate. He's a joy to watch. From the minute that he walked out there today and he got that one on his pads first ball and he clipped it for 4, I actually looked at Sir Alistair Coe and went, I think today's the day.
Well, and indeed it has been. So he's 104 not out. Atkinson's on 3. It's 226 for 6. And here is Jonathan Agnew.
Yeah, thank you, Simon. Well played, Joe Root. Played beautifully today. Well, he's just played as he always does play, really. And goes Jaya Surya and he bowls to Root, who's well forward, or rolls away to be picked up there at short extra cover. And there's no run. You can just tell with top-class batsmen, can't you? Really only some sort of rush of blood will get them out when they're set, when they get to 20. That's been the case with Root today. He's forward to the next one, pushing out to short extra cover.
Was that LBW, wasn't that Sri Lanka?
Yeah.
That was an umpire's call that the umpire's fingers stayed down. I just thought that was Sri Lanka's match, not by chance. It obviously wasn't their mistake.
Jaya again, back goes Root, and this works on into a gap in the offside.
You just felt that decision had to go Sri Lanka's way.
Yeah. But it's true, isn't it? Once batsmen like that get in, it was like Lara and his 375. He knew when he got to about 30, he was going to.
When he got to 10, the record's on.
Yeah. Flat pitch, loads of time.
Yeah,
he just felt like it was going to get there.
But it's his movements, Aggers, all summer. I've been watching his movements. There was a time in India, particularly, when Bumrah bowls, I think he just lost his movement slightly. Again, spin is a genius. But this summer, his movements against the seamers have been absolutely spot on. Poetry.
That despite a very heavily strapped knee that I saw today. It's Jaya around the wicket. Bowls and Atkinson's down the pitch. He lofts this. And he's lofted it for 6 into the photographers down there. Just missed Philip Brown, our old friend. Not far away at all. He'd have dropped it if it hit it at him, of course.
He'll be listening.
That was a lovely shot, very effortless.
Well, the England team, they talk about Gus Atkinson. I've not seen a great deal of him, but they talk quite highly of his batting.
Well, that was an effortless stroke. They've kept the men up. Jaya bowls to him again, and this time he's studiously forward. And the bowler picks up 233 for 6. England put into bat today, raised eyebrows all round, but you've got to say that largely down to poor batting, poor shots. But Sri Lanka have had a good day. This is tossed up and worked away out to cover. You can only really look at Harry Brooks and say, well, that's fair enough, you get LBW like that. But the rest, really, Duckett, Lawrence, Pope.
Yeah, but you'd want to bowl the opposition out, wouldn't you, if you've won the toss?
I think so.
And you've bowled on a day like this.
Yeah.
I just look at the decision Sri Lanka. This is a dry pitch and it's quite soft. It was evident from just walking on it. It wasn't going to have a huge amount of pace. The pitch should have been. So say you're in Gaul or Colombo or in Kandy, and Sri Lanka walk out onto the pitch on the first morning. They see the pitch that they saw here, and they see the sun maybe a little bit warmer in Colombo. They'd have just had no hesitation.
No.
And when you've got Jaya Surya left arm,
I think they felt that they had got England under pressure at Old Trafford batting there, didn't they? They just wanted to carry it on this time.
Well, I think they fancied Dan Lawrence and Ollie Pope to get both those players quite early.
Yeah. Asita Fernando's back again from the far end. His chap will just run in all day, this fella. And he's got so much energy. He's very competitive. Barrel-chested, strongly built. He just rushes in. Here he comes now. Bowls and Root turns the first ball away to fine leg. And he'll get one there. He's thinking about the second. He won't get it. The ball's already on the way to the keeper. Nice return too, by the way. Down there in the deep. But he just from the. There's no loosener or anything with this fellow. He just comes hurtling in, doesn't he?
Yeah, I like him.
Yeah.
I do like him. I think he's one of those bowlers that I think he hits the batter. You know when you say, he does the batter for pace, he's just kind of on you. I think he rushes the batter. He gathers a little bit of pace off the surface. Darren Goff used to do that. He used to hustle in and just to get a little bit of oomph out the surface.
234 for 6. Atkinson on strike is on 9. Fernando comes in, bowls short down the leg side, and Atkinson was going to have a little dabble at that and then changed his mind. It's collected by the keeper. Shadows starting now to stretch onto the Lord's outfield. The pavilion turrets and flag poles you can see there. silhouette. It's a lovely late afternoon. Good forecast. Well, for most of the game, actually, there might be a thunderstorm around on Sunday, but should be a good game of cricket. This 2:34 for 6. Fernando again runs in bowls. Atkinson drives for 4. Square drive. Make it nice and late. No one back there. No one at sort of gully really, which is the line that went on. Yeah, no nonsense. 2:38 for 6.
Yeah, it's a good shot. It's not a half volley, it's just length, and he just uses his hands. Looks like he's got some nice skill with those hands.
Yeah, quite risky.
I did like listening to you and the cat earlier, and you mentioned Samantha Fox.
Yeah. I never know who you're going to mention on this program.
Yeah, I did chuckle to myself next door, and Samantha Fox and Leicestershire County Cricket Club in the same sentence.
It's possibly the first time Samantha Fox has been mentioned on Test match.
I'm not too sure. I reckon Blowers might.
I think Brian Johnson might have been a fan. Here comes Fernando, bowls on the off stump, played out to mid-on. You haven't got Archie Cam on? Is he on camera?
Yeah, it is on. Yeah.
I think it might have been watching him.
He's on 23.
Oh,
he's doing all right.
Well, he's got it.
He's hit 1-4. So when your kids go out to bat, if they hit one boundary, and you get them in, and even if they only get 4, you can just talk about that boundary.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, I always.
Regardless of how it came.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if you can have one positive to talk to your kid about. It's an edge. It's not a problem. It's a boundary.
Fernando runs in, bowls. Atkinson just plays out so easily on the front foot, rolls out to cover. 2:38 for 6.
Simon's just said an inside edge past leg stump. Yeah, I still talk about it's a boundary.
Yeah, I think it was an immaculate Vaughan-like cover drive.
Don't know. Not too sure.
Apparently he plays it well, doesn't he? A bit like his old man.
Well, as Victor said, I do get told he fields a bit better than me, which is...
Oh, I hope so. That's not hard, is it?
Which was quite pleasing to hear.
Yeah, that's good. Fernando again runs in, bowls sort of a length tucked by Atkinson to mid-wicket. And that's the end of the over, 2:38 for 6. Another boundary.
Another boundary. That's yeah. You're having a good drive back if you and loads of parents will be listening. If you watch your kid go out to bat, if they just hit a boundary,
I get that.
You can get them in the car and you can just talk about the boundaries.
Yeah.
I remember back in when he was about 11, he was playing for Cheshire at Warwickshire, and we drove down to Warwickshire. I can't remember which ground we were playing. He was playing in the under-12s. And we get there, and it was a 45 over match. And I've always said, you got to bowl. And he fielded for 45 overs, didn't bowl. And he went in at number 7, and he was run out without facing a ball.
Oh dear.
Tears all over the place.
Yeah.
We then got stuck in football traffic on the way out to us 4. And I remember looking at it, it doesn't get any worse than that.
No, that's not a great day, is it? No. But Maisie still was interested in cricket, actually, after that sort of a day. Jayasuriya, the left arm spinner, wanders in, turns his arm over, that's on the leg stump, tucked away by Root. A single out to deep square leg, 2:39 for 6. I've played with even professionals who were really put off by their parents watching.
Yeah.
Difficult.
I said earlier, my mum and dad are there.
Oh, good. That's nice. Next one, leg stump. Now they want 2 here, if they possibly can. Turned around the corner. It's up to Atkinson. Yep, he's got his head down, running towards the striker's end. Throw comes in on the bounce. 2 more runs to England. Atkinson to 15. 2:41 for 6.
I reckon Dad will be a couple of pints down by now.
Will he?
Yeah, he likes summer.
Well, Alistair Cook's parents are coming tomorrow.
Oh, they? Great.
Yeah, well, we've got to get the red carpet out.
Right.
Shouting going on out there. What's going on? Jayasuriya wants a man on the leg side. Oh, he's coming into leg slip. Hands on knees. That particular fieldsman is there. 2:41 for 6. Atkinson's on 15. He's got there quickly. Jayasuriya bowls to him. He blocks this one. Rolls away into the leg side.
Well, this partnership's just grabbed a little bit of momentum back, hasn't it? for England, that wicket of Chris Wokes, and then Gus Atkinson comes out there, hits a few boundaries, and all of a sudden...
Oh, he's down the pitch again, and he's hit that straight over mid-off for another 6. To the left of our photographer friends this time. Very cleanly struck, quite skimming.
Yeah, that's a talented player when you can dance down like that, and he almost gives himself a bit of space. And the flourish of the willow, that's a nice bat swing. Very clean strike.
It's just made it look so easy. It's like someone chipping in the golf field. You have a sort of third shot up towards the green.
They do play a lot of golf.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Jayasuriya again, bowls, and this time slightly mistimed. It's prodded into the onside, fielded by the bowler.
They all play golf. Yeah, in the county system, they're all playing golf all the time.
Jayasuriya again, bowls, pushed way out to cover, and there's no run. We'd always told that it was bad for your cricket.
Exactly.
It's completely different. Yeah.
I mean, you'd have been in the 80s where it was probably worse than when I played in the 90s, early 2000s, where you know, if you said to the coach, "Oh, coach, I'm going to go," say you're playing on a Thursday, I'm just going to have a hit on a Tuesday, they'd look at you and say, "What are you doing?"
Yeah.
That's going to completely wreck your bat swing.
Yep.
Go on, Andy.
Joe Root had 12 balls on 99 before scoring off the 13th to reach his 100. He'd never spent more than 5 balls on 99 previously in his career. 18 of his previous centuries he'd been on 99 before, the shot that brought him to his 3 figures, and it's the most balls any England player has spent on 99 since Graham Hick in May 2000 on this ground against Zimbabwe. He had 13 balls on 99 before reaching his 100 with the 14th.
Wow, okay. It's a long time ago, isn't it? Fernando steams in, bowls, turns him away into the onside, wants 2. He'll probably get it as well. He's very quick. Yeah, nothing the Sri Lankan fielders could do about that.
What year was it when Graham Hick was not out in the 90s at
in
the
Sydney?
SCG? What year was that?
That was the 94-95 Ashes.
Yes,
was it 98 not out that he ended up on the declared?
It was. Well, I was with Atherton a bit there, you know, because he knew what they had to do. They had to declare. He had warnings. I remember at least one came out with some gloves, you know, a bit of a message. So I was with Atherton there. Team game. This one steered away down into the offside, and Root picks up a single.
That's the problem for Sri Lanka. And actually, when you think back to when he was on 99, they brought cover point up for Joe Root, and he just looked a little bit more challenged. He's that good a player with his wrist. That's a really good ball that Fernando's just bowled. And what does he do? He just goes, "Thank you very much."
Yes.
He opens the blade and gets down the other end.
Yeah, it does make it look ridiculously easy.
Because he's not a bad bowler, he's playing the Joe Root method. I think they should bring cover point up to Joe Root and also say to him, "Look, you've got to hit it through the offside." It might bring a boundary, but it also might just bring you that opportunity to get him out. They've got to get him out.
Yep. 250 up, 6 wickets down. Atkinson on strike. Fernando rushes in, bowls short, and he's pulled hard out to the fielder on the leg side boundary, down to our left. Another single to England. 251 for 6. I'm impressed with Atkinson, I must say. He's making it look very easy. Well, he's looking like a number 8.
Yeah. Again, you always kind of look at these players that come in, you look at this attack, and there's no mystery spin, there's no express pace.
No, there's not.
There's no Bumrah, there's no Sham, there's no Cummins, there's no Stark.
He's got the shots though, isn't he? He's got time. 251 for 6. There's Fernando bowling. Root takes a pace up the pitch and turns the ball in the same direction. So it's one more. What's caught Tuffer's eye there?
No, they're watching Somerset.
Yeah, right, he's not on strike here.
It's like the second new ball's taken.
28 not out. Non-strikers end, number 66. What number were you?
Well, we didn't have numbers on our shirts.
You at all?
One day cricket, 99.
He was 99 then?
His hero is Joe Root. There'll be a reason.
Oh, I see.
Why he's got 66.
252 for 6. Atkinson on 22. Sun beating down. Fernando comes rushing in again. Bowls outside the off stump. He felt for that. That looked a bit more lower orderish. There wasn't much foot movement, and Atkinson had a bit of a poke at it. But, no contact made. 252 for 6. Root on 111. The non-striker's end, leans on his bat again. Cross-legged, hand on his hip. .252 for 6. What are you chuckling at, Tuff?
Well, no, I've given him a couple of minutes off. He's pacing.
Oh, is he?
Right,
He's
yeah.
very. I've never seen him so nervous.
No.
The next one, Atkinson, a bit surprised. Well, that might have been a full toss, that. Jabbed away out towards backward point for one more run. 53 for 6.
Could be the start of a new Joe Root. Who knows?
It could. He's got his number on his back.
Yeah. Oh, is he?
Yeah.
What, 66?
Yeah.
Oh. Oh, I wonder what. Oh, well, it might be
He's
his
a
hero.
It is.
Yeah.
That's exactly it. Yeah, he's very anxious, isn't he?
Oh, he's pacing around like.
Well, he's set now. He's got nearly 30, I think.
Well, absolutely. He's giving it away now if he gets out. We've all been there, haven't we? How did you get on your debut, John? Did you get any wicks or anything? It's a long time ago, I know. Sorry.
Yeah. Oh, it took 4 balls to get my first wicket.
Get out of here.
Yeah, Bumble.
Bumble? Oh, good.
4th ball.
What, nip back or swung?
It was off stump out.
Oh, knocked his pole out.
Yeah, it was a promising start. There weren't any others till the last wicket of the second innings. Colin Croft, who thankfully I didn't have to face. I was only 18, straight from school.
Yeah.
I saw this bloke running in.
Oh, I know, it's scary.
I had schoolboy pads on.
Yeah.
Sort of spiky gloves from the old school bag.
Oh, what, Crofty bowling at you?
Yeah. Never seen anything like it in my life.
Well, you don't want to get you on the fingers with him then.
No.
Did he have palms, or some of them didn't even have palms?
I think it had palms, but it was in that year. Thankfully, well, A was uncovered wickets.
Oh,
so my first class game straight from school. We were in the field for 2 days because we batted first and it rained.
Oh,
so we made them follow on.
Yeah.
But yeah, unfortunately, it was compulsory declaration at 100 overs. But at 60 overs, it was ugly. We were about 6 down.
Oh.
I'm thinking, crikey, I saw all these people they were reaching for all this padding. I'd never seen a thigh pad before. Never seen a thigh pad. Young Vaughan's out.
Oh no.
So Brett Nayak bowling, and it's played down to mid on. But thankfully, I think it's Jack Birkinshaw and Paddy Cliff got their heads down and took on. How's he out? LBW.
New ball. Got 30 though. Good start.
Yeah, very good start.
Take 30 all day long, don't you?
Definitely.
Well done. Well done, young Arch. Let's have a little look. Oh, sorry, I'm looking at 2 games of cricket here. Oh, it's going down, isn't it?
Leg side.
sorry, we're talking. It might be a bit confusing on the radio.
Michael might be a bit disappointed with that.
It's not out.
253 for 6. Ratnayaka again bowls on the off stump and played up to mid off. And there's no run.
It was great. You can get all the streaming now, isn't it?
I mean, amazing. You can see all these players.
Yeah. Great stuff. Oh well. Yeah, it took me a time. I don't think I got a wicket in my first game. I think it was Worcester. Smacked about by, I think it might have been Phil Neal. Whacked me around.
Your first game?
Yeah.
253 for 6. In goes Ratnayaka, bowls. It's sliced away down a backward point. And they'll take 1 run. Joe Root then 111. Of course, how he got to that century. It's quite fitting, really, that he got it with a little nibble down to third man. That's on the BBC Sport website, the app now, or the TV highlights tonight, 7 o'clock.
Looked a little bit embarrassed, Sir Alistair, next door when he was doing the TV highlights. He looked a little bit sort of, I don't know. I think he was delighted.
He's been thoroughly magnanimous about it.
Well, absolutely.
It's inevitable. I mean, will anybody challenge you this?
Go on.
Score more runs for England than Joe Root when he eventually hangs his bat up? I say no, because no one's going to play that number of Test matches again, are they, in the future?
Probably not.
There's Ratnayaka bowls, clipped hard down the ground to mid on.
Never say never, though.
Well, never say never, but Test cricket is shrinking, isn't it?
A little bit. Yeah, the amount of games. I mean, how many games would a Joe played? Probably, sort of, if you throw it forward, what, another 3 years? Or
might do 4 years.
3 or 4 years? Might do 4 years.
What's he on now?
In terms of total tests, this is 145th.
So
another
10 a year for
30, 40.
Yeah,
probably not. You're right.
Batnarka bowls. Root defends. Rolls way out to cover.
Well, most records are there to be broken, but probably in cricket, you're right, actually. I mean, 100 metres, there's always going to be someone, something like that.
But you need volume.
Yes.
And you'd also be an extremely good player.
Well, very, very, very good.
Very good player.
No injuries.
Playing the same number of test matches.
Yeah.
It's difficult to see it in the current cricketing climate.
No, I think you're right, John. Well, we shall see, but he's certainly England's finest.
Yeah. Batnarka runs in, bowls, and Root drives him square for 4. Fine shot, didn't move. A little bit full, a little bit wide. Root's not going to miss out on that, especially with that pretty short boundary down there at point today.
Looks like he's enjoying himself now. He had that little trick. What did he have? How many dot balls did he have?
12.
12. Yeah, a little cheeky 12 dot balls on 99. But he's looking now to unfurl.
Yeah.
A few beautiful cover drives.
258 for 6. A lot of wires and general paraphernalia arrived to my left, which means Isha's here. After thoughts of you, Tuffers.
It's always chaos, isn't it? It's wires going everywhere. It's always a bit apprehensive when you sit down. It's just in case you've got all the right stuff.
Organised chaos.
Organised.
Yes.
Archie Vaughan's out.
You should see my place at home. Oh, really?
Yeah,
oh,
got 30. Just going down, I reckon, but there you go.
Did
your
you
place
see
at
it?
home? Well, a bit messy.
Not at all, no.
Oh.
I can keep it really clean. Here comes Fernando bowling to Atkinson, pulling the ball out to long leg on the ground, gets right on top of it as he comes through for a single. It's been a good hand here from Gus Atkinson, 25 from 27 deliveries, just supporting the anchor, Joe Root. Another fabulous century.
Glue, the anchor, the rock. What else are we calling him?
The experience, the constant.
The constant. All of them.
All of the above.
Yeah.
As he taps his bat down now in the sunshine here at Lord's. It really does look a picture. 259 for 6 England put in at the start of the day. Fernando past the stumps, bowls to Root, who clips off his hips, sprints through for the single. He's searching for a 2, but the throw is sent in, and they settle for 1. Root to 116, 260 for 6. What do you think is a good score?
I was just going to say the everlasting gobstopper. What do you think about Joe Root? We're coming out with lots of these words.
The everlasting gobstopper.
Can't get rid of it. Just, I think there is one out there. They just haven't let it.
Oh, really?
Well, absolutely.
They haven't released it into the public.
No. I don't know whether they do them anymore.
Gus Atkinson sets himself up. Drives beautifully over pitch from Fernando, and that has received the treatment. There is a deep backward point there. He's just casually running to collect the ball because that was powered away to the boundary. He's got a smile on his face.
Yes.
We don't often see that from Gus Atkinson. He's quite a reserved character. Yes. He enjoyed that one as he goes to 29, 264 for 6.
He's got a bit about him with the bat, Gus Atkinson. He's looked $1 million out there, and he's absolutely crunched that one through the offside. Every time he's looked all right with the bat, got some runs and played a nice hand, as you said. But smoked that one through extra.
Fernando pushes forwards, bustles in, bowls to Atkinson, who turns the ball to mid wicket, slightly more back of a length on that occasion. Didn't want to overpitch again and serve him up. Another drive.
Score we were talking about?
Yeah, it's 264 at the minute.
You wouldn't mind? Well,
300 from this position.
Yeah, from this position, I'd fancy a few more.
But on this set, it's looking quite beige out there at the minute.
Beige?
Not as grassy as we normally see on day one at Lord's.
Not far off your coat.
This is tan.
Is it tan?
Tan jacket. As Fernando's past the stumps to Atkinson, who's defending a good length delivery to the offside. Really bounds in, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Fernando, who was the pick of the bowlers in the last Test match.
He was indeed. And they just don't want to let this slip. They've fought really hard, haven't they? And they've just taken wickets at crucial times, this Sri Lankan side, and you just get the feeling, well, it always happens, doesn't it? And you work, get yourself in a fantastic position. and then a sort of a 9 or a 10 comes out and puts on a cheeky little 30 or 40.
You can see Salath Jayasuriya on his walkie-talkie
Yeah, he could bat.
up on the away dressing room balcony.
He didn't hang about.
Oh, he didn't. Atkinson defends delicately to the leg side. No run.
I think I played
64 for 6 at the end of the over.
I played against Jayasuriya. I think a kilometre.
Oh, left arm spin.
No.
Jayasuriya.
Yes, he was left arm spin, but I think he came in 9 or something.
Right.
I know, and ended up, that.
How did you go against him into his zone?
I think we got beat. I think we got pretty comprehensively beat. But it just goes to show, doesn't it? And then ended up one of the most destructive opening.
You never ever wanted to bowl any sort of whip to him, did you?
Wow, no. Need more Saywag.
I've got something on Joe Root and his conversion rate since the start of 2021. 48 tests, 16 centuries out of 31 50-plus scores. Just over half of his 50s he's converted into 3 figures. Prior to that, it'd been around about a quarter, 17 out of 66.
Yeah, there was a time we were talking about that, wasn't it?
Right,
Where you get to 50 and not go on to the 3 figures.
We were all tutting, weren't we? Oh, come on, well, we don't
If
know.
you want to be up there with Kane Williamson and Virat Kohli and Steve Smith as Kaminda Mendis is coming into the attack. We'll come back to you in a second, Zolt. Sorry.
I think it had not. So, sorry, Ad, you got more to say?
I think Root forward presses, works the ball to mid-wicket.
No, he's ignoring
Oh, no.
us.
Sorry, did you want to finish that sentence?
But no, I mean,
that was it.
But it was a legitimate criticism, I guess, of Root.
It was. Yeah, I think he...
Root cuts out to deep cover, and there's a deep point in position, but he is flayed away at that one. Root hits it with so much power out towards the mound stand, picks up 4, 266 for 6.
Yeah, slight bit of a flan, I'm afraid, from Kamindu. Just short and wide outside off stump from the nursery end. All the time in the world, just a whack that to the boundary. I think he got a bit annoyed actually when that sort of started. Probably because he could understand that it was. I think it was annoying him as well, that he just couldn't quite understand why he wasn't, converting those 50s into tons.
Change of angle from Mendis, the off spinner, bowling around the wicket to Root, who reverses out to deep backward point, who's collecting it now to his left. Throw is sent in. That 4 brought them to a 50 partnership, Atkinson and Root, 270 for 6. Root to 122.
Yeah, just when you don't want it for the Sri Lankans, they've hung in really well. Now this is the chap who can bowl left and right-handed, isn't it?
And he can bat a bit as well. Bowls off spin to Root again, who again reverses. This time it's a lot finer. Goes down to the Allen stand, into the shadows, and disappears for 4. Root to 126 then, 274 for 6.
Yes, so their 50 partnership came off in 10.2 overs. A little more on Root's conversion, as mentioned, 17 from 49. That was after 4 of his first 8 50s he converted into 100. So at the end of 2020, he'd converted 13 of his previous 58 50 scores into hundreds. But he'd been remarkably consistent in terms of how often he was reaching 50.
Root forwards, then back and punching out to deep cover for a single. 275 for 6.
Had one of the sort of highest rates of reaching 50 of any major player. And today, as I mentioned earlier, it's the 7th consecutive match in which he's made a 50 or 50 plus score, and it's the 3rd sequence in his career of 7 or more matches with a 50.
As Atkinson drives but finds the outer part of the bat as he's looking to work it leg side, it heads out to deep cover for a couple. 277 for 6.
And they were both of the previous 2 sequences were in the early phase of his career, one from July 2014 to April 2015, 7 games in a row, then 12 games in a row with a 50 or a 50 plus score from October 2016 to August 2017. And no other England player has had more than one sequence of 7 or more consecutive tests with a 50. So this is Root's 3rd. So that's sort of testament to his enduring quality. That consistency that he had early in his career and his recent form since that much criticised reverse scoop off Premier.
Basically, he is very good. 277 for 6 after 70 overs. Second new ball will be available in 10.
Did he? Sorry. Did he during that period? Did he actually sort of like come out and say what was the kind of? Did he actually sort of come out and say, "Well, I don't think I'm concentrating enough," or whatever?
No, I don't think he did. I think he was just getting frustrated with himself, and it then became a thing that everyone was talking about.
Yeah.
Just out of interest, Andy, what is a good conversion rate? How does Kane Williamson convert and Steve Smith? You're saying 50% in the last couple of years for Joe Root as he taps his bat down now.
Well, 50% of anything is usually pretty good in cricket, isn't it?
Root tucks it away out to deep backward square, pushes the single. They're going to think about the two. He was coming back and then decided against it as the throw came in. But so much energy still for Joe Root here on 128, 278 for 6 then.
Fitness as well. Fitness comes into it. Batting long periods of time is hard work. Not that I ever knew, but the boys would tell me how difficult it is, hot weather.
You were still tired on the sideline though, watching them bat.
I was exhausted.
Slip in a gully in position, deep backward point for Gus Atkinson as Fernando is in. He bowls to Atkinson, who defends to the offside, no run.
Looks flat now, doesn't it?
It's looked flat at different times today, but with the Lord's slope, you always feel like you can just maybe nip one back or something, or do something off the slope.
Keeps you interested. Not that I'm not interested. But it keeps you interested as a seamer. Some pitches, you just plough it. Well, a little bit like that Old Trafford when that goes flat, blimey, you can't even get it moving at all.
Atkinson, bat high. Oh, he leaves the ball, but it hits the bat down into the ground towards the keeper. Good length delivery from the bowler, Fernando. 2 for 64 into his 15th over. Plenty of perspiration across his forehead in warmer conditions here at Lord's. Bit of extra bounce on that occasion. That breeze just coming through into the commentary box.
Meant to be a cracker tomorrow. Meant to be really nice. Good weather. And then a little bit of rain around Sunday.
Atkinson blocks the ball to the offside. Not a lot of foot movement off a good length.
So yes, back to your original question.
Score.
Yeah.
350. I think par on this 350 plus you're looking at, but in the position that England were in,
they've done well again. They've done well again.
6 down for
6 wicket at 216.
216.
Lose a couple there, you're in a bit of trouble. But they battle hard now, this England side.
Fernando past the umpire, bowls to Atkinson, and this hits the bottom of the bat this time off a good length as he gets his bat through the shot to mid-off, no run. It's pretty good average at home. Joe Root 55 compared to overseas 46.
Both pretty good.
All around the world.
Yeah, both pretty good.
I was speaking to Alistair Cook, actually.
Yes, how is he?
I hope
all
you
right?
don't mind me saying this on air, Alistair, but when he first saw Joe Root, he didn't anticipate that he would score the runs that he did. Very much a grower, Joe Root. Atkinson down the leg side from Fernando, and he doesn't get any bat on it.
How's he been, Sir Ali? How's he been? Was he a little bit?
He equals him now on 33 Test hundreds. End of the over, 278 for 6. 33 and counting. Joe Root, as players are going to take a break. Have a bit of a drink, have a refreshment. Andy?
It's just on conversion stats. So Root now has converted 33 of 97 15 plus scores, so just over a third after it had been, like I said, around about a quarter, so half of his recent century since the start of 2021. He's converted into 3 figures. Looking at other players through Test history, Don Bradman
Oh, hello.
Players
Bradders has come out.
with 30 or more 50-plus scores. He converted 29 out of 42 centuries, half-centuries into three-figure scores, and quite a lot of those 29 into double hundreds and 2 triple hundreds and a 299 not out, I think.
With a chair leg as well. I think it was just back with a chair leg.
Literally with a stick of rhubarb in some cases, I think. You asked about Williamson's got a very good conversion rate, 32 out of 66, just under half. Coley is 29 out of 59, again just under half. Steve Smith 32 out of 73, and that's dipped a little as his form hasn't been quite what it was since the start of this decade. So Root has been below the average of the absolute elite players earlier in his career, but like I said, the last 4 years has rectified that minor glitch in his glittering career.
He's down on one knee at the moment, taking on some fluids. 128 off 181 deliveries. Joe Root, the constant. People will be sending them in, surely.
Surely. The
different ways of describing Joe Root.
The everlasting light bulb.
I like that one.
I think there is one of them out there as well that they haven't released either.
That was your wrestling name,
Is it LED?
Wrestling.
Was it the everlasting gobstopper?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, he's done well, hasn't he?
He has indeed.
Been through it all, really, hasn't he? Skipper and all formats, and not a lot that he hasn't sort of, taken on.
And you feel like he's back to his best, but batting in his bubble, where he is the anchor. And I think at the start of Bazball, as a senior player, I think he felt he needed to play the same way as everyone else, and then bring the younger players through.
Well, he was leading
to that mindset.
He was leading his skipper's sort of thing.
Philosophy, yeah.
Yes.
And he was very much adapting to that, which of course he would, because he's a team player. But I just feel like he's gone back to his rhythm that has suited him so very well. His groove, yeah. We haven't seen the reverse.
We saw
Scoop,
one the other day. Yeah, I saw one the other day.
Not today.
Not today. No. But I did see one not so long ago. It might have been against the West Indies, but I think they needed about 10 to win or something. 20 to win. Yeah. He's a rhythm player. He's a tick, 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 tick.
Boom.
Tick, tick. Yeah.
Sorry, I was listening to Will Smith the other day. 278 for 6. Then England, after being put into bat this morning. It was a bit of a surprise to a lot of people because it was bright sunny conditions here at Lord's. It looked like a very good pitch to bat on, and Sri Lanka won the toss and elected to bowl first. They did have England 3 down for 82 at one stage, and going into the lunch break they felt they were very much in the game. Ben Duckett, it was Dan Lawrence who was out first for 9 off the bowling of Lahiru Kumara, coming into the test match with a bit of extra pace, the right armour. And then it was Ollie Pope with a strange looking shot. It was a shorter ball from Fernando, banged into the pitch.
A bit ugly.
Yeah, he was out for 1, the captain, before Ben Duckett looking to reverse the ball when he was on 40. That chipped up in the air as we're back on, and Root is pulling a short ball out to the deep square boundary. The player won't get there. It was a real drag down from Kamindu Mendis. It's 279 for 6 is the score now.
Yeah, Kamindu hasn't particularly done so well. He's bowled some wide ones outside off stump, which Joe Root has put away. This one a real long hop, all the time in the world just to swivel on it, hit it behind square. 4 runs. He needs to sort his length. Too easy for Joe Root on 100 odd. He's going to put 132 even. He's going to put them away all day.
And Root pushes at the ball to the offside, slightly fuller there from Mendes. Bowling right arm off spin. Was looking to sweep that ball and then got himself into the position to cover it and defend to the offside as Mendes is coming round the wicket now. Joe Root just opens himself up with his stance, leaning on his bat. There's a deep backward square, and a deep square that's bowled wide of the off stump. He drives awkwardly at that one, reaching for it as it goes to extra cover, no run. And he's now assessing the toe of his bat. England's greatest.
Yes. Absolutely. Nice, isn't it? Wonder if he's going to get knighted.
Tucked around the corner, out to deep square for a single. Casually comes through for 1, 283 for 6. I'd expect so. Route to 133.
Yeah.
When he retires or when he's still playing?
Did they knight Sir Alistair when he was still playing? No.
Not sure.
Not sure.
Atkinson has provided good support to Root, who's on the back foot and turning it to mid-wicket, no run. 31 for him. As they creep towards that 300 mark, 283 on the board, England.
Jimmy Anderson. Jimmy Anderson, he might get one.
He will definitely get one as Atkinson is pushing at the ball to the offside, no run. One of the greatest seamers that's ever lived. At the end of the over 283 for 6. As you can talk a little bit more about that, Phil.
Yeah,
maybe you should get one.
I'm not holding my breath.
Simon Mann is coming in.
Services to Services to the White Hart. Services to the White Hart. Yes. He's just going about his business, isn't he, Joe Root? It's been an absolute pleasure, really, watching him. Seen some fabulous innings from him. I mean, I'm sure that this one to match Sir Alistair will be up there in the memory bank, but you just kind of got the feeling that he was going to do it, didn't you, today? Simon.
Hello, Tubbers. Well, he's played so well again. He played well at Old Trafford to win England that first Test match. That second innings, played really well. Now, Ratnayaka's into the attack from the pavilion end. The sun's gone behind some cloud at the moment. I noticed the light yesterday evening around about 6:30 in London. Here's Ratnayaka bowling, and Root comes down the pitch and turns it away into the onside. And there's no run. When the sun does go behind the cloud, it's quite gloomy at 6:30, so whether we'll be still playing then, I don't know, but well, let's hope so. Keep going, keep on with the game.
What were you doing at 6:30 that you just thought, I tell you something?
Well, I was thinking,
I'm going to put that in the memory bank.
You know what happens, Tom? This time of year, it's that slightly sinking feeling you have. Summer coming to an end, and you see the nights drawing in a bit, and you look at it's a glorious sunny day yesterday, and you think, it's gone a bit dark outside.
Yeah, a bit of a chill wind.
Naka bowls and clouted away by Root to deep mid-wicket. Short ball, like a tired delivery from Ratnayaka, and Root pounced on it and smacked it into the leg side.
Need to keep going here, Sri Lanka. You feel that just got a few sloppy fielding, bit of sloppy fielding out there as well, and they've just started. They were right on it all the way just till after tea, and then this Atkinson partnership has come together, and you can feel them just slipping off their high standards.
Yeah, fine stroke, well dispatched. 287 for 6, 137 to Root. You get a bit wistful this time of year, but there's still stacks of cricket. There's this Test match, another Test match, and a whole series against Australia to come. T20s and 5 one-day internationals.
Forgot about the Aussies Cup. And where are they going to squeeze all them in?
Well, they'll find a way.
Yeah.
Well, there's a way. Ratnayaka bowls, Root defends back to the bowler, and there's no run. The last one-day international is on the 29th of September in Bristol, and England play the first Test against Pakistan on the 7th of October in Rawalpindi, so just over a week. And I see some of the Test players are in the squad for the one-day, so I presume they won't play the back end of that series. I mean, Joe Root. Joe Root's been rested, hasn't he?
Yes, yeah.
But 1 or 2 are in there, I noticed. I thought, well, they're not going to. Surely, I think Jamie Smith's in the one day. Is he?
Harry Brook, isn't it?
And Brook, yeah. So they're not going to play. Ratnayaka bowls, and Root comes forward and plays to extra cover. So they might play the first couple of games.
Ben Duckett, he might be in it as well.
Yeah.
Squeezing it all in. So you're already getting wistful, are you?
Well, you do it this time of year, but don't you? Late August. So what you want is you want lovely weather throughout September, just to lift the spirits a bit.
Yeah.
287 for 6. Atkinson, he's played so well, hasn't he? Coming at number 8, 31 not out, runs down the order, so important. But dispiriting for the opposition as Root plays the ball outside the off stump. Seems to keep a fraction low and jag back as well. Went past the inside edge, taken by a sprawling Madushka. 287 for 6. I'll be interested to see how Sri Lanka get on tomorrow, batting here at Lord's, which it does demand a certain amount of skill and judgment
and
what to play and what to and experience. What to play and what to leave against. You look at this England attack. I mean, Woakes, good bowler at Lord's. He's had a lot of success. Atkinson, you feel as it would be is a good Lord's bowler.
Yes.
And then Potts, you think, he'll bowl the line as well. And Ollie Stone, TBC. Root guides that one away towards the gully region where it's stopped by Sanka, no run.
A lot of them, as you said, Lord's bowlers are. I mean, perhaps Potts might not be a Lord's bowler. He's a bit more of a sort of pitch-up swing bowler, I would say. Even though he's quick and he can bustle in. But likes of Ollie Stone, Atkinson, perfect. You think kind of bowlers for that pavilion end. Bang away on that length. Chop of off stump just outside and then just see what happens.
It is a key test when you come here of what you play just outside your off stump and what you leave.
Those players from the Test squad who are in the one-day squad for the Australia series, which begins on the 19th of September at Trent Bridge, following the 3 T20s beginning on the 11th of September in Southampton. Duckett, Brooke, Jamie Smith, Atkinson and Potts will be joining the squad after the T20 series. None of the Test squad are in the T20 squad.
So 4 of those you'd think were certain to go to Pakistan.
Absolutely. Tired.
And here's Mendes bowling, and there's outside edge of Atkinson's bat, goes down towards deep third. He's coming back for the second, throws on its way, and Atkinson gets a rather fortuitous 2 runs, takes him to 33 and the score to 289 for 6.
Now this chap can bowl left or right hand, can't he? Now you have to declare to the umpire, don't you, what you are going to bowl, so you can't sort of like change it halfway down, can you? Batters can though, they can all of a sudden become.
I know. Well, it's a batter's
game, always has been.
You know that, Tubbers. And Atkinson comes down the pitch and loses control of that shot completely. Takes one hand off the bat and it skews away down towards short third. He got a bit lucky there.
Got himself in a real pickle.
He tried to go down the ground. There's a long on in. Perhaps he was trying to go straighter than that, but anyway, that was a really fortuitous escape for Atkinson. Root tries to drive down the ground, well stopped by Mendes away to his right, and there is no run. It's 290 for 6 with that single to Atkinson, who's 34 not out. Root's on 137. They came together at 216 for 6. Mendes bowls round the wicket with his off breaks, turned away by Root. It's going down fine, keepers after it, and they decide against coming back for the second. Madushka scuttled off that really quickly there. He realised what was on Root's mind. Possibility of a second run. Root goes to 137 and England to 291 for 6. So you'll have a chance of a century partnership here for the 7th wicket, these two. Atkinson just showing signs here of playing a bit looser against Mendes. That one is a nice firm drive back down the pitch, stopped by Mendes. He's bowling right arm round, so off breaks to the right-handers. And he goes in now and bowls to Atkinson, who goes back and pulls a short ball. That's travelling out towards the deep mid-wicket boundary and over it for 6. It's another one from Atkinson. He gave that something, smacked away into the leg side. And England moved to 297 for 6. And Atkinson to 40.
Really gave it a crack, didn't he? I mean, it was a poor delivery again. The Sri Lankan spinners just after tea have bowled some pies, which really all half-trackers all the time in the world just to climb into that. He's a strong boy and just got hold of it and into the stand it went.
Now the physio has come out. I think it's for Joe Root, some treatment to... He says he got a blister on his hand, possibly on the palm of his hand. It looks like it, doesn't it?
Oh, yeah. I mean, a lot of batters, when you've been batting out there for a long time, I mean, the forearms, we were talking about being fit and what have you, get cramp in the forearms, cramp in your fingers and hands, but you might be, we might have a little blister.
It looked like it anyway. I'm just surmising from a distance, because he held out his right hand. You think, well, what could it be apart from that?
Well, it might just be a little cramp in those tendons as well. Might have a little painkiller or something.
The partnership's now 81 from 15 overs, and it's England's highest partnership of the series. Previously it was 66, also for the 7th wicket, also involving Gus Atkinson, alongside Jamie Smith in the first innings at Old Trafford. So it's been a feature of the series that England haven't put together big partnerships in the game in a bit so far, but they also haven't lost a clatter of wickets. There's only been one single-figure partnership out of the 23 stands so far, and that was today's 9-run second wicket stand between Duckett and Pope.
Those lower order runs, they are so dispiriting for a fielding side. They're absolutely vital in any match.
Especially if you've won the toss and decided having a bowl and got yourself in a pretty good position, which Sri Lanka did.
16 for 6.
Yeah, absolutely. Just think, one more, we're in. We really are in with the bowlers. It's just slipped through their hands.
Right, Root he's put his gloves back on. He's taking a fresh guard from the umpire. Well, not least because he's going to be facing Jayasuriya from the pavilion end. So the slow left armour bowling from the pavilion end of the ground. The traditional end for the left armour is to bowl at the nursery end. He has bowled at this nursery end. He's also bowled at the pavilion end today. He's back at the pavilion end. He's bowled 21 overs, 1 for 71. Jayasuriya bowls to Root and plays a little paddle shot, misses it down the leg side. Bounces off the keeper, rolls away into the offside, and there is no run. 297 for 6. This partnership flourishing. Root 137 not out. There's a long on in, a long off, deep mid wicket, deep back with square leg, deep cover. Jayasuriya bowls to Root. So there's a single just about everywhere, and he gets one there square with the wicket on the offside up the hill towards deep cover. So Root goes to 138, and it's 298 for 6. Sri Lanka are 2 spinners on, so they're hastening towards the new ball. This is the 75th over. Field stays pretty much the same for Atkinson. 4 inside a notional circle. Atkinson props forward and plays to extra cover, and there's no run. It's a bit like a one-day field. 5 outside, 4 inside. A slip in for Jayasuriya. It's the captain himself, Dhananjaya De Silva. Atkinson plays that away fine. He might get 2 here. Goes down towards fine leg. It will stop just about before it gets there. Or they might come back for 3 in actual fact. They do. Well, that's quite good running. Kumara's after it. A bit tired from his bowling efforts today. And they pinched a cheeky 3, and the 300's up for England. 301 for 6. And Atkinson moves to 43. And Russell Arnold is here.
Evening all. Outstanding partnership for England. They needed it. 216 for 6. It could have been all over very fast. But Gus Atkinson, his best innings in Test cricket. This is of course his highest score, but he's looked the goods. He's batted so well, and the way he's approached the innings has really made life easy for Joe Root.
There's a leg slip in now for Root, and Root plays into the onside. He's looking for a single towards mid-wicket. There's no one there. Jayasuriya rushes across and shapes to throw at the stumps, and I think kind of pulled out throwing at it, but the ball slipped out of his hand. So it rolled out towards cover, and it looked all a bit tame really there. Anyway, no damage done, no overthrows. 301 for 6. Last ball of the 75th over. Jayasuriya walks in, and Root walks through for a single as he knocks that into the onside. Lots of gaps out there, and Root happy to take the single. It's the end of the over. 302 for 6. Looks like Sri Lanka just trying to get through to the new ball now.
Yeah, that's been the ploy for a while. The 2 bowlers who look very effective, Lairo Kumara and Asita Fernando, they bowled heaps of overs. And they needed to be rested so that Sri Lanka can take that second new ball. They needed a 5th bowler to plug one end. Kamindu Mendis it was, his preferred right arm off spin. He's gone for many. And England have taken to him, realising the situation, realising where Sri Lanka find themselves in, the hole they find themselves in, because there's no other option. Dhananjaya De Silva, you'll be wondering why he's not bowling. He did some damage to his shoulder while diving up in Manchester. It was in the first innings, and that's why he did not bowl on the second day, and
right.
since then he's out of the attack. He would have been the ideal bowler. So it leaves only Kamindu Mendis that he can turn to. Angelo Matthews also not bowling because of fitness concerns, and hence
There's Ratnayaka bowling, very full on the pads of Root, turned away towards deep back with square leg. They're off for one, they're coming back for the second, throws on its way from the deep. Root is quick enough, beats the throw, takes him to 141 and England to 304 for 6. So the seamers, Ratnayaka has bowled 18 overs, Kumara has bowled 17 overs and Fernando has bowled 15 overs. But they'll be back presumably for a burst with the new ball before the close of play. Just the benefit of having that 5-man attack. England, they've just slightly weakened the batting, but they've got those 4 pace bowlers and the spinner. It helps, I suppose. You've got someone like Chris Wokes who can give you some balance. And here is Root turning into the onside again, this time too close to square leg for them to contemplate a second run. Root to 142 and England to 305 for 6.
England in the last 6 overs have really upped the ante. They've probably gone on to add 40 to 50 runs because Kamindu Mendis' 3 overs cost 27, thereby just resting the initiative back.
Tell me something on Kamindu Mendis. He can bowl slow left arm, he can bowl
right arm is his preferred.
Right arm, is it? Right, okay, because I read that he was better at slow left arm, but that's not the case.
This is quite interesting because his strong arm is the right arm, left arm.
Here's Ratnayaka bowling a short ball and pulled away by Atkinson. He's got on top of that, hits it to square leg, gets his 44th run, England to 306 for 6.
But when it comes to bowling, it's right arm off spin that
it comes out better.
But when he comes to throwing out there, he'll use his left arm because he's had surgery on his right arm and it's not strong enough for him to get the ball in. So it's quite.
But it's strong enough for him to bowl and be his favoured bowling option, because you'd think he'd be bowling, if he could bowl slow left arm, you'd think he'd be bowling slow left arm to the 2 right-handers, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I would have thought so, with them facing his right arm off spin so easily. Just try a couple of deliveries.
Ratnayaka bowls, Root comes forward and pushes it up towards mid-on and there's no run.
Left arm, but he did not opt for that.
No, he's bowled off pace. He's off now, though. I think the skipper realised his team were leaking runs. They just couldn't allow it to continue.
From a bowling point of view, those last 7 to 8 overs, you would go to your 5th bowler just to give your main bowlers a rest, maybe get to that new ball. But the last thing you want is the opposition scoring at even 4 runs an over. England were probably going at 9-10 an over at that stage.
306 for 6. Here's Ratnayaka bowling and Root on the front foot guiding. Typical Root shot, but hit that straight to gully, so no prospect of a single. Lords in the late afternoon sunshine. Some bit of cloud around, but the sun's out at the moment. Shadows lengthening. Floodlight pylon at the far end over the Warner stand, casting its shadow over the ground. And a decent crowd in today in terms of size. Not absolutely full. It's created a good atmosphere for this opening day of this second Test match. And England beginning to get some control over the game now. 306 for 6. There's Ratnayaka to Root. Root plays to extra cover. And there is no run. It is the end of the over. But they're not in total control of the game. A couple of wickets here. And England bowled out for 340. Then up to Sri Lanka to see what they can do with the bat. Anyway, we'll see how that pans out. Root 142. Atkinson 44. 306 for 6. More from Russell. And then it will be Alison Mitchell.
The problem for Sri Lanka is Joe Root seems to be more determined now to hang out there and make this a big one. The way he's defending, the movements, his feet, his body movements, head over the ball as he did in that first session, does not give Sri Lanka any hope. A batter, that rock-solid defence sends a strong message to the opposition. We keep saying Allison attacking batters or dominant batters, legends of the game. Game is built around defence and your ability to absorb pressure.
Hi Russell, here is Jayasuriya around the wicket here to Atkinson. Jabs this down into the turf and bowler picking up in his follow through. Slip and leg slip in place. But Sri Lanka's hope is the new ball, but with Joe Root well settled against the new ball, well that could always go one of two ways.
And Atkinson also, I'd say he's the difference here.
He's in a very attacking mindset when he can. Foolish delivery again, turned into the leg side, no run.
At 216 for 6, you felt Atkinson coming in, higher score of 20-24. But the England camp have been talking him up and his abilities, and that's why.
A bit quicker. Again, jumped into the onside, no run.
Used his feet well against Jayasuriya at a time he was bowling really well. And the way he approached his game just allows Root to continue his merry way. It was a time where Root might have looked to take chances as Atkinson turns that with the angle towards square leg.
Single taken 1 to 45. He has got 3 first-class 50s to his name, Russell. Just looking up his first-class career, 23 first-class matches, but his average, 20. And now this comfortably his best test score in these first handful of matches he's played in his first season as a test cricketer. He bowled so well here against the West Indies, 12 wickets on his test debut, so fond memories of coming here. He's already got his name on the honours board. Root on the drive, out past that man at extra cover, into the deep for a single. Jogs through to take him on to 143, and they're honing in on the 100-run partnership, 308 for 6, coming together at 216 for 6. It's been a really outstanding partnership, and one which has seen the runs come up pace. Yes, partly that's to do with the introduction of Mendes and some big overs there. Atkinson jabbing this back up the pitch into the hands of the bowler, though. Saves a single. End of the over from Jayasuriya. 308 for 6. Atkinson on 45 from 51 balls. That shows the rate at which he's scored. He's been so busy out there, and he's had 3 sixes as well. But he's hit some Root's 143 from his 203 balls. But Sri Lanka found themselves in some very handy positions, having England 33 for 1, 42 for 2, and then 82 for 3. England going into lunch at 97 for 3 after Duckett was out, a reverse sweeping, caught by Kumar in the deep, as if he was trying to hit a 6 as a wicket for Jayasuriya. Duckett made 40. And Dan Lawrence had been the first man out, caught behind off Kumara in the first over that Kumara bowled into the side for the first time in this series. Lawrence made 9. Pope was out for just 1. Here is Ratnayaka in. And this is defended by Root up to mid-off. Harry Brook, 33. He got a start, but was out LBW to Asita Fernando. That was the 4th wicket. 130 on the board at that stage. Jamie Smith, the other wicket to fall in the afternoon session. He was caught behind by Madushka, went for a big drive just after it seemed he'd changed the tempo of his batting, went for a pull shot he didn't quite get hold of, drove aerially out through the onside, wasn't too far away from the fielder, and then a big straight drive that got the snick behind. He was out for 21. Ratnayaka in some width here, and a big drive attempt from Atkinson doesn't quite get hold of it, into the ground and into the hands of extra cover. So yes, 216 for 6 when then Chris Wokes was dismissed. Sri Lanka would have really had a great amount of heart about the way the day might yet pan out.
It's so strange, this partnership just ran away from Sri Lanka, but prior to that, yes, good batting conditions, and you think there were lots of loose shots. Wickets fell to shots that you wouldn't have expected at that time, or even shots that you wouldn't have expected. But the fact is, Sri Lanka did bowl well.
Root on 143, sets himself up for the reverse scoop. It's gone high in the air. That should be caught by Gully, and it is. It's the end of Joe Root. He got a little funky. He's gone for 143, though. A magnificent innings. One which has taken him level with Sir Alistair Cook for the record number of Test centuries for England. He walks off with his 33rd Test 100 under his belt, and he's helped England to a much stronger position at 308 for 7 now, but he's getting a tremendous ovation as he walks off, one of England's finest.
It sure was a tremendous innings, a fabulous one from Joe Root, but where did that shot come from? He just tries to ramp it over the slip cordon and lobs it to Gully. It just wasn't a shot that was needed considering the way England were going. But nevertheless, superb innings, everyone on their feet. And Joe Root dismissed. Just a nothing delivery, Sri Lanka in all sorts. He gets it off the middle of the bat though. But there's no pace from Milan Ratnayak, and it just lobs to the gully fielder Pathum Nisanka. So this is what we've been seeing right throughout wickets when we don't expect Allison. Here's another. But earlier in the day, there were lots of dot balls bowled by the Sri Lankan bowlers. Very few scoring shots that were given, and hence the loose shots or the mistakes coming about. Not on this occasion though. Where did that come from?
It's the first time we've seen him do anything out of the Joe Root bubble, if you like. He just played a very, if you like, old school Root type of innings. And then went for the reverse. And I guess if he had managed to get it over the slip cordon and it had gone to the boundary for 4 or even 6, we would have been a little bit open-mouthed and say, wow, what a shot. But then when it doesn't work, it feels a little unnecessary. 143 from 206 deliveries. England 308 for 7, with Matthew Potts now joining Gus Atkinson. Results.
18 fours in that innings for Joe Root innings, which, as we've been talking about, he tied Alistair Cook's record of 33 Test match hundreds for England. 7th consecutive Test in which he's made a 50-plus score since the last time he was out to an attempted reverse scoop of Jasprit Bumrah in the 3rd Test in India, since when his form has been terrific.
You haven't got a sort of reverse scoop record, have a sort of success ratio, sort of number of times it goes for 4 or 6 versus number of times it results in a wicket?
I'll see if I can find that.
Potts, the new batter, on strike. Gets it all of a decent length outside the off stump. He lets it go through to the keeper. Well, Sri Lanka have now got to see this as a real opportunity to try and wrap up the tail. But which over are we into now? This is the 78, so there will be a new ball very soon, and they have a new batter to bowl to, so that's crucial for them.
Well, Potts has had a great summer with the bat in domestic cricket. So does he dig in? But then on the other hand, Allison, do England look at this as a positive window? Get Sri Lanka in for 20 minutes maybe?
Oh, yeah.
It's a very tricky time for batters to knock over 1 or 2 wickets, and that gets you a massive stride.
Ratnayak is in, forward, Fox is defending, out towards cover, no run. Yeah, we've got
in the Test match, so
45 minutes of play left.
So how do you play this little period is the key. Sri Lanka, though, you're right, new ball and look to get the wickets. But if England show that intent, it gives you a different message. It shows your intent and immediately gives Sri Lanka something to think about. Oh, well, they're coming at us feeling.
Yeah, it can sort of work both ways for England then, couldn't it? If they actually go on the attack, they'll either score runs quickly, as this is a bouncer bowl, ducking underneath it, Potts. That might then bring Sri Lanka in terms of the tail not lasting too long, but then will that be such a bad thing because they get to have that awkward session bowling at Sri Lanka tonight? Sort of, yes, if further dice. Score runs quickly.
Which way do you want to go? There's a decision
or do you
to
just
be made.
see out the evening?
Or Atkinson's batting.
Yeah.
Like Joe Root.
Well, he's got his eye on his...
The only batter who's been better than him out there has been Joe Root.
He's the next top scorer of the innings after Root's 143. Atkinson's 45 not out so far as the next best.
Potts leaving the ball, getting underneath it very nicely. You back them to go on and get you another 100-run partnership.
Let's see. Atkinson's eyeing up a debut half-century. And there's a slip and a leg slip in place for him. He's faced 51 balls for his 45. Sun's dipped behind cloud. Breeze blowing across the ground, having that Sri Lanka flag fluttering. Catcher gets short extra cover as well. Atkinson defends this one from Jayasuriya.
I'd guess England might make a decision after this pair with Ollie Stones and
Shoaib
Bashir to come in. There's no Mark Wood for that cameo 20, which he consistently seems to give England in quick time.
Jayasuriya in. Atkinson on the drive. Hasn't quite timed it. Fielded at short extra, no run.
Make sure he keeps it along the ground.
He's looking to play it safe. He's crashed 3 sixes in his innings so far as Atkinson. And Jayasuriya in, back up the pitch into the hands of the bowler. Well, not cleanly into the hands. It's rolled back onto the stumps at the far end. It did. Umpires having to replace the bails.
Well, the difference now is the field is spread far and wide for him. There's a long on, a long off. When he went for those sixes, mid-off was in the circle, cleared him a couple of times, and then there was one that was almost bouncing twice that he put away.
Well, from Jayasuriya, now his appeal for LBW, the ball thumping into the pad. But that appeal's died away pretty quickly as well. Jayasuriya walking back to his mark. Atkinson's got his back to us here.
Yeah, needed that to turn, needed that to straighten. It just goes on with the arm. We haven't seen the ball spin later in the afternoon though. I reckon in the morning session and early afternoon session there was a little bit of moisture.
It's the 79th over. New ball is imminent. Forward comes Atkinson, defends it. Oh, and actually they'll sneak a little single here. They're getting towards the end of this over.
Yeah, Potts has one ball to negotiate. And there was a slight bit of turn with that moisture. Now looks like the pitch is just dried out. No real cracks or rough to bowl into for Jayasuriya. Bowlers running down the pitch, we see a few foot marks, but they're also not in areas that will be useful for Jayasuriya at this stage.
So Potts to face the last ball of this over, and he defends it duly, very correctly, getting a big stride forward and head right over the ball. So Atkinson will be on strike for what will be the 80th over. So 309 for 7 after the fall of Joe Root. Caught by Nissanka, going for a reverse ramp when he was 143 not out, and the ball just deflected high in the air, and a relatively straightforward catch for Nissanka to get underneath. But that was the first time we'd seen Root play that shot during the innings. But one more over until Sri Lanka can have a brand new ball to bowl with, and then they'll be trying to get Matthew Potts on strike as much as possible, because Gus Atkins is playing the innings of his brief Test career to date. 46 not out as he is.
Don't look like in any hurry at all, Gus Atkinson. Happy to defend. In fact, he's probably gone into more of a shell after Root's dismissal.
He's suddenly the senior batter, isn't he? He's a different
No,
source
not
of
exactly a
responsibility.
shell, but more watchful.
Anaka in, forward. Actually, there's out of his ground at the non-strikers end was Potts. He scurried back and
He wants
rightly
to strike.
said, no, there wasn't a single.
But he wants the strike. He doesn't want Atkinson just to shield him. He can do a job too, he says.
Evening sunshine is stretching these shadows across the ground here now at Lord's. Taking his time is Ratnayaka at the end of his mark. Long shadow beneath his feet. Running into Atkinson now, at past the umpire. A slip and gully still there for Atkinson. Bouncing, he went after it, through to the keeper though. Not sure how far away that was to the top edge. There's two men back as well. Deep backward square and fine leg. But Atkinson's instinct was to go for the pull, so he has
Really well bowled.
cleared the boundary a few times this innings.
Really well bowled. Surprised him because Milan Ratnayaka is not quick. But this time he bends his back, and the direction too was very good. No room for Atkinson to play that. That's the type of surprise bouncer you want to be bowling.
Lahira Kumara has been doing some stretching and air bowling there at mid-on, waiting for that new ball. Fuller delivery here again from Atkinson, chips into the air and drops short of Kumara there at mid-on.
Yeah, suddenly had to stop his stretches and try to get to that ball on the full.
Couldn't quite manage it. So answer to Fernando and Lahira Kumara will have an opportunity as we're closing in on 5 to 6, so 35 more minutes of play expected tonight.
So in terms of overs for that 35 minutes, it's probably 7. So that'll be 3 overs from Lahira Kumara and maybe 4 from Asita Fernando, 3 or 4 from either, whichever end they come on from.
Can they take 3 quick wickets? Maybe a 10-minute for change of innings. If England do get in. Pulled low, kept down this time by Atkinson. And we come back for 2 here. That's a deep mid-wicket, deep backward square, moves across to pick up, and Atkinson moves to 48. Closing in on a landmark of his own, having partnered with Joe Root for a 7th wicket stand of 72 earlier.
Looked more like a slower bouncer, but this didn't get up, so Atkinson had plenty of time to put that away. Couple of runs from a well-made half-century.
Did I say 72? I have got 92 written down, Zolt, so I don't know why that came out of my mouth at 72. 92 runs down for the 7th wicket. Thank you. Atkinson on 48. Ratnayaka is in some width, and a full-blooded off-drive along the ground for Atkinson to bring up a maiden Test 50. On the ground where he took 12 wickets in the match on Test debut, he's back at Lord's and now raising his bat instead of the ball. Fabulous knock from Atkinson, taking England as well to 315 for 7.
It was a fabulous knock. And he gets to that with a superb drive. It was not there to be driven. Gets on top of the bounce and cracks it between cover and mid-off. Such a crucial knock considering the state of the game. And his application has just taken England to...
Ratnaika in, he goes for the pull again but misses. Another bouncer goes through to the keeper, and that is the end of the 80th over. So a second new ball will now be available. But Zolt's that 50 for Atkinson's come off not many balls.
Just 61 balls, 3 sixes and 3 fours. His maiden Test 50 in just his 6th innings, his 4th in first-class cricket. As you mentioned, he had 3 for Surrey prior to this. But he's put together a good run of scores after getting a golden duck on debut here against West Indies in that match in which he took 12 wickets. So I imagine the disappointment of the golden duck he could palm to one side. And then 2 in the first innings at Trent Bridge. Since one, 21 not out and 21 in the last second innings at Trent Bridge, and the only innings he batted in an edge batting against West Indies. 20 in the first test against Sri Lanka, now an undefeated 52 so far. So a tidy run of scores, particularly having been promoted up to number 8.
Yeah.
Yep.
Really handy innings. New ball though, here we go. Russell at 5-6 with 35 minutes of play left and shadows lengthening against the evening sunshine. Can Sri Lanka make this count? Can they find a little bit of movement with that fresh seam?
Lahira Kumara has been Sri Lanka's best today in terms of pace. He's controlled it nicely, bowled in very good areas, the length as well. He's got 3 overs to go. 17 overs already. 3 more to try and make further inroads.
2 slips and the gully here to Matthew Potts. He gets in behind one, which forces him to hop up on his toes to drop the ball into the ground in defence. Potts yet to score.
He's quite aware that there's a big gap on the leg side because deep square leg, deep fine leg, and the mid-on, just a bit of bat allows him to get off strike and give it to the most senior established partner.
Yeah, that's the game within the game for these two. Although Matthew Potts might think, I fancy myself here. Switch
so
now, isn't it?
Yeah, so he's bowling down the slopes, the angle in, and his action also helps the ball to take it into the right hand, and hence the short mid-wicket. No extra cover in place.
The catch on the offside, it's beaten him. He prodded forward and through to the keeper. It's gone. Madushka. Well bowled.
Such a good length. His pace has been quite consistent. Slightly down, maybe a mile or 2, but generally 133 to 137 has been the range for Lahira Kumara. That one just held its line, but a very good length indeed, which we've seen from Lahira Kumara right throughout the day.
Which brings a certain amount of energy to the crease, doesn't he? As he's running in, he's quite a burly build for a bowler. In he comes now to Potts, fuller delivery. Potts equal to it, forward defensively, back up the pitch and into the hands of Kumara. It's interesting, we were talking about earlier Josh Hull and his call-up to the squad. We weren't talking about it personally, but Simon, I think, was talking about Josh Hull and called up after only 10 first-class games. Lahira Kumara was picked for the Test squad, wasn't all the way back in 2016. I was reading after only 8 days of first-class cricket. It was his first call-up to the Sri Lankan squad.
Straight from the under-19 setup.
Yeah.
In fact, 2016, the under-19 World Cup in Bangladesh.
Here is Kumara. Now to Potts. Defence back up the pitch again, and Kumara gets a hand to it to take the pace off in his follow-through. No run.
The 2 opening bowlers for Sri Lanka in that tournament were Asitha Fernando and Lahira Kumara. Sam Curran was a part of the England team.
It's been quite a progression.
There are many others from that particular team who have come on to represent Sri Lanka at various levels. Kamindu Mendis was a part of that. Charita Salanka, Manindu Hasaranga, Avishka Fernando. So that was, from Sri Lanka's point of view, a very strong unit.
Kumara in bouncer, and Potts doesn't have to duck too far to get underneath it. Through again to the keeper it goes. Potts 9 balls yet to score. 315 for 7. 1 more ball to come in this over, which is the first with the brand new shiny ball, and half an hour of play left in the day. Joe Root 143 before he was dismissed, playing the reverse ramp. But
you'd have to say, really?
It was so surprising,
scoring
wasn't it?
so easily everywhere.
Played a classical very un-Bazball sort of innings, hadn't he? He's been batting positively and turning over the strike and looking very becalmed. Turn behind square. It's time by Potts to get off the mark, and a single off the last ball of the over. So he'll be facing up to this shiny new ball again, as Atkinson will be at the non-striker's end on 52. England, though, with that partnership of 92 between Root and Atkinson, find themselves 316 for 7. A double change here. Sir Alistair Cook is coming in, and he's going to be alongside you, Aggers.
Indeed, and what a lovely, lovely late afternoon we have here now. Shadows lengthening and the sun shining. It's a perfect finish to the first day of... it's been a really interesting day of Test cricket. 316 for 7. Half an hour to go. Wonderful innings from Joe Root. Bound to be conversation about his dismissal. A couple of overs before the new ball, but his innings itself was outstanding. 190 for 5 when he, at one point. So a possible embarrassment there for England, but he salvaged the situation and then went on to make batting look so easy. 316 for 7. And what about Atkinson? 52. Terrific knock. He's timed the ball really well. Now Potts is on strike to the new ball. Oh, he's mown that through the covers. Fernando over pitching, bit of width, and Potts has just stood there and square driven that as if he really meant it.
Afternoon, evening, everyone. Is this a long way below par, I guess?
Score-wise?
Yeah.
It's not done a lot, is it?
But well, I was trying to dig out the stats on how much, you get those Hawkeye stats, how much it moves, swings and seams. And just sitting this far away, I'm going to say hasn't done much all day.
It seemed to have done.
But so you'd say that England are
below?
A little bit below.
I would say so, definitely. This is outside the off stump, swings away a little, and Potts allows that to go through. I mean, virtually every batsman has got themselves out, haven't they? I'm going to obviously take Brook out of that. He can get LBW, he can't even for 33, but Duckett, Lawrence, Pope, Root, Smith, Wokes.
Yeah.
All batsman error.
You'd say so. Which is, England are still clearly in this game.
Yeah.
I'm not saying they're out of the game, and they're probably ahead of the game, but it just feels like it looks a glorious day for batting.
Fernando finds a thick outside edge from Potts, who scuttles off towards this end, thinks about the second. It's not on, though. The fielder down there in the shadows throws it back down at third man. 321 for 7.
But sometimes it can be deceiving. And you then go and speak to
Jeffrey. You can't tell till both sides are batted.
Well, but you can't really. But if I then speak to Root and say, well, how was that wicket? He might say, he might say, oh, actually, just for whatever reason, you just felt one ball nipped more than any other, or something. He might tell us something which we can't see from up here. I'm not seeing. There's been the odd one nipped down the slope, hasn't it? But that's Lords, doesn't it? Always been Lords. And that'll always, no matter how flat it is, but it does feel like a good win.
Fernando bustles in, and that's a thick edge. Ball runs down to the gully. Alistair, my experience of interviewing England batsmen who've scored centuries, and you ask what the pitch's like, it's usually a minefield.
Oh, absolutely. Of course it is. Impossible to bat out there.
Yeah.
But we haven't had any, I can't remember many player misses to a defensive shot.
No.
There's odd one early on, but not many. Been a few drives. No nicks in the slips, have there? So you'd
slow, isn't it? Do you think it might play a bit better tomorrow?
A bit quicker?
Who knows? But, I think England are below par at the moment. And goes Fernando in bowls, and that's worked away into the leg side by Atkinson, who goes to 53. I mean, he's played really well, and to have someone like this who bowls as he does and capable of batting at 8. Okay, we haven't seen him against fast bowling as such, so we're not sure what he's like when the ball's around his nose, but he seems to bat well. He's got some good shots. He times the ball really well,
which is another indication that it's a good wicket. And like, if Gus Atkinson can play as well as he has played today, I say Gus is probably batting one spot too high.
Yeah.
It feels like he's a number 9.
Good number 9.
Good number 9. But one thing he will do, his batting will improve considerably.
Fernando bowls wide of the off stump. Potts looks at it. It's taken by the keeper. It ends a second over with his second new ball.
Well, I've got some deviation stats. I'm comparing it with first innings at Lords in the first 80 overs. And this data goes back to 2005. And it's the least amount of swing recorded in any of the 37 innings that we're looking at. So, as I said, first innings, batting first, bowling first at Lords, up to the second new ball becomes available. And in terms of movement off the seam, it's the 6th least, and the least since 2016. So unusually lacking both in the air and off the pitch.
Andy's been outstanding with his stats today. He's got with some absolute belters. And it's always nice when they endorse the views of what we've been.
What I like about that stat is actually relevant, and it's not just dug out some kind of.
He's been on fire.
Weird and wonderful. And stats lie.
Fully relevant. He's been absolutely on it. Thank you, Andrew. Should buy a drink tonight. 3:22 for 7. Atkinson's on 53. And Kamara from the far end bowls on the off stump, played away into the offside. He picks up another single. He goes to 54.
Looks stiff, that did it?
Well, he does look a bit stiff. But these two opening bowlers with Sri Lanka are actually very similar, aren't they? They're stocky, they're strong, not tall, but they just run in.
Yeah.
They just run in.
I'm not sure he ran in very well.
Well, he made his way in for that one. But
they do, and
they're very similar types.
They both bowl that slightly fuller length, naturally fuller length, which is so important in England.
Turns in the distance now. Potts on 6. Waits. Kamara goes over the wicket, bowls some with a grunt. And Potts with plenty of time, just plays that quietly away to a straight mid-wicket. Some of the lights are on in the pavilion. You see there in the writing room, which is the right-hand windows. We look at the old pavilion there. You see that the lights are on in there. Not so the committee room there. It's on the left-hand side with the window up. A room in which Phil Tufnell was regularly summoned during his Middlesex days.
Is that where you got the ticking off in there?
Oh yeah, Tuff was in there all the time.
Did you ever?
No. You got his Middlesex days when he was in there. Kamara bowls down the leg side of the big grunt, very nicely stopped by the keeper there, full length. Badusha, who's giving wicket, certainly in this innings anyway, took off there. He's getting some special congratulations from Nasanka there, coming over from the gully. That was a fine stop at the end of a long day.
He missed a few early, and I thought it could have been quite a long day for him. Because he missed a couple. They were wide-ish. It's not. He's standing at first slip. It's not an easy place to keep.
No.
For whatever reason, Lords is not an easy place to keep. And I feared from a little bit, but he's done okay. He's done okay since the first couple of overs.
Sliced away, a drive from Potts. No one at third man. There are 2 fielders in pursuit, but they're not going to get that. It trickles away into the boundary edging. 4 more runs to England. Useful runs coming here. Potts looking in good touch as well. He's actually had quite a decent season with the bat, hasn't he? Goes to 10. 3:27 for 7. Are you staying in town tonight?
Yeah, I think so, yes. Right. You?
Yes. Out tonight. My wife's going down tonight.
It's been a busy day at home today. Been busy on the farm today. Well, not on the farm. The family have been at Buck Show, which is like a big show near us, obviously.
There's Kamara bowling. Oh, heaved away. Potts is just standing there saying, "Bring it on." And he's smashed him over deep mid-wicket for 4. I don't think he moved a muscle apart from his arm muscles there. He just stood there.
I think the word is dismissive.
Yeah.
That one just
go and fetch it.
I mean, it was a back of a length ball. It's just been a bit shorter in this spell, and it was only. Actually, I may have been harsh. It's only just over the top of our stomach, but he's straight arm pulled. Would you
didn't move his feet at all, did he? He just stood there and smashed it.
Simple. There you go. Straight
Great
arm
shot.
smashed it.
3:31 for 7. Looking healthier here. In the 83rd over of the innings, Kamara looks a bit tired actually. He sets off from the pavilion end again and bowls, and Potts this time drives and misses. So the Bucks show, what goes on at the Bucks show?
Well, it's just a big agricultural show.
Oh yeah.
Show animals, show just a load like dealers there and a big ring with events on, kind of thing, parades. Actually, my girls were taking their rams there. They spent the last 2 days washing them, making sure they look smart.
That sounds quite dangerous to me. How do you wash and blow dry a ram?
I don't really know. I stay well clear of it. But
I'm surprised.
They've been getting them trained on a halter the last couple of weeks. So
they are quite tame, are they?
Yeah, they like using their head as like a bit of a nuzzle. But,
right.
But I mean, Elsie's 10 and Isabel's 7, so they are pretty friendly.
Yeah. Have they got horns?
No, these haven't got horns. But they came. I think Isabel came 2nd and Elsie came 4th, and they're respected. I think Boris and Max they've called them. So it's been a good day for home. I haven't spoken to them yet. I did try and ring them.
That's a nice image. Fernando runs in, bowls, and almost gets through there. Atkinson's a bit fortunate. He got inside edge, ball ran past the stumps and down to long leg. It just seems like a terrifying thing to have to go in and wash and blow dry a ram. What do you reckon, Andy?
Yeah, that's outside my sphere of expertise.
Yes. Also brush, because it's quite curly.
Well, to be honest with you, Grandma helped him yesterday.
Right.
Oh, I got the run. Have you got a towel? Need a dog towel to dry them, and it's kind of it's all. And then they were tied up outside for an hour or so while they dried up, and all fun and games, all stuff I would never have known a few years ago. And now
I'm not going to give hair care tips to sheep
or to anyone. I don't know.
It goes Fernando, bowls. Oh, it's a lovely ball. That swung and bounced, nipped. And we haven't seen many of those. That definitely was a good delivery. Nice full length. Potts, actually, to be fair, just nodded there and winked at the bowler because it was a really good ball.
We're just talking about playing miss a defensive shot.
We haven't seen many, though.
There hasn't been many.
No.
Are you planning to take Mrs. Agnew out tonight for dinner?
We have a very nice evening planned. We're going out to Primrose Hill.
Oh, very nice.
Actually, coincidentally, to see Jane Hill, who's one of Emma's friends, and her partner. This is outside the off stump, no stroke. Jane reads, one of the BBC News readers. She never go a long way back.
Did your parcel arrive? You were fretting about a parcel arriving, a delivery to the hotel. Did that arrive?
You're letting me down here. She might be listening.
Has it arrived? I don't know. You had the app on, like a big parcel coming. I don't know what was it.
Parcel has arrived at the hotel that I don't want her to know about because I might have spent some money she doesn't want me to spend on a euphonium accessory.
Excellent.
3:32 for 7. Yes, Fernando bowls outside the off stump.
If it's a massive mute, you might be in favour of it.
I think it is a mute. I think Salts it is.
Hang on a minute, you've been nice to me today. It's that sort of a thing that I just thought,
It is a mute, isn't it?
Actually, you did catch me. I was going to go to the hotel, get the package and put it in the back of the car so she wouldn't notice. That was quite cowardly though, isn't it?
Well, she knows now, if she's listening. But it is a mute, isn't it? Isn't it?
It's an advanced sort of mute that I can play it in hotel rooms without annoying people. There's an excellent inside edge into pad there. So Potts plays forward. I'm terrified of her. As simple as that. So.
No, I'm not talking about terror. So, but can you I was just thinking when you said, does it then? Is it electronic? So can you play like the background music and play along with the music?
Yes. Well, it's muted.
So you won't come in and a bar too early.
The clever thing is that it sounds to you
like
as if it's not muted. It's quite a clever piece of technology.
Be cheap, that, wouldn't it? Then.
Yes. Anyway, look, I'll change the subject. Yes, he's listening. 3:32 for 7. But it was. I could have been accused of cowardice there, and you told me to sort myself out, which is fair enough. It goes Fernando bowls another good ball. Nips away there from a full length. Potts again just stands there. Says, mate, I've got to be honest with you, that's too good for me. Yeah. And it was flashing through to the keeper.
I think that would have been too good for a lot of top order batsmen. Yeah. That has just. I don't think it's swung in, but it's held in and then nipped down the slope at a good length. It's well bowled.
It's got a little more on those deviation data. So now looking at all tests in England in the first 80 overs of the first innings of the match, the average swing was the lowest recorded. This is looking only at seam bowlers. Since this data began in 2005, 132 matches in that sample size. And if you add the seam and swing together...
Well, I can hardly wait for this. Hang on a minute. Here comes Kamara from the far end, and there's a swish and a miss from Atkinson. Go on, Andy. Yes.
So the seam movement has been in the sort of bottom, sort of 15% of those games, but added together, the average seam plus swing is the second lowest recorded in the first 80 overs of the first innings of a test in England in the period covered by this ball tracking data out of 132 games.
Wow.
So in other words, it has been a good day for batting.
Yes. One of the best since 2005.
So we're right.
Yeah,
we're right. Which is
sure we quite put it in those terms, but is Atkinson defending or rolls out to cover? But we knew it'd been a decent batting day. But all these columns there. Look at. I don't know how you decipher all that stuff. To be honest, we're talking sort of millimetres, are we? Is that how it works?
I'm not sure the units that they use. Well, obviously, if it's the same unit for every
some
innings,
sort of unit. What's a unit of something?
Yeah, I don't know if it's degrees.
It must be degrees of movement.
It's average degrees 0.427 of seam. Sorry, 0.494 of seam.
It's Kamara bowls and sumptuous stroke from Atkinson again. This over pitching slightly, just striving for that full length, and Atkinson has stood there and has driven that hard past mid-off's right hand. 59 now from 69 balls. Well, terrific shot again. It's the timing, like those sixes that he struck. It was effortless.
There's also no fuss, is there? There's no exaggerated follow through. To hold a little bit of the pose as you're entitled to. Just what is the average then? Quickly, I'll go finally back. What all those numbers doesn't matter. What's
put them away.
What's the average? Then we know how much below average.
Here's Kamara bowls, keeps it a little bit low, turn out towards mid wicket.
Freddie Wild from CricViz has confirmed. Well, he's still at CricViz, but he confirmed that is degrees we're talking about. So the average degrees. So finally, we're looking down the list. The sort of the innings in the middle. We're looking at around about just over 1 degree of swing. And a bit less off the seam.
It does help when you do actually identify what unit you're talking about, doesn't it?
Well, to an extent, but really what we're doing is comparing like with like.
Yes, the numbers.
But what unit it is, I don't know.
I suppose it doesn't really. Well, here's Kamara from pavilion end, bowls short, and that's gone. That's gone into the leg side, so let's have a look in the tab, and it's gone for 6. Short arm jab. Atkinson comes down for a conversation with Potts. Again, just no fuss, no frills, short of a length, bang. 6 over square leg.
He can't have batted better than this ever.
I thought so.
He's come down, danced down the spinner, which not really anyone's managed to do consistently, hitting for 2 sixes. He's square-driven falls, straight-driven falls, and then just a couple of pull shots to add into it.
He's played fantastically well, I must say. 3:42 for 7. We've got 10 minutes of play left. So the allocation of overs will not be completed today. And then comes Kamara, bowls, and that thumps into the thigh pad. Rolls away towards Joel Wilson, who's walking in at square leg, because that is the end of the over. There's 10 minutes to go. Alistair and I are going to go down and hoping to have a conversation with Joe Root, aren't we, at the end of today for our podcast and our review of the day. And so to help us on our way, Simon Mann is going to see us through the last 10 overs.
I think you're going to stay for a little bit longer though, Alistair, are you?
Yeah, I'm here to the end.
Are you?
You, Simon, you can't get rid of me yet. I might stay well clear of Aggers for 5 minutes, actually.
So 3:43 for 7. It feels as though England have done enough today ultimately.
Yeah.
Not quite as many as they might have hoped on a decent batting day, but Sri Lanka are going to have to play very well from here to get ahead in the game.
I agree.
Right, Sita Fernando goes into bowl to Atkinson, who's 65 not out. And he nearly gets him there. He groped forward, it went past the outside edge and went through quite low to wicketkeeper Madushka. The shadow's lengthening, about a third of the ground in shadow now. Warner stand casting its shadow over the ground and the pavilion as well, and part of the grandstand. That pleasant and warm evening sunshine. 3:43 for 7. Atkinson has played really well. 65 not out. How many sixes he hit? Is it 4 sixes? 4 sixes. Just seeing the way he's shaped and seeing a bit of him in county cricket and also early in the summer, you felt he had an innings like this in him, and he might have a few more. Atkinson hits that one away into the offside towards deep point, gets the single, takes him to 66. He strikes it well. I suppose if you're judicious in the way you play, and you've got a sound enough defence, keep out some of the good balls, you strike it well, you can be dangerous down the order against a tiring attack.
I think for me today, I haven't seen much of him bat, but the runs he scored today haven't. Someone can get 50, someone could slog a 60, can't you? You can have your lucky day out. But some of the shots he's played today, actually most of the shots played, there's so much control. Yeah. He hits the ball hard, but his technique, they're controlled shots, so they're low risk shots.
Fernando bowls and Potts edges for 4 between second slip and gully. It's gone down into the shadows there to the left of the pavilion, the home dressing room. Frustrating for Sri Lanka. Runs coming quite quickly here towards the end of the day's play. They've taken the new ball and it can often go around the park a bit. 3:48 for 7. Potts goes to 18, and he's another one of those players down the order, and Stone is another one who you expect a lot from them. Don't expect a little, expect a lot as a captain, as a coach. Make sure they maximise their potential, because they're all quite useful batters down there, and those runs are so valuable.
Absolutely. And I think that I do genuinely believe they'll get better and better, because you tend to, don't you, especially bowlers who growing up don't do much batting.
And their bowls, and Potts goes across his stumps there and flicks that down towards fine leg. They're off for 1. They might have come back for a second there. Throw comes in probably just as well. They didn't. That was a really good throw from in front of the visitors' dressing room at the far end of the ground in the shadows, so far away that I cannot detect who that is down there on the fine leg boundary.
It's Kamara,
I think. Yeah.
But yeah, I was saying, like, the amount of improvement you can get out of bowlers who've done a bit of batting in the age groups and playing when they first make it at first class level, and then suddenly they're exposed to lots more training. They fly through. Like Sam Cook's another good example of that for Essex.
There's a Fernando bowling to Atkinson. He turns that away into the onside, and they come back for 2 this time. Yes, they are. Throws on its way for deep forward square leg innings. 350 is on the board. Starting to get a bit worrying for Sri Lanka. They had England 216 for 6. It's now 351 for 7. Gus Atkinson has played a large part in that. 68 not out. He's also getting useful support from Potts now, who's on 19, and then the standout performance of the day, that innings from Joe Root, 143. His 33rd Test match 100, and we hope to hear from him at the close of play, so stay on for that. Fernando bowls outside the off stump, played away nicely by Atkinson, but straight to cover. It's the end of the over. I reckon we've got time for possibly 2 more overs, definitely 1. It's 24 and a half minutes past 6. Play can go on until 6:30 tonight. There might be a couple of overs short. 351 for 7.
And another thing which impressed me about Atkinson, about a lower order batsman, when they play a couple of good shots, they think they're in, and they can play all the shots.
Well, that's what Mark Wood said, isn't he?
Well,
I think I'm Don Bradman. I play a couple of nice drives.
Well, I think Stephen Finn is probably the worst of that I've known. He genuinely thinks when he played one cover drives, that was it. He was in. But actually, he's played really controlled, doesn't he, today? In terms of, like, he hasn't gone out of his bubble. He hasn't started to try and take on other shots. But his batting, it's not surprised me. Nothing surprised me really. But I don't think he can't have played any better than this in any game of cricket.
I think that is your lot for now, Alistair. Actually, you are being summoned to go down and join Jonathan and speak to Joe Root at the end of the day's play. Go down and congratulate him. A nice little threesome down there chatting about that 144 that Root made today, which has equalled Alistair's record, also equalled Michael's record as well of 600s at Lords in a Test match. Not just Michael, but also Graham Gooch. It's going to be route 143. Correction, not 144. Here's Jayasuriya bowling. Forward goes Potts. Turns that back at a square for his 20th run. And England move to 352 for 7. So I think we will have 2 more overs now with Jayasuriya bowling. So the new ball didn't last very long.
No.
As tough as it's here.
Evening all.
The last rights.
Well, not quite last. Day one.
Of the day.
Yes.
Well, forward goes Atkinson playing Jayasuriya back up the pitch, and Jayasuriya bends down to pick up.
What a little knock this is by Gus Atkinson. He likes it at Lords, doesn't he? Wickets, runs, played absolute stick of rhubarb.
Jayasuriya bowls to him, and he drives that nicely down the ground for his 69th run. So if he can make it to the close here, I don't know, 70 not out. He's got sleeping on a 70 not out at Lords.
Don't mind that as a tail ender. Don't mind that. Everyone's a bonus, really. Well, he looked more than that, Gus Atkinson. He's played wonderfully well. Really, really has.
Potts on 20, Jayasuriya bowls. Potts goes back, knocks it into the onside towards mid-wicket. He's probably batted as well as any England lower order player since Jamie Overton made that 96, 97 at Headingley.
Yeah, against New Zealand.
Yeah, a couple of summers ago. Jayasuriya bowls and Potts plays back and plays it back up the pitch, and Jayasuriya bends down to pick up, and there's no run. 1 ball left in the over, then we'll have time for 1 more.
And it was just interesting listening to what you say about expectation. That's what's changed.
Jayasuriya to Potts, and Potts merely defends that, keeping the ball out of his stumps. He wants to be not out overnight as well. 353 for 7 at the end of the over.
Yeah, not only of obviously coaching and all these methods, and analysis and everything like that. For the lower order batsmen, we were called tail enders, of course. So it has changed, and it's the expectation as well. There wasn't really that expectation to go out, even though some of the guys could bat down the order, but it was a little bit of, suck it and see. If you get 20 or 30, great. But these guys now, as you say, they really they want to have that sort of string to their bow. They expect to get runs. They want to get runs. They enjoy getting runs.
Yeah. You also see it in county cricket as well.
Yeah.
A lot of late order runs.
Oh, well, he got 140 on the other day, didn't he, Matthew Potts?
149 not out, yeah, as a night watchman.
Came in as night watchman, thanks very much.
Yeah. It was a very flat pitch. Warwickshire made nearly 700 and Durham made 500.
Yeah.
But you still got to get them, haven't you?
All right, absolutely.
Sito Fernando bowling short, pulled away by Atkinson, and he's hammered that for 4.
What a shot.
In front of square, into the shadows cast by the grandstand. Smashed away, and he's into the 70s. 73 not out. What's his highest first-class score?
His highest first-class score is 91.
God, that's a great shot.
That was in May of 2022 for Surrey against Sri Lanka Cricket Development 11, Guildford. So likes batting against Sri Lankan bowling. None of the current Test attack were playing in that game.
Yeah, that was a cracking pull shot. Genuinely class pull shot.
357 for 7. Fernando tries again. Bowls to Atkinson, who plays that away into the onside. A wristy flick. But it goes too close to mid-on to contemplate a single. The shadows cast by the Warner stand are creeping towards the pitch, but will be off in time. The light absolutely fine. And there's sunshine out there. And ultimately it's turned into a good day for England, I think.
Yeah, it's been a good
Not
day.
impregnable position, but a good position in the game.
Flat pitch.
Yeah, the challenge to Sri Lanka, make the most of it tomorrow.
Yep.
They want to press on and get a few more. Fernando bowls and Atkinson plays into the onside and takes a single. That might be his job done for the day. Up at the non-strikers end. It's also the 50 partnership as well. It's come in very good time. 60 balls. It's not just the runs, also got to gain the momentum. 50 partnership and 60 balls. Suddenly you look up the scoreboard and it's 358 for 7.
So disheartening. As you say, he's talking about momentum. Sri Lanka will come off, and they'll think, "Oh, crikey, hold on! We had a really good opportunity there." And then sort of like those tail end of partnerships as well. It's just not some bloke sort of like carving 30 or 40, 50 partnerships. Soul destroying.
Potts on 20. 3 balls left in the day's play. And Fernando bowls to him outside the off stump. An away swinger, and Potts allows it to go by. I say 3 balls left in the day space. If you were to be out now, that would be the end of the day. And Potts will be looking on it a bit more optimistically than that. Survive here and come back tomorrow and try to do some more damage. Still with Ollie Stone to come as well. He's not the worst number 10 that's strapped on the pads for England.
Absolutely not. Actually, the bowling line-up can bat. What can often be said about this England side.
It's a little bonus that. A big bonus.
Yeah, huge.
Fernando bowls to Potts outside the off stump. Potts leans forward and lets it go. In his first iteration, Potts, in his England career, he played a bit too extravagantly and got himself out a few times.
Yeah.
He didn't really allow his talent with the bat to come out.
Yeah.
But here he's got his opportunity. Okay, early days, he's 20 not out, but he has got something clearly with the bat.
He's got a technique for a start off, you know, and so's Atkinson. They've got a decent technique that you can defend, and you know, like most tailenders, if they see one up and outside off stump, they might have a bit of a whap at it, but you've got to start somewhere.
Last ball of the day. Sita Fernando bowling from the nursery end to Matthew Potts. And he sets off now past the umpire to complete the day's play. Bowls to Potts outside the off stump, and Potts allows that one to go by as well. Umpires call time, and England put into bat this morning and amassed 358 for 7. Gus Atkinson 74 not out from only 81 balls, and Matthew Potts is 20 not out, and they built on that 143 from Joe Root that's put England in a strong but not impregnable position after the first day. So much resting on Sri Lanka's response tomorrow when they get their turn. But equally, England will be thinking, well, can we get 400 here, 400 plus, get a few more runs in the morning when they return. Now, the crowd who've turned up today have had a lot to admire and to appreciate. We've seen Joe Root go level with Sir Alistair Cook's record of 3,300s, and they've also seen some really entertaining batting from Atkinson, and they've seen some more fight from Sri Lanka. But I think ultimately, I wonder what Dhananjaya de Silva had in mind.
Well,
when he put England in, did he have 358 for 7 in mind?
Well, no, not particularly. I think when you do win the toss and put someone in, you're thinking we want to bowled out in that day. You know, runs sort of come and go, but you're probably thinking, yeah, we want to be perhaps batting, or you know, come back in the morning and have one to knock over. So they had the opportunities. They said fought hard again, but just run out a bit of steam. Didn't they? Run out of steam just at the end of the day.